Sellers who need to sell will make you rich. Sellers who don't really want to sell or don't care if they sell will make you old and tired and angry and hard to live with. Deal with the people who want to deal with you. That means we have to weed out the folks that are ready to sell now and get rid of all the rest, because they'll suck all of the energy out of you and waste your time, and you'll wonder why you're not getting anywhere. One of the key components to being successful is qualified leads. Qualified leads is when sellers call you, not the ones you have to chase because they have an ad on the internet or whatever. Deal with those folks and you'll find it a totally different conversation than ones you're trying to convince to sell. Well, good morning and welcome back. Now, before we get started, we're going to give away some money today, right, guys?
That's right, Ron.
Okay, how much are we going to give away?
We've decided we're going to give away $250, or they will have the choice to pick 500 Gold Club points instead of the cash.
Okie dokie. And how are we going to go about this drawing?
All right, we're going to do a random drawing for everybody here. You got to type in the comment section, #Ron, #Ron, and that will enroll you in the drawing. We'll give, it only enrolls you once, so you don't need to type it in multiple times. And we'll give them a chance they're on a little bit of delay, so we'll give them a minute.
So we're rewarding you for being on time, which I've learned a long time ago. No matter what time we start, same people are going to be late, but not you. Okay, well, tell you what, Nick, you got a few things that we need to get out of the way while we're waiting for them to respond. Go ahead and tell them.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone kind of the purpose of this event is for us to introduce you to a lot of different ways to generate leads. Some of these are free, some of these are paid. So you're going to get presented with a lot of different offers here, but we don't expect you to, purchase into all of them or any of them. You just pick the one that you think is going to work best for you. The free ones, those are going to be probably generally a little bit lower quality leads and maybe more competition because it's free. The paid ones might shortcut your success a little bit and get you leads faster and higher quality because they're already pre-vetted from a lot of these sources. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. So, if you're seeing a lot of different offers, we're not expecting you to take all of them. So
God, no, I hope not. Nobody could do that. First of all, that would cost a lot of money. Second of all, you couldn't possibly handle the leads. It's totally unnecessary. I will tell you, in my business, I think we got eight or nine ways that we are looking for sellers right now, and we're always testing new ways, which is exactly what you're going to have to do. You first establish your control, what's working for you, and then you start trying to add other things. Some of them will work and some of them won't for you. So we're going to interview these folks. By the way, we don't have any we don't own any of these companies. In fact, three of them or so give us some little small commission. So full disclosure, but I can tell you right now, that's not why we're bringing them in. We are bringing them in because they are quality lead generating companies. And that's what this whole thing is all about. All right, Nick, you had something else you wanted to mention? That's all? Okay. All right, John, we got enough entries?
Yes, Ron, I believe we do.
Okay, well, let's give away some money, man.
All right, we're going to do a drum roll and drawing now.
That's kind of cool.
And the winner is Paul Boyce.
Paul Boyce.
Congratulations, Paul.
Paul, glad you got up early this morning, man. Of course, this isn't very early.
All right, so we need, Paul, we need you to call that number, 800-567-6128. Tell them you won the drawing. Tell them whether you want the $250 cash or the 500 Gold Club points, and they will take care of you.
And Paul, just for kicks and grins, would you type in what state you live in? So I'm just curious. Then I don't have to know that, but I'd like to. All right, is that all the announcements, guys? All right. Well, what we're going to do today is interview several companies that can generate leads for you, as I told you yesterday if you were with us. And you're got a big job ahead of you, because by the time we get through with today and tomorrow, you're going to have to make some choices. So make good notes, and you're going to get the contact information from all of these companies after I interview them and find out what they can do for you. And then you got to decide where you want to go from there. So let's get started with that. Do we have Jeff Charlton up right now? Hey, Jeff.
We do. Hello, good morning.
All right. Why don't you tell everybody who you are and what you do, what you can do for them, and then what it costs?
You want to bring up my my screen share here? Are we good with that? You can see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My name is Jeff Charlton. I own a company named Graphic Connections Group, which is a general printing company in the St. Louis area. We specifically run a website and an operation for the real estate investor community. We call it reiprintmail.com, which is what you see on your screen right there. And we have a website, reiprintmail.com, where you can order direct mail printing. And we also do a whole lot of other things. Been in business for 31 years now. And our whole objective, you guys are talking about leads today, our entire objective is to use direct mail to help you find qualified leads to meet your objective, to whether it's flip houses, buy them and rent them, whatever it is in the real estate investing space. We can help you with any of those type of leads. And we do it through direct mail. That's our specialty. And we understand, it says on the screen, our whole goal is to help clients get more deals. We know if you get more deals, you're happy and you'll keep using our service. So it's in our best interest to make you successful. And we do everything we can to help you do that.
Jeff, I got to point out that you and I go back at least 30 years as Dan Kennedy students, who is the mastermind of direct mail and of marketing in our world today, and who frankly, he's made me more money than any other human being alive, and I'm sure that's true for you as well. So
yes.
Our listeners can't be aware of how complicated direct mail can be, how many ways there is to screw it up, because most people do just exactly that. They screw it up because they don't even understand what they're doing, because they haven't had the training. Not their fault. So you've been at this 31 years. You think you got it figured out yet?
Well, you never have it totally figured out, but yeah, we're doing a pretty good job. We've grown quite a bit in the last 3 or 4 years. And in fact, we made the Inc. 5000 list of fastest growing companies last year because we've really taken an aggressive approach to the real estate investor space. And in fact, we do millions of pieces of mail every month. We mail anywhere from 1.2 to 1.5 million pieces of mail every single month, specifically for the direct mail investor space. Okay. And that gives us a lot of data. And so we're doing different things in different markets with different lists and different mailers. And we track that data. So we have an idea of what's working where. And we pass that on to you so you have the best chance of having success in your area.
You are a strong advocate of sequential mailing, as I am, which means we mail some multiple pieces to the target. And you're on an acquisition mode. You've acquired several companies here lately, some of which some of our listeners might already be dealing with and don't know that you acquired them. And so you want to get into the data. We're already in the data business now, meaning finding the right list to mail to. You're already in the direct mail business, so you're combining the two, and your goal is to be the place to go for finding sellers' leads. Right.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, you have to do a mail piece. You have to start with the data. You got to buy a list of people that own houses, and so that's the first step in the process. And we now own a company.
No, that list is the most important ingredient of that process.
Absolutely,
way more so. If we mail a good piece to a bad list, not going to get good results. Mail a bad piece to a good list, and you'll get results. So our goal is to mail a good piece to a good list, and that's correct. Where you come in. So, right. What are these? The companies that you've? What
you see on your screen right here. Well, this is our reiprintmail.com is our main print engine, and under that you see a couple logos: AccuText and AccuPix mailers. We're constantly innovating to trying to find unique systems to help make the mailers work better. The AccuText is a texting system that we're the only one in the United States that have a system like that allows people to respond by text to a unique code so you know who is responding to you. AccuPix mailers is a way to pull the Google Street View image of any house in the mailing list and print it on the mailer dynamically. So if you have a list of 5,000 houses, we can print 5,000 different pictures on those. Each mailer has its own unique picture of the house that Google has on their Google Street View. I'm the guy that invented both those technologies over the last 5 years.
I just got an acquisition. It's about 2 months ago now. And I found out he's already using REI Complete to mail to. And then, so we started to do a mailing with you, and we found out, well, you own it. So we didn't have to do anything. All right, can you show some, do you have screenshots of some of the mailer pieces we're talking about here? Because you do everything.
I do. I've got, I'll go through this. So the different divisions are REI Smart Data. That's the data division. Okay. Basically, we have a website where you can go and you can pull data. It's that simple. Anywhere in the United States, we have all different CAN lists. It's pretty flexible. And even if you don't find something on that website you want, we can specifically do unique searches for you outside that website too. You know, we have different, we have skip tracing, we have property comps in that system, different data sources, just whatever you want.
Well,
that system has, go ahead.
You have skip tracing. In other words, you'll pull a list and you're skip tracing it for what? Phone numbers?
Phone numbers, yeah. So yeah, it's very popular in the real estate space. When you mail, you'll get returns back. Well, there's two different strategies in skip tracing. The first one is some people just like to do cold calling. So they will buy a mailing list and then they'll have it skip trace, which is what they go into the world of the internet and they find every phone number associated with that name and address. And we give you the phone numbers. So if the people like to cold call, they can then call them. There's also, when you do mail, you get bad addresses back. You get return mail. No matter how good your list is, you're going to get return mail. It's impossible to avoid that. Well, those are some of the hottest leads you can get if you can find them. So we skip trace to find those people. Because if a guy, if you think about it, if you own a property and when I try to mail to you, I can't find you, you never get the mail. That means they're never getting mail from anybody. There's a pretty good chance if it's that bad, they probably don't want that property. So if you can ever find that guy, that's probably a really hot lead.
So you're going to get me the address and the phone number if it's available.
Correct. Yes.
All right, guys, we've been here for about 15 minutes already and you already got your money's worth. Well, you paid $0 to get here. So you got that yesterday. But that one tip right there can change your whole business. Trust me, mail them. Now the ones that come back, you should get excited about because now he'll get you the address to mail them at that address for the house you're targeting and the phone number to pick up and call them. And I bet you they're not getting very many calls from people trying to buy their house.
No, not if it's exactly.
Where's the weight in gold right there?
Yeah. So that's still data. Now this particular thing has a subscription service for $49.97 a month, basically $50 a month. You can pull 10,000 records a month, which is a lot. That's less than a penny a record. And that is the cheapest in the market. Nobody has a better deal than this. And if you want to do more than that, you can do $100 a month and get 20,000. And if you want to pay for a year at a time, we'll give you 2 months free. $500 a year for 120,000 records. That is the deal of a century. So if you want to do that, we'll get to the contact information later in the presentation. I'll show you how to figure that out, how to sign up for that.
Jeff, we get to keep using these lists once we get them, right?
That's right. That's a good point. In the mailing list business, most traditional mailing list companies have what's called one-time use or a multi-use. We don't do that. Everything's multi-use. So everything you buy, it's yours to use forever. Yep. Pay for it once. Yep.
Okay. All right.
So we got another thing in the data business. This is brand spanking new, right? We just released it literally about 2 weeks ago. It's called REI Leads Daily. What this is hot off the press, fully skip trace leads for FSBOs, for sale by owner, FRBOs, for rent by owner, and pre-foreclosure leads. And we're working on bringing vacant properties into this fold as well.
Ooh.
And so the minute a FSBO pops up on the market or a FRBO or a pre-foreclosure, you get a daily email in your county of that information already skip trace. So if you're the kind of person, these are about as hot as they get. If you think about it, a FSBO is for sale by owner. What that means is if it pops up in the market, we have different ways of scraping the internet to find these things. Those are people that are selling the house themselves. Well, if they haven't any luck selling it, a A lot of times real estate agents go after these people too. Well, there's no reason why an investor can't go after that as well. They'll offer them a cash price.
Jeff, does that include people that have been filed foreclosure on?
It's pre-foreclosure. That's an algorithm. Pre-foreclosures, we're doing a mathematical calculation based on credit scores and all kinds of things to identify people that are probably in financial trouble and probably going to lose their house. We don't know for sure.
All right. And there's a lot of money in calling landlords too.
Exactly.
So they're trying to rent their property. A lot of them would love to sell it. And what a great place to get terms. They're already taking terms.
Exactly.
Getting a monthly. Now you can give them terms. You can give them a monthly payment without the hassles of home ownership.
Right. So that's really cool. That's we're the only one in the country offering this too, and that's $150 per county per month.
I'm signed up, man.
Yep, he
Can't
is.
wait.
So,
I'm ready for the leads.
yeah, they should
we
be
just
coming.
Signed up 2 days ago.
Yeah, it takes us about a week to get started. And by the way, when you sign up the first month, you get the full previous month. All the leads that came in the previous month will be your first email you get. So
that's cool.
Yeah, it is. And then this is our website here. I'm not going to go through it, but this is our REI print mail website. That's the opening page where you can go see all our mailers, and I can show you in a minute some of the mailers. Our approach is what we do. We recommend which mail pieces work best in which area. I said that earlier. And here's some of the mail pieces. Okay, these are some actual results. Okay, this is a guy in Houston, Texas, mailed this particular mail piece. We call this the soft offer check. It's a fake check, basically, and it comes in a window envelope. It looks exactly like a check, so people are going to open it. This particular deal, we mailed 2,550 pieces of mail, and he got a deal, and that cost him about $2,000 to do that. And his deal, he made $15,000. So that guy spend 2 to make 15. Most people are happy with that.
I think that works.
Yeah,
and you're mailing to vacants and absentees.
Yeah, it's whatever list you choose. So that's back to one of the things we do with you is to work with you on what data, what's your target. Every investor has different strategies.
Yeah.
So we work with you with our coaches. Part of our program is you call in and you talk to what we call a direct marketing coach, and they're going to help you figure out what is the perfect list for your objective. Everybody has different objectives. If you want to, flip, fix, and flip is one objective. If you want to rent properties, it's another objective. So whatever it is, we can help pull the right list to best meet that objective.
Okay, and target like this is good. This is one thing about direct mail. You can target your market, you can target your area, you can target everything. So you send them a check. I ask you the same question. How do you figure out what number to put on the check?
Yeah, so when you buy the list, one of the information that comes to that list is the current market value of that property. Now, it's an estimate, okay? It's based on an algorithm, but, it's the best you can do. And then we take a percentage of that. Most people are in the 75% range. And all it's really doing is generating a phone call. And we have found through a lot of millions of pieces of mail testing these things that these generate some of the hottest leads, because a guy that sees a number and calls you is definitely interested in selling his house. And by the way, you don't have to worry. Some people worry that, wow, what if that's the wrong number? I don't want to sell it for, let's say it's 75 grand. Yeah,
absolutely going to be the wrong number.
Right. You're never going to sell it for that number ever. Okay. You're going to talk to the guy and you're going to negotiate with him, and you're going to say, I want to see the property. Yeah. And then once you see it, you make another offer. That's all it is.
So the whole point is just to get the phone to ring. The number on the check is irrelevant.
Exactly.
In fact, I can make a case where the number on the check needs to be high, not low.
Right.
So get the phone to ring.
Exactly.
All right. Well, this is also.
There's another one.
Wait a minute. You guys, I'm doing what he just said. We're doing the check mailing. I fought it for a while because I didn't like the idea of sending a check in the mail. And I know it was a wrong check, and I had no idea what the value of the house was. But again, he pointed out to me, it's just to get the phone to ring. And sometimes I forget that,
It is. And the thing about direct mail is
old school direct marketing guy.
Right. But part of old school is a key tenet of not only direct mail, but all marketing is different people respond to different things. So there's no one thing that's the holy grail. We have all different kinds of mailers. And when you talk about multi-touch marketing, that means we recommend you hit the same name on the same list at least 3 times, preferably more than that, with different offers, different mailers, because the guy that'll respond to the check there's guys that won't respond to that, but they might respond to a postcard, or they might respond to a handwritten letter. So that leads to the next one.
They might respond at the time that they're ready to respond, and you need to be the one in front of them.
Right. So here's another one. This is another mailer. This is just a general little small yellow postcard, nothing fancy. But this guy that did this one, did 3,100 mailers, and he got a deal out of that. All right. And that's a typical average. We see that a lot. This one was sent
Volume.
vacant and absentee list. By the way, in that last one, that was vacant and absentee too, but there are people that do. That's the most popular list, by the way.
Yeah,
we see
it is.
it's out of state absentee owners. And if you throw in the vacants, a property that's, if you think about this, if you're not a state owner, that means you're probably renting the property. Well, if that property's vacant, you're not happy about that. Okay.
Good.
So you either want to dump it or get it rented, one or the other. So that's a high probability the people on that list are going to want to sell their property, and they're probably
Jeff,
going to sell it for cash.
You're mailing to the owner where they live. You're not mailing to the vacant house.
That's correct. It does us no good to mail to a vacant house. So every list we get has the owner's address, and we always mail to the owner at the owner's address, no matter where he lives.
Okay.
Here's another one. This one here is now this involves our AccuPix technology, where we can pull the street view image of the house and we print it on the postcard. This one here averages about 1%, and nationally, that's our average for that particular postcard. And it's all about getting what Ron just said is a key point. People aren't always ready to buy right now. Okay. But if you send them something that's got a picture of their house, they're probably going to do a double take and look at that just because it's a picture of their house. Well, that gives you an extra few seconds to get their attention. And maybe they'll save that postcard. They might just save it because it's a picture of their house. Who knows? But there's a chance they're going to save it. So when they're finally ready to sell their house, you're top of mind. That's what it's all about, is staying top of mind. All marketing is about putting your name in front of people often enough, so when it's time for them to finally act on your offer, they think of you first. It's all we're trying to do is make them think of you first. That's our entire objective.
So you when the pictures come off of Google, don't they?
Yes, it's Google Street View. Not every house. They got about 90% of the houses have Google Street View. If they don't, we put in a generic picture. In fact, what you're seeing on the screen here that's the generic picture we use if there's not a Street View image. So we're smart enough to know if Google doesn't have an image, we put something else in its place, so it's not just a blank black box on the postcard.
And you're getting a 1% response rate. Now that's not a guarantee, guys.
No, nothing's guaranteed on response
right
rates.
now. It changes with areas. Everything changes with areas. In fact, the time of the year even is going to affect your.
Oh, areas list everything. The more competitive areas, like Denver's a very competitive area. Okay. Phoenix, Arizona is competitive. Los Angeles is competitive. Dallas is competitive. Those areas, you got to mail a lot more. They're competitive. When I say competitive, that means there's a whole lot of guys flipping houses there. So there's more people trying to get the same deals. But in some of the smaller towns, the smaller areas, like for instance, the Carolinas, we have incredibly high response rates in the Carolinas because there's not as many people competing. So that means you got a better chance of getting the deals.
And that just means you got to keep doing it and get smarter about it, and probably even mail to the outlying areas more than the inner city areas in a place like Dallas. God, there's a lot of areas around Dallas you can mail to and literally target those instead of targeting. Same here in Jacksonville. I mean, my leads, if I got leads here in Jacksonville, they're going to be more costly than they are in the smaller areas. And that's pretty much true across the country.
Right.
But when you break it all down, if you're following up and you're getting deals, the cost of the mailing is kind of irrelevant.
Right. And so we got subscriptions. This REI Complete, Ron mentioned that earlier. What REI Complete is so we can get you the data, we can do the mail, and if you want, we can also handle the incoming leads. Because when you mail something out, you're telling someone to call you. Well, that can create a lot of calls. If you mail 10,000 pieces of mail and you get a 2% response, that's 200 phone calls. That's a lot of phone calls. Well, a lot of people, if you're out wheeling and dealing and making deals and fixing up houses, you don't have time to take all those phone calls. So this REI Complete, we handle the phone calls, we talk to the people, we vet the leads, and we only deliver to you what we call qualified leads, which are the people that say, yeah, I got a house to sell, I'm interested in taking a cash offer. Then we will forward that lead to you in a way that you'll notice it. And it's a complete solution. We also have access to some super proprietary lists if you sign up for this that we don't offer anywhere else that have been really, really proven to be effective. And that being said, well, first of all, before I say that, if you look at this next slide, what the first section there, where it says 100% done for you, that's all work that could be done by a $10 or $15 an hour person. Answering the phone, just taking people's information, taking their contact information, asking them basic questions. You don't need to be doing that phone call early on. You could have a lesser costly person do that for you. So you can spend your time doing the things, or at the bottom here, negotiating the deals, running the business. That's what you need to be doing. You could let lower paid people. Our system allows you to, instead of hiring your own people, which is hiring someone, I have 65 people. So believe me, I know all about hiring people. It is not an easy thing to have employees working for you. Well, we do all that for you. You don't have to hire anybody. We just do the whole service for less than the cost of hiring one person yourself. And we've got it all figured out. We know the right question to answer. We know everything. So if you're interested in that, that's an excellent service. But you can also just do direct. We call it REI Complete.
All right, okay, guys, take notes on that one because you're going to want to talk to them about that.
Right.
Now, I taught you to drive the calls to Pat Live, but that's, you're going to have multiple ways of marketing, and he's not going to take calls from the signs on your vehicle.
Yeah, and Pat Live, honestly, that's a similar type thing. It's just that it's their. I'm not saying it's any better or worse, but we've got that. We take it to the next level, though. We're basically a Pat Live taken to the next level because we have these we not only talk to them, we have follow-up systems in place that happen automatically. So for the guy that's not ready to buy today, but he might be ready in 6 months, we automatically put them in a follow-up drip campaign, and we keep calling them and we keep following up until they're finally ready to say, yeah, I'm interested in selling now.
So Jeff, I know you're going to get to the cost of these things, right?
Right.
Okay. You want to do the cost as we go?
So let me show one more thing. I'm almost to it here. So talk about different response rates. And for REI Complete, when we manage the entire thing, we manage the mail and everything, our national response rate with millions of pieces of mail is 2.9% response. And you see there's different areas. If you look on this graph, there's different areas. And they vary. Some are like for instance, Texas is 1.8. And in the north, it's 3.5. So, but across the board, it's 2.9%.
Change everywhere you go. Yeah.
That's 5.4 million pieces of mail that I'm using right there to look at that.
So based on those numbers, if you mailed 10,000 pieces, you're looking at probably 30 calls, give or take.
No, more than that, 300 calls.
300?
Yeah. Is that right?
3% of 10,000.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. 300.
30.
Yeah.
No, it ain't. It's 30.
I gotta get it.
Or is it? I don't know. Is it really 300 calls? 10% of, I can't think this morning.
Yeah, 300. 290 to be exact at 2.9%.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a lot of calls.
What if I only get 150 calls?
Yeah. And remember, not all those people there are going to be some people saying, take me off the list. You get that. But
yeah, of course.
I promise you, out of those calls, there are a lot of people that are going to want to sell their house, and they'll take a cash offer, and you're going to be able to make deals.
And that's because you're targeting the list you mail to begin with. Right.
So you asked about price. Here's some price. Okay. So for REI Complete, we've got 3 levels, and it starts at $12.97 a month. And the highest level is $19.97 a month. So the most it is $2,000 a month. And that does not include the mail. That's the service. Okay. And we've got various different bells and whistles along with that. I'm not going to get into all those details. We'll talk. If you're interested, the thing to do, and we'll get to that in a second, is call in and talk to one of our direct marketing coaches, and they'll explain to you in depth all the things we offer, and then we'll figure out what's right for you.
So this is to get everything done. This is the human component involved. Then all you got to do is add the price of the mailing, which, by the way, your prices are cheaper than anybody's going to mail.
Right.
And I'm sure you're going to get to that. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, and so that's the REI Complete. So bottom line is we've got the data, we've got the print and mail shop, we've got the follow-up engine, we've got the expertise. We put it all together to get you results. That's our whole objective, is to get you results.
Is that subscriptions got a term in it that I got to pay for? Can I quit anytime?
It's month to month. We have no, I never make people sign long-term contracts. I don't believe in that. Jeff, the reason why I don't believe in it is because we have to perform. If we're not performing, I'm not going to force you to keep doing business with me.
Speaking of that, I think we should probably prepare everybody listening that, you can't just mail 1 month and consider that the results. You need to at least have 2 or 3 months in this thing before you can actually, everybody wants to quit too soon in marketing.
Right.
I see it all the time. Some people think I mail 1 letter, they don't respond, to heck with it. Another list. And by the way, we didn't tell them, but I told them yesterday about 82% of the response from anything comes from the 2nd through the 7th mailer or contact.
Yeah,
Of course,
that's so
contact.
critical. That's such a huge point. And I don't care if you're doing direct mail or you're doing pay per click, I don't care what you're doing in the market.
Yeah.
Do it month after month after month. Because if you don't, what'll happen in business, in every business this happens, is you do some marketing, you do a bunch of marketing, you get a bunch of leads, and then you'll spend all your time working those leads, and most people then stop marketing. So eventually you've worked through all those leads, you made a couple deals, you made some money, and I don't have any leads. So now you got to start another marketing campaign, and then you got to wait, and you end up with this roller coaster up and down in your business, which is no good. It's no good for anybody. You need
No.
to deal with somebody, whether it's me or anybody, that is going to put a set it and forget it campaign in place. So every single month, no matter how busy you are, the marketing is going out. That's what we do. We set up long-term campaigns based on your needs and what your budget is and everything. Everything is flexible. Everything's based on your budget, how much money you have to spend. But I will tell you, it's pretty hard to get very far if you don't spend at least a couple of grand a month in some kind of marketing for real estate. Because you just don't generate enough activity if you don't put that amount of money out. It's too hard. And I'm not going to say there aren't people that go out and spend $500 and get lucky and get one deal. That happens. Okay. But in general, you have to budget a couple of $1,000 a month for marketing. If you think about compared to a franchise, people spend upwards of $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 to buy a franchise just to open the doors. Okay.
Right.
Well, in real estate, you don't have to really spend anything up front. You can open the doors for nothing, but you got to take some money to invest in your marketing and keep investing that ongoing. That is such a critical point, because if you don't, I guarantee you, you're going to fail.
What you're saying is that every business has to pay to get customers one way or another.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
don't be under the illusion that they're free, and
Right.
don't open it does not mean they will come. Okay, you got to make them come. All right, Jeff, we got about 15 minutes, so.
All right.
If you got, I'd like to see some other pieces of mail if you've got them up here.
I do. I'll tell you what. Let me take. I got 2 more slides here, and I'm done.
Right.
We got reviews, by the way. If you don't believe me, talk is cheap. I always say that. The proof is in the actual results. Go to Google, search for REI print mail, and you will see 186 5-star reviews. We don't have a single review under 5 stars. And that's
What?
not, you can't fake that. Okay. These are independent people putting this up on Google. That says everything I'm saying is true. We stand behind what we do. And this is how you contact. This is the contact information. So if you scan that barcode or that QR code, you'll go to a landing page. And if you're interested, all you have to do is set up an appointment with one of our coaches. It's a free consulting call. Nobody's going to hard close you. We're just going to talk to you about your objectives and try to figure out if what we have is going to work for you. And if you don't want to scan that barcode, go to www.ronlegrand.com/mail. You'll get to the same place. Or you can call us at that 800 number below, 800-378-0378. Just tell us that Ron LeGrand sent you. And then all 3 of those methods will get you the same result. So that's how you contact us. So let's look at a few more. I'm going to get out of this presentation, and I'm going to bring up my website here. Can you see the website here?
Not yet.
Showing up
There
now?
we got it, Jeff.
Now we got
Okay.
it.
So this is our website. So I can show you a bunch of our mailers here. All right. So this is what you'd go through if you go to our website. Okay. This is the REI print mail website. So let's look at postcards first. You can choose what size you want. I'm going to choose a small postcard. Here's a bunch of mailers. Okay. This top section is we call it GC Power Mail, which is the AccuPix and the texting. And then, there's a bunch of these things. You can click on any of them. The picture will get bigger. You can read what it says. We can modify these if you want to change the wording a little bit. Here's one here. Talk about Google Street View. This is Google Street View and Overhead View. We can put both those on a postcard. Nobody is doing the Overhead View anywhere in the United States. So that's a unique thing we developed too. These are some postcards. We've got all different kinds. Handwritten postcards. Here's a bunch of handwritten ones. Okay. Here's another one that's a really good one. This one works really well too. I got this from Anderson Windows, actually. Anderson Windows does a very effective job of creative, unique direct marketing. And I sort of copied what they did, but changed it a little. This looks like it's a postcard you mail, but it looks like somebody stuck a note on your door. And this is an offer too. You actually put an offer on here of how much you want to, somebody's like handwriting a little note to you saying, I'll pay you so much money for your house. This is a very effective postcard. This works well. Works just like the soft offer check. Here's another one that's effective. What we try to do is create things that really look like you sat down and wrote somebody a note. That's what this is all about. We put a stamp on this, so it looks like you literally sat down and wrote a handwritten note on a postcard and mailed it to somebody.
Very
People respond
effective.
to this. Yes,
Yep.
it is. So we got, there's all kinds of them. If you want to go to some other mailers we have, so this is where some of those soft offer checks. There's the one check I showed you right there. What we call the soft offer check. We got a bunch of different versions of this. That one here. Same thing. It's just formatted a little differently. And we can modify this if you want to use some different wording or whatever. We do everything custom for our customers. We start out with the templates, but if you want to stick to the template you order on our website, if you want to change it, you have to talk to us about that. We have to do that offline, but we can do that. No problem. Got some other, here's a kind of a cool one. This is a take on yellow letters are very popular in the real estate business. This is what I call the giant yellow letter. This 11 by 17 piece of paper, which is basically 2 sheets of copy paper, double the size. It says this is a big cash letter for a big cash offer. Just a take on a yellow letter, but it's a self mailer. So this is going to stand out in your mail big time. There's no way somebody's not going to notice this. It's a huge piece of mail. This works very well. Here's another one I developed. This is it's a take on, it's a self mailer. It folds in half and it looks like an Amazon. It looks like Amazon sent you, but it's not Amazon. It's amazing. It's amazing cash offer. And we also put the hot picture of the house on this. This thing's another effective mailer because it's unique. The whole goal in direct mail is to get people to pay attention to your mail as they're walking from the mailbox and they're sorting through their mail over the trash can. You want them to save your mail and put it in the pile I want to read later, or I want to read it right now. That's your goal. And we try to develop things that other people don't have that effectively do that. And we've been very successful at doing that. So we got all kinds of stuff. Here's here's another take on the this is a letter that you can put the image on. Go ahead, Ron.
I was going to say, would you say that a good campaign would include, several postcards and maybe a couple of letters?
Yeah, we like to do a multi-touch. I said at least 3. A lot of times we start, if you want to clean your list, we start with a small postcard on the first mailing. We mail that first class mail. And the reason we start with a small postcard is given postal regulations, they offer you really cheap as bulk mail postage if you stick to a small postcard. And you also get the bad addresses back. So for that first mailing, mail that, get the bad addresses back, and then you have to, put those in a list or something, send it to us. We can skip trace it. We can also clean your list to get those off the list. And then the second mailers, we do other things,
You only hope you get a lot of them back on the first mailer.
Yeah. And some people freak out. By the way, I want to say this. I don't care how good the list is. And we run it through all sorts of filters. We run it through CAS certification and national change of address. We do everything we can possibly do to clean up that list. But you're still going to get return mail. And the reason you get return mail is because there's human error involved in mail. Sometimes the mailman delivers it to the wrong house just because he makes a mistake. Well, a lot of people send those back as undeliverable mail. Sometimes they got the wrong name on the mailer, or the data's old in the property tax database or whatever. So, it's going to happen. And you shouldn't get more than 1% back. If you get 1% back, you do have a list that's probably pretty old. But don't freak out if you get it because it's an opportunity. Like Ron said, if they come back, that means the mail's not getting to the owner. Well, if you can find that owner and contact them either through mail or phone or both, you got an opportunity to get a hot lead.
So Jeff, what I'm hearing is all I have to really do is contact you and tell you how much I want to spend each month and tell you what area I want to target, and then let you build a campaign.
That's correct.
That's
what we
correct.
like to do. We like to back into it and give us your budget, and then we'll present to you what we think is the best list and the best mail strategy to fit that budget.
And people are, can start at different levels, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to warn everybody again and again and again. You better make sure you can handle the calls before you go spending money to generate leads. All right. If you can't handle the call and read the script, you're going to waste all your money. And I see people doing it all the time. First step, master the call. Second step, start generating leads because you can handle the calls.
Yeah, that's a huge point. Huge
all right.
point.
What about cost?
Well, generally speaking, I mean, cost varies based on the quantity you mail, the type of mailer you pick, and the mailing list you pick. So I can't give you one number, but I can tell you in general, expect to spend between about 65 cents and $1 per mail piece.
65 cents to $1.
Yeah, that's
Correct.
the range.
Of course, the more postcards, the lower it is. I just figure $1 a piece.
Right, exactly.
And that's cheap, man. I tell you, that's cheap because some of them are going to be letters.
Right.
But in the middle, I would insert a call, most certainly to everybody that comes back. But let's say you're going to be mailing to, I don't know, 3,000 people. You can skip trace those 3,000 people and get me phone numbers on them.
That's absolutely right.
And here's the thing, guys. You send them 2 or 3 pieces, and then you try to get them on the telephone, or you have your acquisitionist do it, or you have somebody do it for you, and refer to the 3 pieces I sent you. I sent you a postcard with the picture of your house on it. I sent you a yellow postcard, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just following up to determine whether, frankly, I'm pre-screening to determine whether you have any interest at all in selling. And that's where your biggest bang for the buck, right, is. And also a text. If you're going to get their numbers, a lot of them are going to be cell numbers anyway, aren't they?
Right, exactly. There's one point I want to make that's talking about using calling and digital marketing. I say this all the time. If you're not using direct mail as part of your comprehensive marketing strategy, you are leaving money on the table. And what does that mean?
Try to sell that to an internet geek.
Yeah, what that means is I don't care how, and there's a lot of people in this market that use exclusively digital technology to do their marketing. Yeah. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, okay? In fact, I even use that as part of my marketing in my own business. But there's different people respond to different things. I said that earlier. There's an element of the population, and I'm one of those guys. If you're targeting me to sell me something, you will never get a hold of me ever by calling me on my cell phone or cold calling me or sending me emails or anything. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff because I get inundated with it. But I do go to my mailbox and I look at my mail, okay? Everybody still goes to their mailbox and looks at their mail. Yep. So you have a chance to get a hold of somebody if you use different technologies.
Okay. You have to go to the mailbox and touch this thing before you throw it away.
Right.
That is definitely not true on that email that you can press delete most of the time before you even open them because you don't know who it is that you're getting it from. The thing about direct mail, it's always going to get delivered. A postcard is going to get read before they throw it in the trash. And the post office is still open, especially for all you younger folks out there. They still put ink on paper and deliver it by the United States Post Office. So it's just another marketing tool, and it really should be used within your business. And frankly, I don't care what business you're in. I used the heck out of it when I was in the restaurant business. Right. I would send out postcards and mailers and drive people in. All right, Jeff. What else do I need to get in here? We've talked about price, give or take. So they're going to send you how much money they can spend, basically. And it's very important you guys pick the right areas. Now, I'm telling you, you're going to get better response in the lower price houses than you are in the higher price houses. But I'm also telling you that may not matter once you get your head around this marketing stuff. Because if I have to spend a lot more money to get a lead on a $500,000 house than I do on a $200,000 house, so be it. I'm going to make a lot more money on the 500. It's all math. All businesses are nothing but math. And you need to quit worrying about what the cost of this mailer is. One lousy deal. I ain't touching one for less than 20 grand. So compare that. By the way, the 2 deals that I showed you yesterday, in case you were watching, that we made $77,000 on in 1 month came from a direct mail postcard that REI Complete mailed to people in probate.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, so to that point, direct mail has been proven in the real estate industry for both real estate agents and investors. It's been proven for years and years and years. People have been using direct mail in real estate very successfully. And it's also proven, and we have testimonial after testimonial that'll tell you that the deals they get from direct mail are almost 100% of the time far more profitable than any deal they get from any digital marketing technology.
I believe that.
And it's because I think the people that will pick up a mail piece and call you tend to be either more desperate or more serious about selling their property. And that usually means more profit in your pocket when you make the deal.
Okay. So the best thing for them to do is just let you do what you do best and get out of the way. Unlike me, of course, I had to insert my my testosterone into the mailer, but I think we're finally there.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And we,
You know,
I'm not saying we got all the answers. A test. I mean, if you think you have a better idea, fine, but don't throw all your money at something that's unproven until you test it.
the truth is, Jeff, they don't have a better idea.
Right.
Okay. I don't know what I changed works or not. I'm frankly just guessing, and so is everyone else till we'll do a test. And you know, nobody likes doing tests, but that's the only way we're going to find out what works. So if when you mail, you're going to mail to multiple different lists, right?
Right. Exactly. And it depends how much budget you have. I mean, the small budgets, you're limited on doing that, but the people that have bigger budgets gives you more options to do that. Multiple lists, different mailers, different markets. We have customers that are in 5 different markets around the country all at the same time. You know, I don't know how they do it, but they do it. And they have different results in different markets, different mailers in different markets, you know.
You're in the world of virtual. You can buy houses anywhere in the country from wherever you're at now. And people are figuring that out real fast. All right. Well, your contact information is right below, guys. You better write that down. We're not going to come back with it now. You got to keep up with it. Well, actually, that's not true. Yesterday, I gave you a sheet with all the contact information in it. So I think this is one guy you better get a hold of to let them help you. And all you really want them to do is call. This coaching call is just to help them develop a strategy for mailing, right?
Yeah, we start with a 15-minute call just to assess, you know, what you're looking for. And then if it makes sense to have a longer call, we'll take it to a longer call. But there's no cost to it. There's no high pressure. We understand we're there to help you. And we want to help you.
I don't want to mislead everybody. He talked about that $12.97 a month program. That's just one choice.
Right.
Okay.
No,
so don't cost $12.97 a month to have a mail for you.
Yeah, there's a lot of different choices. If you've got, for instance, if you have very little money, that REI Leads Daily, $150 a month program, that might be for you. Maybe that's all you can afford. But you know, if you got a choice, you either throw money at it or you throw your own personal time at it. So if you're going to throw your own personal time at it, that'll give you some leads that you can personally call and personally chase. If you want to throw a lot of money at it, hire the complete service, and then we vet the leads, and then you only deal with the leads that are the most qualified, or everything in between. You know, whatever you want. Well, we'll set whatever program works for you.
We've made the case. It's up to them to follow up.
Right.
And as always, I learn something every time I talk to you, man. Okay.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity.
Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Wow, that was informative. Okay. It's up to you to write down the notes now about what each one of these companies are bringing to you, because I tell you right now, you will not remember it 20 minutes after we're hanging up. So make a note. And in fact, you can take the sheet, just make a note. The contact information is on that last sheet that's in your manual that we sent you, but you are going to forget what they do and how they do it and so forth if you don't keep copious notes on it. All right, guys, have we got Taylor on here next from Liberty Leads? All right. Hey.
Hello.
How are you? Okay. All right, you got a tough act to follow, man.
Yeah. Well, we're the other side, the digital side of it. So it's good.
Well, that's good because we like diversity. You came to me, incidentally, whether you know it or not, through Jay Connor, which uses you and likes you. So go ahead and tell us what you do and where your leads come from and how much they cost. And well, you know what we want to hear.
Sounds good, Ron. Yep. Liberty Leads. We've been doing lead generation for motivated sellers for about 10 years. And we're span all across the nation and work with local investors, bringing in those leads digitally from search-based prospects, right? So we're looking for people who are actively searching. They're not just passively scrolling through their social media. They're actively looking with those highly motivated, distressed indicators, right? The tired landlords, financial hardship. Sorry, Ron, go ahead.
So in other words, all your leads come from ads that you run on Facebook and Google, or just Facebook?
Just primarily based. We have 2 different programs, so you can either go with the social media side of things or the search-based side of things.
Well, you just mentioned search based, which is good. People are looking for you. That makes them very motivated leads. So are you getting them from Google?
Yes. Yeah. Google,
Okay.
Bing, and Yahoo.
Well, that was my question. All right. So your leads all come from online, unlike Jeff, they come from direct mail. So now we could actually implement both of them if we're serious about this business and we know how to handle that call. I'm going to say it again. You better learn how to handle a call before you go spending a bunch of money and wasting it. I keep telling you this, but I keep talking to people that just throw money at it, waste the calls when they come in, and then get frustrated. All right. Well, first things first. When I opened a restaurant, it didn't take me long to figure out that I better go buy some food before we opened. All right. Same thing here. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's probably the secret sauce is getting that list of motivational keywords. Kind of like if you're doing mailing, right? If you have a bad list, then your whole campaign will get thrown off. With us, it's the same thing. We've spent millions of dollars in ads to figure out and dial this in over time on what are those things. We're not going to just target somebody that says sell my house in Atlanta. They're going to have additional motivation in there, like after divorce or, before probate, like those type of things that are included in there. And then at that point, we basically have a system that follows them around, on their phone, on apps, on anywhere they go after we understand that that's a really motivated person, right?
All right. So you better clarify that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So when they call you and you get information on them and then you forward that to your customers. But what happens when you get the lead? It sounds like you just said that there's more to it than that. Explain that better for me.
So yeah, what we have to explain that a little more. So with our advertising, we have a pretty extensive retargeting. So basically we just, if someone goes onto one of our web pages and they don't fill out a request for a cash offer, maybe they get busy or whatever happens, they don't complete the form. We will follow them around until they, either convert or just drop off our list.
That's called retargeting. I get people all the time telling me that everything I go, wherever I go online, you pop up. All right, that's called retargeting. So you do the same thing. So in other words, you pester them until they reply. Is what you're doing. All right?
Yes.
So now when they reply, most of them are good leads. Now I don't. I might be speaking out of term here, but Jay tells me that he gets a deal from, I think he said 1 out of 7 of your leads, if I'm not mistaken. And if that's not right, it's close because they're so qualified. All right. Taylor, what is the deal on what do these leads cost? And everything else I need to know about how much money we got to spend.
Sure. Yeah. So how we are structured basically is on a per lead model. So you pay per lead. And like Ron said, these are going to be more on the higher expense side of it, but lower time expense, right? So you're going to have more qualified leads. They'll save you a bunch of time. Cost is going to be more than, sending a dollar mail piece, right? So the per lead cost varies based on your market, starts at $150 per lead and can go up to about $300 in the really competitive markets. But yeah, you get those leads. There's even a refund process if you get something listed or a wholesaler. Like we'll eat the cost on that. That won't count against you on those.
So I got to tell you, we're using you now, and my acquisitionist is taking the calls, and you are very, very good at replacing that bad lead, a dud lead, with a good lead. Now that doesn't mean that you're going to replace one that everything that we don't buy, but if it's it's a lead that I can't even think of why they would be bad leads. They won't answer the phone. Is that a replaceable lead?
Yeah, let's say it's a disconnected phone number, something like that. We'll either get you a better number. So we have an active support team that'll reach out, skip trace, do whatever we need to do. So if we can actually get them on the line, we'll pass them over to you. If not, you get refunded.
Okay. And any other reason why we can't even reach the people? Okay. Yeah. But if we reach them, and they say, I don't know what you're talking about. I never called anybody about my house, and I don't have a house for sale, blah, blah, blah. Is that a replaceable lead?
Yeah, yeah. If it's not a legitimate seller, and they said, "Hey, I'm not Taylor. You know, I don't know who you're talking about." You know, we'll go ahead and credit that back as well.
Yes.
So yeah, we can't do everything, but we try and be fair, and you know, you're paying for a more quality lead, and so that's what you should get.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal, Taylor, because when you think about it, you're $150 a lead, but that ain't really true.
Right.
You generate leads anywhere else, they don't replace them if you can't get them on the phone or they never heard of you or yada, yada. So if you take the ones that you refund and add them to the ones that you don't, I bet you your lead cost is well below $100 a lead. And I know some of the people listening right now are saying to themselves, my God, $150 a lead. Are you crazy? But I don't know. Let's see how crazy we are. Okay. Jay closes 1 out of 7. All right. You ain't Jay. All right. Well, I'll tell you right now, when he started, he sucked just as bad as most people suck. Now he's got a multi-million-dollar business, and he's had for years and years and years. Made $1 million the first year he came out of my boot camp. So let's just say you're not as good as Jay. And by the way, Jay don't take the leads. He's got an acquisitionist as well. So I don't know. Let's say it takes me 20 leads to get a deal because I suck on the telephone. All right. And I'll tell you right now, with these quality leads, if you don't get 1 out of 20, you really do suck. You better go get that fixed first. I'll see you at the boot camp. Right? Get that fixed. So let's say I got 20 leads. That's $3,000, isn't it? So I had to pay $3,000 to get a deal that will make me no less than $20,000. I think that's going to work. And that's the math that I want everybody to be applying here. Okay, look, I know if you're broke, don't have any money, you ain't going to spend the money to buy these kind of leads. I get all that. All right, you got to start wherever you can start. But if you're coming into this business, you just heard Jeff say you did spend at least a couple of $1,000s a month, and he is absolutely right. What I'm bringing you here is some folks that you can buy these leads from that have already done the front end work for you, and your leads are very quality leads as well. So, okay, is there a minimum time I got, or what is the deal on the? I think you've got a upfront charge, don't you, that you draw down from when they get the leads?
Yeah. So how our billing works is you buy 20 leads, those get credited to your account. So we used to do setup fees in there because we have to build everything out, you know, if it's a new market for us, but we don't do setup fees anymore, or contract, you know, multi-month contracts. Basically you just commit to 20 leads. Cause like Ron said, you know, it's all math. It's a numbers game. So we don't want you to buy 1 or 2 leads and hey, they didn't work out. We want you to get a deal or two and get some momentum. And our goal as a company is not to, you know, have a bunch of investors that bid each other up. We just want to get somebody in a market and scale with you and your business. And it's less customers for us, so it makes it easier for us, and our investors are happy. So that's how we do our model: is you buy the 20 leads, and then you can decide to do whatever you want after the 20. Like, hey, let's scale it up. Let's pause it. Let's cancel it. You're not locked in.
And regardless of what business you're in, and I'm talking to a lot of folks right now, Taylor, that frankly, real estate might be the first business they've ever done on their own. And I get a lot of people that have had other businesses and they come in. Even my own acquisitionist, his family just sold 6 Denny's, and now he didn't have anything to do, but he was already doing real estate before I found him. But regardless of what business you're in, it's all math. It's a funnel. It's a great big funnel. We got to put all the suspects up here, which in your case are pre-screened suspects. And we got to weed them down to the ones that we want to work with. And then we got to weed them down to the ones that we actually buy houses from. All right, going to be a very few down here at the bottom, a whole lot up here at the top. And I don't really care what product or service you sell. It's the exact same thing. We have the same thing here at Global. We have to deal with thousands to get a few in our system, and that's marketing. So if you're new to marketing, then you got to get it in your head that you got to spend the money to get the top of the funnel, or you're not going to have the bottom of the funnel. And of course, it takes money. All right. So Taylor's not for everybody, because as I think I heard you're going to need $3,000 up front for them to use you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And I don't blame them, because that keeps them from crapping out before they at least get those number of leads that they're. And actually, let's see, $3,000 will buy what? How many leads at $150 a pop? 20. Okay. By the time you get 20 leads from him, you're going to know whether, it's going to work for you or not, as long as you don't screw up the call. And by the way, if you're in our mentoring program, you're going to be sharing these leads with our mentor. Our mentor is going to save you a lot of deals you're about to throw in the trash. And that in itself is going to more than pay for trying to do this on your own and wasting a lot of good leads. So it's all math. One deal is all it takes. One deal is all it takes per $3,000 or per $6,000 or maybe even for $9,000, which means you really, really suck following up on them. It's a simple math game, and we're in a high transaction value business for a small amount of money overhead. I haven't told our listeners yet, Taylor, but I've had 6 restaurants, and the last one I had cost me $100,000 a month just to break even before I made a nickel. And many, many months went by where I didn't break even, and I had to write a check. And also, I had to write a big check to get the restaurant to begin with, and I wrote checks all along the way for 4 years. So that restaurant cost me a lot of money, and I couldn't make it up in volume. Right? And even when I get a customer, it's a very small amount of money that I get to keep out of every single order that they give me. All right. So is your contact information up here, guys?
I think you can put it up, or you can just go to ronlegrand.com/liberty.
Yeah, we got it now. All right. So tell me, do your customers actually kind of report to you on their results?
Not everybody. So some of them do, some of them don't. I mean, I know we get, especially the people who've been with us for a long time, we'll definitely have those more in-depth conversations and hear good feedback from them.
Well, the fact they've been with you a long time tells you that they're successful with the leads.
Right. Yeah. Somebody's been with us for a year or two, we have that relationship, and we can, dive into more strategy and going into new markets or scaling up where they're at. Those are kind of the next phase that we usually roll into.
All right. So, Taylor, would you agree that the larger the market, the harder it is going to be to get the quality leads?
I don't know. I really think it depends on the market, to be honest, because some markets, the bigger ones, have the iBuyers and all the other people, so you got more competition, but then again, you probably have more upside if you do get a deal, on more profit for those deals, right? So it's all depending on your strategy. Like, we have people who are in smaller markets, in Arkansas, Alabama, things like that are crushing it. We also have tons of people probably in most major markets too. So it really comes down to, that's your side, the coaching side of it, to figure out what's your strategy, how do you maximize your market.
Okay. So it really, you're right. Wherever you go in the country, you're going to have different results on it, but not, I said Jay told me he gets 1 out of 7. Don't count on that. Okay. It might take you more than that, or it might take you less than that. So, all right. What else do I need to ask you that I haven't asked you so far?
I think we're good on that. I see in the chat someone was asking for a price sheet. Just if you jump onto that link on the screen there, we go over that on the call. We do about 15-20 minute call. Just go over what market you're in, what your strategy is, and then you can get all the details there.
When you post these ads on Facebook and Google, do you use videos?
We typically don't. We do have some video ads that we've done, but most of it honestly is search based, and so a lot of those things you can't do videos like on Google and Bing and Yahoo. So those are all just keyword based, and that seems to be the most effective.
Well, which is the most effective for you, Facebook or Google?
Google. And once again, it's the same thing. Like, if you do Facebook, you're going to get cheaper leads, but you're going to get a bunch of, fake information in there and people that are tire kickers. So you're going to have lower costs, but you're going to have, higher volume to sort through.
More work. But
Yeah.
on Google, they're searching for us, so they're way more qualified.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, you mentioned price. The price is easy. It's $150 a lead. So that's the price sheet. Okay. All right. Anything else? Before I let you go?
Someone else is asking phone number. You can jump on that link, and there's a phone number right on that page if you need to call in.
All right. You see any more questions on there for you?
Let's see. And I think one last one, about the leads, that they are exclusive leads as well, so they're not getting resold. And that's also another kind of a benefit, whereas if you pull a list and you're doing some other thing, you have a lot of people competing against you on that probate list or whatever list you're doing. With this, it's a real-time list, so you get that in real time. And like Ron was saying, like how you take that sales call or that text or however you follow up is super important to do that quick, because that lead is hot. And if you get them right away, that's exclusive to you. But if you wait too long, then somebody else could they could go to another website to shop you somewhere else.
You are exactly right.
Yeah.
Can't steal in slow motion. Better get on the ball.
Yeah. So they are exclusive. That's another thing. And then we also have a, territory exclusivity, which is kind of important to note, where we kind of have a cap per market. So, on that call, we'll check and see where you're at.
Okay. And I would suggest for everybody listening that you actually take these leads yourself if you can. All right. Now, if you've got a job you got to work at, you can't take leads while you're at work. Therefore, you send them to Pat Live. But if you can take them, these are hot leads and you want to talk to them right away. So that means if you're taking the call yourself, that means you're filling out the property information sheet. There goes 2 minutes. And you're going right through the closing script, but you don't have to try to track them down and call them back. Now, obviously you can't take the calls yourself 24 hours a day. So ergo Pat Live, you can forward the phone number they give you to them. And incidentally, this needs to be one number, because you want to track these leads where they came from, and forwarding it to them when you can't take them or you don't want to take them, and make sure we don't miss any. Because during the time you want to take them, I would suggest that be during the day, because you don't want to make yourself available 16 hours a day to take phone calls. Give yourself a break. So send them Pat Live. They'll send you the immediately that they got the call, but then you still got to call them back. And that saves in other words, for the sake of time, I want you to respond immediately. And today, everybody expects an immediate response. It's just the world we're in right now. The quicker you respond, the better. As far as competition goes, I never worried about it. I don't know why anybody cares about their competition. There's no way they're doing the same thing you're doing, when you're doing it, how you're doing it, and who you're doing it to. Just go do it and forget about competition. And I always said, I make them worry about me. I'm not worried about them. And that attitude has served me well over the years. And again, most people screw up the call to begin with. So very unlikely that, by the way, when you run these ads, you target the area, right?
Yes. Yep. So we break it out by county. So you basically select which counties you want. We get leads all over the country from organic search engine optimization. So we're still getting those leads, but when we bring on an investor, we basically pour gasoline on whatever market you're in to get a lot more coming in.
Are you area exclusive?
Yes. Yeah. So we do have a cap in each market, just so we're not bidding each other up or crossing over each other. We just like to scale with, 1 or 2 investors per market and, call it good. So that is one of the things we look at on the call.
Okay. All right. Well, anything else you want to tell our listeners before I let you go?
Yeah. Last question. Somebody asked, what contact info do you get? Good question there. So you get their name, phone number, email, property address, and then optional questions that we get as well. The occupancy, time frame to sell, and the reason for selling. So we can sync that up if you have a CRM or follow-up system or text, email, however you want to get those. gets right over to you right away on all that info.
Are you tied into our dream system?
I know that we have it. Yeah, we have it integrated. So we've
Okay.
set that up as, you know, we do that one or whatever else people have, we can definitely integrate it.
All right. So in other words, when you get the lead, you can put them right into our system, and then they pop up, and they're there for they're there for either you to send to the VA or you to make the call yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can set up automations too. Like if you have a certain process, we can most likely set it up so like it would automatically kick over to your VA when it, you know, so we're pretty good at integrations and the tech side of stuff. So, you know, if you have a certain workflow, we'll try and optimize that for you. Cause like Ron said, like that speed is super just in our society, that instant, gratification thing is real. So if we can get that streamlined and save you even 5 minutes up front, you know, that's a good win on your conversion.
Yeah. And I know that $3,000 is going to scare some people off, but I'm telling you right now, folks, I'll take my restaurant. I keep referring back to the business everybody thinks they want to be in. I spent $3,000 a month for the electric bill, for crying out loud. Okay, just the electric bill. Your $3,000 a month is almost your total expenditures, except for the VA and Pat Live. Such small operating costs compared to such big gains. So, all right. Well, if you don't have anything else, Taylor, you see any more questions there? Nick, you see any?
I think we're good. I think we got through all of them here. So,
all right. Well, we appreciate you coming on today, man.
okay. Thanks, Ron.
All right. Thank you. All right, guys, I'm about 5 minutes ahead of schedule here. Let me know when Jason gets on. He's on now? All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and take him then. Hey.
How are you?
Okay, you've been watching this?
I have been.
You've been watching your competition here?
I have been. It's been interesting.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, seems like all the players in the business that I know of are using you to generate leads. You know, you're not the cheapest guy on the block. I mean, I will tell them that right up front. So
No.
probably not for a beginner, especially not unless they master that phone call and make sure that they can take care of all of that first. But for some reason, I keep hearing your name and people are getting deals from your leads.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you take it over from there. Jason Drone is his name, by the way. And it's on the screen, isn't it? Okay, good.
Thank you.
So tell me, what do you do? How much does it cost? And why do I care?
Yeah. So, well, very similar to some of the other guys. I mean, we run traffic and we run, you know, we generate leads for investors all over the country. We do it a little differently though, I think. It's interesting hearing how some of them position, you know, kind of what they do. For us, it's only one person per city, you know, so we only take on one person per city.
Ooh, you are area exclusive. Okay.
Area exclusive, right? And our strategy is a little different because we tend to dominate that city with that investor. So we do half Facebook, half Google usually. So in terms of ad budget. So, and we do the video campaigns on Facebook and we do image campaigns on Facebook. And then we do the Google search ads too. So we try to get our folks to be omnipresent, you know. So I've been with one of our clients and he's getting out of the car and they're like, "Oh my God, it's Real Estate Steve," you know, because they saw him on Facebook, you know.
Yeah, one of my children. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Ron, really, you're exactly correct. I mean, if folks can't get on the phone and close that deal and they go 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 or 40 calls without being able to close a deal, then that's the biggest challenge of them all.
Well, that's why I teach it, man. And that's why I did a whole 2-day seminar on it called Mastering the Closing Call here just recently. And by the way, if you guys really want to master that phone, you ought to get that. In fact, I'm going to give you a chance to get it for free here in a little bit.
Yeah.
How about that? Was 2 days of just mastering that phone. Because I mean, I can't emphasize enough how important
Most important thing. Most
And
important thing.
and I'm telling you, you don't want to hire Jason until you can handle that call. You don't want to hire Taylor, and you don't want to hire anybody
No.
to do anything until you can master that call. And it's not that hard. All it is a matter of reading scripts and be able to answer a few questions from sellers when they ask you the questions. All right, so you don't even advertise the same way that Taylor does. And I know you use videos because I sent you a couple of mine.
Yeah.
Are mine up and running yet?
Yours are up, I believe. Yes.
Huh? Well, I
Yours
know
are
you
up.
just, if you got them up, you just got them up like
Oh.
a day or two ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now, so here's what I did, guys. I had somebody hold a cell phone in front of my face and press on video and press start. And I just talked for about, I don't know, maybe a minute. In fact, I think they were a minute, weren't they? I don't know.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, you want to sell you interested in selling your house? My name is Ron LeGrand and I buy houses all over the area and blah, 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 blah for a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
And here's how you contact me.
Yeah.
And by the way, the more poorly done the video is, the better it works. Okay. You don't want to make it slick. In fact, even if you flub it up and you sound stupid to yourself, that's a good video. Okay? And probably the worse you're dressed, the better.
Yeah.
And but it wouldn't even hurt to have a dog in your video. People love dogs.
They do.
Yeah. And if you got a spouse, both of you in the video, it also helps.
Yep.
So anyway, these are the kind of things that you'll learn from Jason, because tell them why they should have a video.
Yeah.
Or several, actually.
Yeah, so much of it, video is the preferred method that people watch on Facebook in particular. And video starts like as you're scrolling. Did you say why?
Why?
It just because it's more interactive. People are used to watching short form videos, and TikTok has trained the whole world that, a 15-second video is where you gotta put your attention. So a little video that isn't professionally done, that is personal, is like a camera, that you're talking to, always, not always, but most of the time outperforms anything professionally done, like done and shot in a studio.
Right.
And that's the interruption. So on Facebook or Instagram, they're scrolling through and they see you, and then they stop and watch some of your video. So that's the thing with social media. It's interruption based, and that's what a lot of people don't understand about advertising. Is Google and Facebook are two different sides. So Facebook is interruption based. You're being interrupted into your thing or into to the ad in front of you. With Google, you're searching. So how to buy houses fast, or how to sell my house quick for cash, or whatever. So they have a problem, and you are providing their solution. In that you buy houses.
Let's talk about this video for a minute, Jason.
Yep.
Number one, you need way more than one video. I only sent you two. I probably need to do some more. So what I would do if I was you guys, I'd take that closing script that we sent you, that you have in front of you, and you'll see some benefits on there, some reasons why they might consider you. You might want to do a video and knock out a couple of those at one time. And then, so you got 4 or 5 videos right there. In other words, all for the unique selling propositions and why they should call you immediately. And the more videos you send him, the better he's going to like it, because he's going to test them all. Right?
All of them.
Some of them work, some of them don't work. Okay, they don't work. You kill those and you try some more. We're always testing. That's what I hate about marketing. We're always testing. Why can't we just find something that works and keep doing that, and 10 years later still do the same thing? But it don't work that way, especially online. They change every other day, don't they? Change the rules on you about twice a month.
Every day.
Which is what I hate about Facebook for sure. Which is why I want to get online and want to get offline, and I am, and I suggest everybody else is. Even at Global, we are online and we are offline. So just here's what you need to do is you need to have somebody put the benefit in front of you and have somebody stand where you're looking at and put big old letters for me, because I can't see 2 feet, and read. I do it all the time. All right, just hold out a piece of paper so you remember them, and then put it in your own words and flub it up if you need to. I don't care. And create different videos. And I'm not kidding. I got 2 dogs. I should do one with my 2 dogs in it, and their names are Ruby and Goldie. I'm telling you, the people eat that up. Eat that up. 2 golden retrievers. I should make a note, shouldn't I? This is good stuff. I should write it down, shouldn't I?
You should. I can share a video of Steve actually. So everybody's gonna love it. Do you want me to share a video of an ad that is working right now?
Turn up a little. Yeah, I do.
Okay, let's do this. So we're gonna make Steve a rock star, more of a rock star than he already is. So,
Steve Zumigale.
Yep.
Out of Pennsylvania. He calls
Out of
himself
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, one of my children.
There we go.
He used to be one of our mentors.
Yep. So let's make sure my volume.
Hey, Steve, if you're watching this morning, tell us.
Yeah, here you go.
We got sound? We don't have sound.
Yeah, Jason, the sound will come through if you share your Chrome tab.
Oh, okay. Here. Let's.
By the way, when you watch this video, you will not see a professionally done video.
No.
Steve sent this thing to me, and I said, man, it sucks, so it should work.
Oh, it worked. All right. So if I Chrome tab. Okay. So ads manager. All right. I bet you. Okay. So this one should work. Okay. Can you see? Yep.
No.
All right.
There you go.
So it's right here.
Hey everybody,
Hi, I'm Real Estate Steve.
and I'm Mrs. Real Estate Steve,
And we are Freedom Sky Real Estate.
and we want to buy your house.
You know, one of the most common questions that we get asked is, how do I sell my house? I want to sell my house. It seems like such a complicated process, and we want to make it really simple for you.
We understand many of the people that come to us had, difficult situations.
Maybe within the family, a financial.
So can you hear it?
Skipping on us, isn't it?
It's okay.
All right.
Well, I'm happy to share it. I'm happy to share it with anybody afterwards. But I think
Let me talk about that video for a minute. Did you see how crappy it was? He switched shirts 5 times in what I saw right there. And his head was so dark I couldn't even tell who he was. Crappy video. Terrible
video.
But it works, huh?
It works. That video gets Steve leads for about $60 a piece. So
Really?
$60 a piece, and these aren't just like single family home leads. I mean, he's buying portfolios of business, portfolios now, like 6 units, 8 door units. So from little videos like that, so he's just a little rock star.
So how much is Steve spending in a month?
He spends about $3,000 a month in ads.
$3,000 a month.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And I know he does a lot of deals. A lot of deals. He's in Pennsylvania. What city is he in? I forgot.
Erie,
Pennsylvania, which is not a big hit city, but it's not a real small city either.
No.
I don't know what the population is. And the thing about the houses in Pennsylvania, they're cheap. They're really dirt cheap houses. I remember that.
Yeah.
Which is one way is a plus, one way it's a minus. It's a minus because the cheaper the houses, it's only so much money you can make on a $125,000 house.
Yeah.
And frankly, that's Steve's market, give or take.
Yeah.
And I think from what you'd probably agree that he's getting all of his leads from the lower end of prices in his city, right?
He is. Yep.
That's what he's attracting. Okay. And I do not remember how much he makes. He does a lot of wholesaling.
Yep.
But he also does term deals as well.
Lots of
I
terms.
can't remember. In fact, I think he said the last time his average was somewhere in the mid-teens when he wholesales a house. But remember, they're cheap houses. Okay. So his whole business is nothing more than generating leads, following up on the leads, takes the one that hit and pass on the ones that don't. And of course, we better make sure that we capture the ones that maybe in the future while we're doing this.
Yeah.
Because some of these people that call, I don't even know why some of them will call and they don't even have a house for sale. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
But as long as I've been in marketing, it's always been the case. We used to have an ad on TV. We used to do a 30-minute infomercial on TV with John and Greg Rice, the world's smallest living twins, 2.2 feet, 2 feet 4 inches tall.
Yeah.
And it was cool. And I promise you, 20% of the people who called had no interest in buying the product. Why on earth did they call? It was clear what it cost right on. I don't know. I don't get it, but that's marketing. So anyway, tell us about what it's going to take to get involved with you. And I know you can't tell me how much the leads are going to cost, but you can tell me what you know about what your clients are getting around the country.
Yeah. So typically, we do lots of marketing and lots of sales funnels and stuff. Typically, we charge $2,500 a month for this kind of a service, like this kind of an ad management service.
Hey, give me some ball.
Although, thanks to Ron here, Ron twisted our arm a little while ago, and so for anybody that Ron sends over, it's only $1,500 a month for our service, and that includes Facebook ads, Instagram ads, Google ads, and even YouTube ads. So once we hit the video, we find the video that's working, then we'll put it on YouTube. It also includes any of the.
What you just said is very important. Once you find a video that is working,
Yes.
then you put it on YouTube.
Yes.
And because my clients are going to send you several videos, you get to test them against each other.
Yes.
So you only put the winner on YouTube. Very, very important. And when you put that on YouTube, you put contact information in it as well, right?
Yes. Yep. It's contact information, phone number, and then of course the URL as well too.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
And then, of course, any of the lead gen sites. So most of our clients have Dreams or some other real estate-y kind of, lead gen landing page with the CRM on the back. So we integrate with all of them. Basically, we send the traffic directly there. And then we also provide dashboards and reports on the lead flow. So how many leads are you getting? How much are you spending? All of that. And then we do regular update calls and for a couple of reasons. We call them status update calls, but we want to know first how the leads are working. Is it good leads? Are they bad leads because of the targeting or maybe the zip codes or any of that stuff? And then of course we want to know, well, if you close 3 deals on 15 leads last month, what are we doing this month? Are we going to increase it, decrease it? What are we going to do there? Yeah. So then for the most part, our recommended budget for any of our clients is $2,500 a month. So, and we usually split that up half on Google, half on Facebook. And then that gives us a good look at the search based versus like the video view based, ads that are coming through. So all in, it ends up being about $4,000 a month, to start getting those leads. We make sure that there's that minimum because if you're only spending $1,000 on ads and you're only getting 10 leads, the likelihood of closing one of those into a deal is relatively low. Even our best clients so our average for our leads, the average close rate is 1 in 9. So
1 in 9.
1 in 9. So, everybody from Andrew Schlag might close a little faster. Steve might close a little faster. Somebody who's a little bit newer might be 1 in 12, 1 in 14. So, but that ends up being about the numbers.
That's good to know. That's good to know because that's easy math for us to do.
It is. Well, it's funny. Like sometimes a client will say, well, I've gotten 7 leads. I'm like, don't worry. 3 more, just give it 3 more leads and you'll get a deal. And they're like, then their 9th or 10th one comes and they end up closing on it. So,
Jason, you charge $1,500 a month to take on a client, but it would be hard for them to understand what you're doing for that $1,500 a month and why you're different than everybody else. And because you do a lot of testing and a lot of applying a lot of years of experience at this to try to get them the biggest bang for the buck.
Yep.
Because you know that if they don't get deals, they're not going to keep spending money with you. It's really just that simple. So when you are hired, I decide what my daily budget is, which is what on the average. For example, what is
$75 to $100 typically per day? $75 to $100 per day.
Okay. So I decide what my budget is per day. By the way, is that 7 days?
75 a day. So it would end up being usually between 2,500 and $3,000 per day or per month.
Okay, but I get to choose that number.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So you might want to explain to them what kind of stuff you go through to try to get them the best leads for the cheapest price.
Yep. So one of the nice things, we've been doing this a really, really long time now. So we have about 250 keyword phrases that we deploy across the country for all of our clients. And those are always our starting keyword phrases, and they're localized. So the way people try to sell houses in the South is different than the way people are trying to sell their houses in, like, let's say, Washington State. They're using different words oftentimes. So so we go through and do all that keyword research. We know what's working for the rest of our clients around the country. So that always informs, like, kind of the starting place of the new.
Good.
Yeah, right. And then we have a video script that that we kind of personalize for all of our new clients, and they record that. Some of them have their own ideas on what needs to be in the script, and that's cool too. We always test against them, as Ron said. And then we do Facebook image-based ads too. So we have about 8 different ads that we always deploy as the original image-based ads for a campaign. And then everything after that is testing. So everything after that is what keyword phrase set what lead, which provided what sale, which got one deal. And then we track all of that stuff as it goes through. So we just start deleting all the stuff that isn't performing, and we start maximizing the stuff that is performing. And, that's how we get the consistent lead flow over time.
Which brings up the point that we haven't discussed. It takes a little while for you to get this thing to where it's working because you have so much testing to do in our market and whatever. So explain why people should not expect massive results in their first 30 days.
Yeah, the first 30 days, it usually takes about 2 weeks in order to get everything up and running, to get the video recorded and video edited and all that stuff. And then it takes another 2 weeks or so. We live in a very tech-driven world, and everything has an algorithm behind it now. So Facebook's ad algorithm, is looking, it needs to be trained. It goes through this learning mode. And usually that learning mode is about 2 weeks. So and then once it learns who it's looking for, who your audience is, then it's usually pretty good. We still go through and make tweaks and update things, but it's just, we can't force it. So if we have 2 weeks to get you live and 2 weeks worth of learning, that takes us outside the 30-day window. Most of our clients start seeing leads in early month 2. So like day 40-ish, somewhere in there. They're actually on the phone, getting on the phone, having conversations. So,
got it.
And then that's really where the process kind of starts. But, and then Ron's next question will be, what is our minimum? And our minimum is 3 months. So, we have a 30-day kind of build up, 30 days of testing, and then 30 days to scale. And then from there, we just keep performing for you.
Right. So again, you've got to be ready to handle these leads when they come in, and that means you've got your systems in place, and you don't waste the money. But it's very important. They know your 3-month deal. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Because of all of the things you do to get to the best quality leads that you can get to.
Yep.
And you've been doing this for quite a while, and you've got an awful lot of clients. I'm telling you, I don't know all of my students, for crying out loud, but Steve used to be our mentor. Andrew Slag is also a mentor now, and he's doing 5 or 6 deals a month. And you're one of the chief suppliers of leads to him.
Yep.
So anyway, what else do we need to know from you? I kind of run out of questions.
Yeah, the biggest. So where somebody fails in this business, and it's important to bring up really is, what are some of the biggest, because we've had really, really great success with a lot of folks and a lot of students. We've also gone a couple months where things haven't necessarily fired or worked out the way they were supposed to, despite having really good leads. And it's the calling. So when somebody fills out a form on their website, Ron said this in the previous presentation, you got to call them back as quickly as possible. Like if you get that thing on your phone, you literally need to hit the button and call them back and say, hey, thanks so much. I saw you were just on my website.
Yep.
And if they don't answer, you call them the next day. And if they don't answer, you call them the next day. Our best
And
clients,
text
10
them.
days. Text
Text
them, yes.
Text them and tell them, remember now, tell them I'm interested in buying your house, not just interested in your house. So they don't think you're a realtor. And a lot of them will call you back. And when they call you back, that's a hot lead.
Yeah.
And so honestly, I just use your cell phone. Don't get all miscombobulated in all the systems that you got to set up and all that junk. It ain't really that complicated. You start with what you got, and then you start adding systems along the way. And that's after you're doing deals and making some money.
Yeah.
And lessen your load. In the beginning, I think you should take it. Anybody that you're spending money with, like anybody that I'm bringing you, you should take the lead so you can respond to them quickly.
Totally.
And then you'd forward to Pat Live when you're not available, be on the phone. And I'm telling you, even that is dangerous. Even that scared me. For example, every time you get in your car, that's when your phone's going to ring and you're not able. If I were you, I'd carry property information sheets with me in my car and everywhere I go, so that when that phone rings, I can stop and you're in a restaurant, excuse yourself and go fill out that form. And by the way, you can start this conversation with, oh, you got a house for sale? Okay. Look at my closing script, guys. Look at my closing script. You might even want to get to the closing script first to determine whether there's any reason for you to fill out a PI sheet, if that makes sense. Because it says right there, sometimes we can buy cash, sometimes we make your monthly payments till we can pay you off. And of course, if they know I want all my cash now, and then they want retail price, you're done with them. Just get off the telephone and be done with it. Don't even need a PI sheet. But so you're going to have to manage that. But there's going to be a lot of times when you're going to take that phone or get that phone call and you'd rather not take that phone call. Okay? That doesn't stop you from forwarding it to Pat Live when you go in the restaurant and taking it back when you come out of the restaurant. But he's right. Quick response is how you're going to get the deals nowadays. And then it's not just so much that I'm worried about the competition, is that I'm the, people, when you call them, you heard yesterday, you heard Pam say, I forgot the numbers, but a smaller percentage of the people that you try to reach is going to pick up the telephone. In our case, it was like 40%. We make three calls trying to reach them on the phone. Our VAs do. And those numbers were, they're almost unbelievable. We can't get 60% of the people to pick up the phone after 3 calls. And that's the world we live in today. So texting is a big deal right now. And again, instant response. I mean, you get that message, call them right then and there. Stop what you're doing and call them right then. And they will be impressed with how fast you responded, because they're not used to that. Trust me. In this world, nobody returns the call. Nobody does what they say. And you be the one that does.
Yeah, and that's just it. The speed wins, in this, and that prospect probably didn't just fill out your form. They probably went to a couple of your competitors and filled out forms too, which means it may be. And then those competitors, you want to be the first one to call them back. The other thing is when somebody clicks an ad and goes to your website and fills out the form, so they become a lead in your system. What that lets them do is feel like they've addressed their problem. They've delayed their problem, so I need to sell my house fast. I need cash for my house, whatever, those questions that are going on in their head. They're going to your website, they're filling out the form, they're hitting submit, and they're like, you know what? That's taken care of for now. Thank you. So it's your responsibility to then pick up the phone, to text them, and actually have that conversation with them. So that's how you do the deals.
Okay. So all we need, I'm trying to think for you guys out there right now, which I can't do, but you're going to get all kinds of choices here. And for some of you, Jason is your answer. For some of you, it is not. And incidentally, I did hear you say that you are area specific, right?
Yeah, area specific. Yep.
So what happens if somebody else is already doing it in my area? You put me on a waiting list, or what do you do?
We would put you on a waiting list, yeah, but I would just say that we wouldn't be able to, or we can even do zip codes outside of the area,
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
That's a good
like
idea.
a city over or something. We have some clients who they're targeting 2 or 3 cities, so they're buying in a couple different areas.
Quite a few of them nowadays
Yeah.
are targeting several different cities.
Yep.
In fact, all your wholesalers are in multiple different states, for that matter. The ones that do 200-300 deals a year.
Yep.
So there's something for you guys to think about. Okay, I don't have to buy a house where I live. I can buy it anywhere in the country. And
We have some clients who that's their favorite vacation home strategy. They'll target a vacation home and go grab one there, and then they'll go to the next
does
one.
that mean you need to buy one in Las Vegas so we can write off the trip?
I think so.
I was gonna buy one in Tahoe too while we're at it. Maybe Colorado. Yeah, I have houses all over the country.
Yeah.
And incidentally, don't forget Airbnb, guys.
Yeah. It's another big one.
Airbnb has nothing to do with a vacation spot. It has to do with it just replaces a hotel. You can have an Airbnb anywhere in any city, even if you don't think it's where people are going to come.
Yep.
So I'm just making it up here as I go. So all we need to do is contact you basically and have a conversation about what we're going to do.
Yeah.
You're going to give them your advice on what they should do.
Yep.
Then they're going to have to tell you what they can spend. But honestly, if the $1,500 a month scares you away, maybe it should.
Yeah.
Until you get to the point, because you don't want customers that really can't afford to work with you anyway. They're just going to start.
It doesn't do anything for them or us. I mean, like if they're not, like typically if you've done a couple deals and you're confident on, or some semi-confident on the phone, then we can amplify that. That's really where we shine. But if we get a month in and you start looking at like an ad budget, you're like, well, I have $500 to spend, then it's probably not the place to be.
No.
Banded signs, direct mail, like all of those kinds of things are where you should spend your time.
What kind of budget would you suggest we start with?
$2,000 to $2,500 a month, right around there.
That include you?
No. So that would be in addition to the $1,500 for us.
Okay, so maybe $3,500 a month, give or take.
Yeah.
Knowing full well that I'm really not going to start getting leads for a couple of months.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Keep emphasizing that because I know you deal with that all the time. I've been with you 14 days and I haven't got a lead yet.
Yeah.
We're not even set up yet. That's why.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Well, if you don't have anything else, we got questions for him, by the way, Nick?
Yeah, it looks like we got Mimon says, what are your KPIs with Facebook and PPC? So typically lead cost. So erring on the safe side.
Tell them what KPIs are.
Yeah, key performance indicators. So I always tell our clients between $100 and $150 per lead, give or take. It's an average. As long as you're not in California. In California, it's 4 times more than that. So without a doubt, it's going to be $400 or $500.
What about the smaller cities in California?
Smaller cities in California is good. So between 100, 150 a lead. A lot of our clients right now, though, are getting $60, $65, $70 leads. So it's a weird time in the real estate space. You know what I mean? So last year was last year, and now there's a lot more opportunity for creative financing and creative real estate deals. Last year, I mean, you could put anything on the MLS and people were getting 20% over asking. So
that's gone.
It's gone. It's gone.
Those days are over.
Yeah.
All right.
So people are looking for what you're doing.
Sellers are getting more and more motivated.
Yes.
Still not there yet because it's not that bad of an economy yet, but we're heading for some problems.
We are.
You guys, this is the best time for you to get this thing figured out.
Yeah.
Because it's coming.
It is.
The windfalls are coming.
Yeah.
You need to be prepared and set up and systemize and know exactly where your leads are coming from. But when I say they're coming, I think they're coming this year.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. Because it's declining fast.
Yep.
Of course, we're not in a recession according to our current administration. So housing, where was it? I seen an article the other day where housing prices have dropped 25% in 4 cities. One of them was Austin.
Yep.
Two of them were in California, and I forgot where the other one was. But that's just an indicator. Austin is an extremely hot market. There was 2 hot markets. Wherever they really went up really big time in the hot markets, they're just adjusting a little bit.
Yeah.
They're just taking away some of the gains, kind of like stock market. Some day you win, some days you lose.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, in our case, we're going to get leads from people who really want to sell their house. So I don't really care what the market is. I don't care.
No.
None of that. I mean, when I started, Jason, you may not know this, the prime rate was 16.8%.
Really? I didn't know that.
Can you imagine that? 16.8. Realtors were giving up their license, going out of the businesses. If you didn't understand creative financing, you ain't going to be buying and selling houses at those rates.
Wow.
16.8%. I remember sitting in a cafe one time with a friend of mine, and I made this statement. I said, I'm wondering if we're going to ever have interest rates down as low as 10% again. The whole market was conditioned to these high rates. Okay. We lived with them. I still bought and sold houses, but I did learn.
That's where
So
you got
it's
as
been
good as you
always
did. You were trained in fire.
Yeah, I've been around so long. I've seen so many cycles that I worry about the people coming into the business.
Yeah.
And if you think it can't get worse, trust me, it can get a lot worse than it is right now. Just remember, 16.8% is the prime rate, for crying out loud.
Wow.
That would kill the real estate market, except for us.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us before I turn you loose?
No. Yeah. If anybody has any questions, just go to ronlegrand.com/Jason. Even if you're looking for like an exploratory call, like just a strategy session on leads and stuff, go ahead and fill out that form. Happy to kind of lend a hand. Like we've been doing this long enough that we can see through a lot. So, so let me know.
Well, you're just another example of let people do what they do best, so you can do what you do best.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to. Hey, by the way, all of our listeners can go throw up some ads on Facebook and Google, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. You can lose a bunch of money that way for sure.
Yeah. So I don't need Jason. I'll do that myself. Yeah, sure.
Right.
All right. Okay, you might as well go paint your own house too while you're at it. Do all your own repairs. That's not what we're all about. We're trying to get you into a business that's systemized, that works for you. So all you got to do is make decisions. That's it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure talking to you.
Yep, you too.
Well, okay, I'm going to get you some more videos.
All right. Sounds good.
I wrote here, make video with dogs.
Yes. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to have to get me some young gal. I better shut up. I'm not going to go there. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Talk to you soon.
All right. All right, guys. Have we got Tangi up? All right. Next, we're going to be talking to Tangi.
Hi.
Okay. You've been watching this? Huh?
Oh, yeah. I saw the last 2 speakers. They were awesome.
All right. So you've been watching your competition, but not really. All right. So Tangi, tell us who you are and what you do and why should we care?
Awesome. Well, I'm Tangi Cousins. I've been with Foreclosures Daily for almost 20 years since we've been open, and we are a nationwide lead provider. We provide leads to investors, realtors, attorneys, and just your basic.
And guys, could you switch the bar down below? Because that's not her. All right. Still had Jason up there.
That's okay. So I provide leads to investors, realtors, attorneys, and just your basic first-time home buyer. I've been in the company, in the business for almost 20 years now. I do have a slideshow presentation that I'd like to share, if that's okay.
All right.
Okay. Let me see here. I was sharing my desktop.
While you're hooking it up, the fact you've been in business for 20 years ought to tell us something.
Yeah. We've been doing this for a really long time. Back in the old days when we were on our hands and knees on the floor, stapling the books together and mailing them out to our clients. So that was pretty cool.
I remember.
So let's see here. I don't see the same thing
Remember
to
when
share.
Tangi, you're in full screen mode. Just hit escape.
I
and
got you. I just found that out. Okay, perfect. Let me go to my presentation. Here we go. We'll start the slide from the very beginning. And this is my email. If anybody has any questions in the end that we don't get to, you can email me afterwards. But we are going to be having some great specials. When I get done talking, I'll tell you what they are just for Ron having us on. And we've created something special just for anybody that's came from his event today. So there's a lot of different lead providers out there, right? And everybody does a really great job for what they offer. And the last two gentlemen that I heard, they are on the more expensive side. However, I do feel that they are very worth the dollar. So, I mean, when you get to a point where you're able to get into that bracket, if you're not in that bracket now, to market Google PPC, things like that, YouTube, those are definitely ways to go. We deal with a lot of beginning investors as well as advanced investors. And the difference between our company and other companies out there, all of our leads have real estate attached. That's really important. You know, let's say that you got a lead that people file for a divorce or are going through a probate. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's real estate attached.
Correct.
You know, other companies out there will provide you with all of those leads. We actually narrow it down to just the ones that have actual real estate. So, you know, nobody wants to market to 300 people if there's only 15 of them that had property, you know. And just to give you some stats on that, only 7 to 10% of the people that die and file probate or just have passed will actually physically own real estate. So it's a very small amount, you know. So it's not like it's this massive amount. It is this massive amount that files, but not that has real estate. And most of the properties that we have will come with property appraisers information, you know, such as bedrooms, baths, type of property, and just your basic information. They're all going to come with names and addresses. And even if it was I'm sorry, go ahead.
Stop there for a minute.
Okay.
You do probate leads?
Yeah. I've got slides that are going to talk about the types of leads we do after this one.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So most companies that we have found are quarterly and they're not physically being farmed for real estate. You know, we do understand the importance of having fresh data and that are physically farmed for property. So those are just some of the ways that we are different. And to answer Ron's question, we absolutely do probate. You know, we do probate.
All right. Well, just a minute. I think you guys need to take a screenshot of this screen right here if you want to. This tells you what she does. And frankly, everything on there is a very, very hot lead if they're in one of those situations.
Yes, sir. We do probate, pre-probate, inheritance, code violation, eviction, divorce. But, you know, I got to go back to the probate thing because probates are awesome. You know, just 2 weeks ago, somebody made $100,000 on wholesaling a probate property. That's like awesome. And like a week before that, I had somebody make 75,000, and these aren't even fix and flips. These are wholesaling, you know, and a lot of people have such a misconception of these leads. You know, they think, oh my gosh, this is such a long process. It takes forever. And my response to that is, well, it's a good thing you don't have to wait for them to finish. You know, you can purchase the property.
Last 2 deals that we've done, we made $77,000 on 2 little cheap junkers, and they both came from probate.
That's awesome. See, I mean, that's great news. And would you know, I'm sure you would agree that a lot of people think that it takes so long to buy probate. They think because it's like 8, 9, 10 months, but you don't have to wait for that process to buy the property. You can buy almost right away. Every county and state is different, but as a rule of thumb, even if the judge has like full authority or partial authority, you know, you bring the offer to the judge and he usually signs off almost immediately, you know?
All right. Let's talk about that for a minute. First of all, they might be asking, why didn't I renovate the houses? Because I didn't want to wait 6 months to get paid, and I didn't want to go through all that crap. And the truth is, I made almost as much money wholesaling them as I would if I'd renovated them and gone through all of that nonsense. So I want to talk about your probates for a minute. Mm-hmm. What is the definition of a pre-probate?
So those are on my next slides. I go over the definition of both. I put the slideshow together exactly to tell you the difference between probate, pre-probate, and stuff like that. So everything on these slides is going to answer those questions.
So why would I want code violations?
Okay. So those are on my next slides as well. So
all right, just want me to shut up, move on. All
I'm
right.
so sorry. I have all this here, but I'll talk about code violations though real quick though. Code violations are awesome, Ron, because you know, when people deal with code violations, they're typically getting violated for things like grown up grass, you know, overgrown trash and debris. And when you have situations like that, it means the properties are usually not being maintained. So you would obviously want to target a code violation because they're being violated. If they're being violated for those particular reasons, a lot of times the properties will not be being maintained, which means the owner's probably falling behind. They just don't care about the property anymore, or they've out of state and they're not maintaining it. But that ends up becoming a very lucrative property for you to go after in a great list.
In my experience, most of them need renovated if they got code violations, and also probably 75% of them are already vacant anyway.
Absolutely.
So
Mhm.
code violation could be a lot of things. And usually it's a neighbor complains about it and the city comes out and puts a code,
Yeah.
it's not
Code
condemned.
violations are very good, and people make a lot of money on them when they target them.
And where I live, they can continue living in the house with code violations, but they can't put anybody else in it until they get those violations fixed. And that's good, because we love fixing code violations.
Absolutely. And we also do evictions, which is really good, you know, because they were kind of on lockdown the past couple of years. And, you know, a lot of the investors that got caught with not being able to collect rent and everything, you know, a lot of them are liquidating their properties right now on that eviction list.
And in fact, one of my benefits is that if you got issues with your tenants, don't worry, we'll take care of that when we buy. That's a big deal for some landlords, especially landlords that really aren't in the business and don't know how to handle. I know how to handle.
It's sad because they weren't able to collect rent for a couple of years, and they're losing their properties at a massive level. Sometimes people, you know, had 10 and 15 properties that they're now going into foreclosure because they couldn't afford to pay their payments because their tenants weren't paying them. So evictions are really good right now.
Yeah. So the screen in front of you guys is a good list of choices that you have. Tell you that, you ought to take a shot of it.
And a lot of fears that people have is, you know, working a list that they don't know, that they don't understand, and that they don't know the process and they've never done it before. And what I teach people is I'm like, stop looking at the list. I like what you said earlier, Ron, because you were like, I'm interested in buying your property. Not just, hey, I'm interested in your property. I'm interested in buying your property, you said. And that just lets them know that you're just not anybody out there. You're not a realtor. You're not this person. You're interested in buying their home. So I tell people, look at the list. You know, don't look at the list, look at the person. It's a human being who has a property they may want to sell. Doesn't matter whether they're going through probate, pre-probate, inheritance, foreclosures, divorce. You're looking at the situation and scaring yourself and getting in your own way. Especially with probates, people will be like, oh my gosh, that's scary to reach out to somebody after somebody died. Well, it depends on how you're reaching out. You know, if you're reaching out and talking about their unfortunate situation, you know, you're going to offend somebody and, you know, you're scaring your own self. But if you just look at it as it's a human being who has a property they may want to sell, look at it like your neighbor. That's somebody's neighbor, right? I've known my neighbor for almost 20 years. If they had an extra property, I'm just going to walk outside and say, hey, so I understand you guys have an extra property. Are you guys thinking about selling it? You know, I possibly may be interested in buying it. You know, I'm not going to go get a $5,000 training class on how to go through a probate process to go talk to my neighbor. However, I might go get a $5,000 training class on how to buy property because then I'm working on myself and what my job is. You know, you need to worry about your job. Your job is marketing, answering the phone, running comps, visiting the property, estimating rehab cost, putting an offer in and writing a contract. If you can do those things, you can invest. You know, it's just a human being who has a property that they may want to sell. So let's answer your question from earlier. Probates is the legal process wherein the estate of a decedent is administered. When a person dies, his or her estate must go through probate. It doesn't matter if there's a will. It doesn't matter what's going on. The only way they can avoid probate is trust. If they have a property in trust, you know, obviously they've handled the situation before they passed and their property is already going to be trusted to somebody else. Now, probates, I'm sorry.
When we mail to probates, on probates, we're mailing to the owner of the house after probate. After that period is over, right?
So you're going to be mailing to the property address and or B, the personal representative who's handling the estate. It depends on what your county produces as far as information that we are able to get. So, and you're always going to have like decedent's name and address. And I'm also going to be going over a lead and what it comes with and what it may or may not come with. So, I mean, if it comes with PR names and addresses, which is personal rep, that's the person who's handling the estate. If our list comes with that in your particular county, then yes, you can reach out to the horse's mouth. If for some reason it just comes as a pre-probate and there's just the decedent name and address, you would mail to the property and then you would skip trace the decedent's name and address, and a good skip tracing company will give you the most likely to be the next of kin. So that's how you get around that.
All right.
Now, Probates by far are one of the best leads nationwide you're ever going to get. They have a lot of equity. They typically don't mind taking a discount, and they're extremely motivated. People are almost always older when they lose their parents. They're usually not children. They're typically 50 and 60 themselves. That means they're established in their own life. They have their own property, and they've got their life together. We hope these days. Sometimes they may still be living with you, right? So I mean, but a lot of times they will have their own situation taken care of. So when mom and dad pass, they usually want to sell the property. So you're dealing with a very motivated seller. Now,
Correct.
that's a probate. What's a pre-probate, right? And a pre-probate is a person who has died. A death certificate has been filed. We've verified there's real estate attached, and we give the lead to you 1 week later. The benefit of working a pre-probate list is not only are you first at the door because it's 1 week after the death, and you're going to be reaching people that may have inherited the property via a trust, and they may never make it on the probate list. In that situation, you can purchase right away, and sometimes these people may be able to buy or sell their property immediately and not even have to go through probate. But even if they do have to go through probate, you still should work both lists, because like I said, you don't have to wait for that whole process to be over before you can buy the property.
What I like about the pre-probates is that the probate period has not gone through yet. And I can tell you in the past, I've bought quite a few houses where I will deal with the children that are about to inherit the house, and I'll pay for the probate process, but I'm going to get a deed, a quitclaim deed in advance. And then when the probate process is over, I'm going to get them to sign a warranty deed to me. And when I'm paying for the probate, that's a big deal to some people that can't afford to pay the attorney to go through the probate process. So you get a chance to get in, and it's all going to be probably the lower end houses again.
That's really awesome that you said that, because that's where I was going with this. And the benefit of working a pre-probate is not only are you first at the door, but if you hook yourself up with a local attorney that can give all your pre-probate leads to, you're giving him business. So in turn, a lot of these attorneys will work with you. Sometimes they'll take a very small fee to start the probate process for you and get you to the point where you can buy the property. I know several attorneys that will do it for nothing in the beginning and wait for closing until their money. Yeah. And then you can offer to help pay for these people's probates. I had somebody do that, and they got like 5 deals in 2 weeks.
Yeah, got one of those here, actually. You'll wait till you get paid.
Absentee owners are really good too. You're dealing with a non-owner occupied a lot of times, even part of the year. Like I'm in Florida, so there's a lot of what we call snowbirds here. And eventually somebody, mom or dad ends up getting sick. They can't travel back and forth anymore. And a lot of people come to Florida to retire, but when things go bad, a lot of times they'll want to go back home with their family, and that leaves a property here that, again, probably not being maintained. They may want to sell the property. So absentee owners out of state are really, really good, because then they lose their emotional attachment to the property. They're not here. They can't maintain it all the time. And in-state are good too. You're dealing with a lot of investors and landlords if you're dealing with absentee owners that are in-state. So, absentee owners have proven to be a really good lead source as well.
Angie, now, can you get vacants yet?
We can do vacant properties. I think, you know what, let me check into that, because I know that there was something that we were having a difficult time getting. It may have been vacant properties. I can't remember. I'd have to check into that. It was either vacant land or vacant properties. So. Okay.
Well, obviously we'd want the address, or the phone number and the address of people that own the property, even though they don't live there, so we can mail directly to them if we could get them. That would be a dynamite list.
Yeah, every lead we give you is always going to have address to the owner. However, most of our lists are not going to come with phone numbers. And even if they did, I do recommend paying a really good skip tracing service, because when you pay a good skip tracing service, they usually get you better phone numbers.
All right.
Now, a lot of people want to know, well, what's the difference between an inherited property, a probate, and a pre-probate? Well, an inherited property, like I said in the pre-probates, is for a person who inherits a property via a trust, which you are going to get on your pre-probate. Now, it also includes family deed transfers, a property that was transferred from one family member to the other in the amount of $0. So it's going to have a lot of inter-family transfers, which means a lot of people would still be living at that point. I have a life enhanced estate. I did a ladybird deed on my house so that when I die, my kids are already pretty much going to be on there. But it doesn't affect their first time home buying offers that they're going to have. And it doesn't affect me in my decision making. If I decide to sell my house, I don't need them to sign. It's called a ladybird deed, also known as a life enhanced estate, kind of like a trust. So
And,
my children won't have to go through probate when I die on my property. So
most of them are transferred with a quit claim deed. And when you see a quit claim deed, it's probably an inter-family transfer. That's QUIT, not quit claim deed, which means I'm not promising you I own this property, but if I do, whatever I own, you now own. And that's why you want a warranty deed later. It warrants the title and that they own the property.
absolutely. Now, divorce leads is another thing that we offer. The legal dissolution of a marriage by a court or other competent body. It's when the divorce is filed, we will verify that they own real estate and we will give the lead to you 1 week later. There's huge benefits to working a divorce lead. You know, I used to have a guy that worked every single lead we ever came out with in the whole 20 years we've been in business. And when I get a new lead source, he's the first one to buy it. And I remember this phone call distinctly because it's an awesome, funny, quick story. He was buying the divorce leads. You know, I reached out to him like I do everybody and say, hey, how's it going? How's the divorce leads working out for you? He's like, oh man. He's like, I got a couple of deals under contract, but I've really got some issues going on here. I had one guy show right up at my property and one guy's texting me and like, well, what's going on? You know, and he's like, well, they're mad because I reached out to their wife and, you know, who's going to be, they're divorcing. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, you know, who are you marketing to? He's like, well, I was marketing to the women. I'm like, why would you do that? They just filed divorce a week ago. This is fresh. They're probably still living together. He's like, well, I figured they were going to get everything. I was like, oh my God, were you looking for a date or were you looking for a property?
And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of the people that I've talked to in divorce, they say, well, I want to make sure that my spouse doesn't get any money out of this divorce. So,
I know.
And here's a question you always want to ask when you're talking to people that you know are in a divorce situation, and that is, has the judge issued you full ownership of the property? A lot of times people think that one of them owns the property when that's not the case. For example, the judge rules that the guy has to keep paying for the house. So the wife might think, well, now I own the house. Not true till the judge says it's true. Of course, that would come up in a title search, but that's one of the first questions I ask. Are you the only owner? Do you have something where the judge awarded you ownership of the property?
That's a good idea. That's good information, Ron. And I got to tell you, when you marketed the divorce, this is 1 week after they filed. So they're very much still both owners of the house, I'm sure, unless they've handled it before the situation. But hopefully you'll come in within a week after they file for divorce, offering them cash offer on the property and solving him and their wife's problems or whatever is going on, because that house is going to be the biggest fight between the two of them for the next year or whatever. So, I mean, you can solve that like right away by coming in. So another lead we offer is list pendants, which are pre-foreclosures. We're really awesome in Florida for foreclosures. We're daily, we're fresh. We're more so monthly outside of Florida. And, you know, with the list pendant situation going on, I got to be honest with you, we thought there was going to be this really big foreclosure boom after the 2 years, slump that we hit, not mentioning anything online. But it didn't happen. There's just barely anything trickling out. And the very tiny amount that's trickling out right now is being so overworked by the newbies. So, I mean, I'm not going to recommend that on a big level right now, especially over probate and pre-probate, because people are crushing it with probate, pre-probate, code violation, and eviction right now are the 4 hottest leads that people are just making a lot of money with right now. And there's not a lot of competition with those either.
Okay. Well, it's okay if I disagree with you, isn't it?
I know, and you did last time too, and that's completely understandably. You've got your own opinion. We have ours. So, I mean, you can say
foreclosures are foreclosures. They've always been out there. They will always continue to be out there. People are people. Problems are problems. And by the way, your foreclosures have jumped. The last time I looked, 186% over last year.
Yeah.
And they're going to keep on coming. Now,
the banks we find are working with a lot of them right now.
It is true that a lot of them are so far behind, it's not even worth saving because they haven't made payments for quite a while. But there's also some really big pearls. And when you work in the foreclosures, sometimes you get a lot of equity in these things by simply taking over the debt and bringing the payments current. And it's case by case. But I'm working foreclosures right now, which have already been filed on, which is the definition of list pendants. That's the first thing that is filed.
Absolutely. And we can do list pendants. We can, absolutely. And I understand, and you're right, Ron, foreclosures have always been great. That's the name of our company. We've been in business for 20 years. We started out with foreclosures, and we'll always be foreclosures as well. It's just that we just found that a lot of our seasoned investors are complaining that the banks are working with a lot of them because they don't want to get stuck with all these properties. However, we do offer it, and I'd be more than happy to help you out with that. And here's how the leads can help you if you're like an investor, a realtor, attorney. You can get properties for wholesale prices. You can gain listings. This helps you on your personal investing. So our leads can help you in many ways, regardless of what hat you're wearing. Even if you're an attorney,
Yes.
our leads can help you as far as being an attorney by gaining your attorney firm business. And even if you're like a mortgage broker, you can get refinances, loan modifications, and everything like that.
All right, I got 2 points I got to get in here. Point
Okay.
number one, the banks are working with them, but that does not mean that they're going to let them reinstate. What you weren't told back when you said don't have to make payments is that you're going to have to requalify when it comes time to catch up on this thing. A lot of people are not requalifying for that. And the second thing is, I just totally forgot it. So go ahead, I'll think of it.
Well, if you think of it, just let me know, and I want to talk about marketing real quick because marketing is really important to the lead types we just talked about. We do recommend a 6-step mailing campaign when you market, but a lot of people's budget don't allow them that. So I made a slideshow, and it happened to be October when I made this slideshow. Talks about a 3, 4, 5, or a 6-step mailing campaign. If your marketing budget only allows you to do a 3-step campaign, you want to try to stretch it out as long as you can. So using October, November, December as examples, if you could only afford to do a 3-step mailing campaign, you want to mail October, November, maybe skip December and do January. That you're just stretching it out as long as you can. We just had some stats come out from Go Big Printing, and by the time you get to your 6 to 7-step mailing campaign, it increases your response rates by like 80% of people responding to you because like nobody's marketing to them after 6, 7 times.
Or deals in the follow-up. Here is the first hit. And by the way, the time for foreclosure here in Florida is about 6 months. So you got to time your mailers. We
You're
are
absolutely
mailing.
And
Mailing
we're going to talk about that too. What leads you mail for a 6-month period? Because it's not everybody, right, Ron? You don't mail everybody 6 times. As you just follow them through their process. So consistency in marketing is key. Consistency, patience. The early bird gets the worm. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. You not only want to be first, but you also want to be last. And the types of leads that you do market to for 6 months, Ron, you really know your stuff because it's like every time we talk, you're talking about things that are coming up in my next slide, and you're so advanced in your knowledge because you've been around for so long. And I see that because you're talking about all the slides I have next, and you already know all this stuff. So we thank you for your knowledge for sure. I've been following you for the whole 20 years we've been in business. So it's been
Thank you for pointing out how old I am.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. You're just very.
You better get to what this costs, girl, because you're running out of time here.
Okay. Well, these are the types of leads you want to market to for 6 months: is probate, pre-probate, divorce leads, inheritance, list pendants, and code violation. Anything that's going through a process, that's the process you want to be marketing to them for. Let me skip through and get right to the pricing. But some of the bonuses that you will receive when you purchase leads through Foreclosures Daily is you get my 6-step mailing campaign, you get my phone scripts, I give you emails to send to the attorneys, I give you postcards and letters to send out to the owners. You even get a probate book that we physically mail to you called Probate Real Estate Sales 101. I've had the pleasure of having the author on my monthly webinars multiple times. And we give you special links to get reduced mail rates on my postcards and my letters. They'll mail them for only 38 to 42 cents with postage. And I also give you a company that does skip tracing that'll skip trace for only 15 cents for you. So here is what we're doing for anybody that uses Ron's code, which is Legrand 1000. That's Legrand 1000. And I'll go right back to that. If you go to foreclosuresdaily.com and it's going to ask how you heard about us, like what's the code, just put Legrand 1000. You don't even have to put Ron's name, just put Legrand 1000 and it opens up a 25 to 30% discount, which are these prices. And just for putting Legrand 1000 by Tuesday, we're going to give you a free county for anybody who buys 6 months worth of data. You get 1 county, 1 list, $599 for 3 months. 6 months is $999. That's a $200 savings. or a year is 1,750, which will save you 650. But I want you to buy at least a 6 month or the year because we want to give your list a chance to produce, function, and show results to you. So anybody that purchases a 6 monthly list, you get to pick one list, one of these lists, not all of them, one county. It's usually half off for the second county, but we're going to give you a free county if you buy between now, Tuesday, and use LeGrand 1000.
Okay, so we're changing, in this case, we have no idea what it's going to cost per lead because it's going to vary by area.
You're never
And
going to get more than 25 leads a week. The average cost per lead is $2 a lead. When you buy the 6 month subscription, it's about $1.60 a lead. And when you buy the year subscription, it's about $1.40 a lead.
so you can, that's $1.40 a lead. Okay, but that's just, that's right. That's just a name now. And in other words, nobody has called them and processed them and all of that. But that's cheap, actually.
When you work these types of leads, Ron, you're going to get a small group of people. That's why we say no more than 25 leads a week. Most counties don't even have 25 leads a week. For like example, Hillsborough County, Florida, 20 to 25 leads a week. But you might go over to Bay County, Florida, and they might only get 10 leads a week. When you work these types of leads, it's a small group of people, but you're going to yield a much higher response. If you pick a county that does not produce 20 to 25 leads a week, I will give you a free county to make sure that you do. But you're going to get a free county anyways if you buy between now and Tuesday and they use your code.
So it really just comes down to you testing it. And it still comes down to how you answer the phone when they do call and how fast you respond and so forth. But we're starting with good targeted names, and that's what is going to get you the most success. In fact, that's why we're doing this whole event. So, all right, Angie, you got questions for her yet, Nick? Foreclosures Daily has been around a long time. I mean,
Yeah, and I'd like to get you on one of our webinars too, Ron, if you ever have some availability in the future.
you should do a podcast.
Okay.
Yvonne says, which states do you serve?
We're nationwide.
But you specialize in foreclosures in Florida.
We do. That's where we started out. We can help them in foreclosures in a lot of other areas too.
All right.
Cindy says, most of these are talking about cash offers. I'm just getting started and don't have cash to purchase a house. Are these
We
lead
were
sources?
talking about
for me?
wholesaling actually. Early, you can
Well-
wholesale a lot of these deals.
I would say to that, Candy, that you probably should get a little training where you'll find out you don't need cash. Even when we make cash offers, we don't put up the money. And frankly, it costs nothing to put a property under contract and flip the contract. I just did one of those this past month, put it under contract for $58,000 and sold it for $80-some thousand. Didn't spend a dime on the property. And it's one of these probate leads, by the way. So if you're thinking you have to have money to buy real estate, I'll see you at my boot camp. And you'll
Nice.
quickly learn that is not the case. In fact, even if you got the money, you shouldn't be writing the check. Any more questions?
That's it for Tangent.
And speaking of your boot camp, I can always tell when somebody has referred you because they come to me with so much knowledge and they're ready to go and they're super raring to go and excited when they are referred by you, Ron. So.
Well, I have a lot of children. All right. Is there anything else you want to tell us before we quit?
Not really. Just take advantage of it by Tuesday and use the LeGrand 1000.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank
We
you very much.
appreciate you. Thanks for having me on.
Okay. All right, folks. As I told you earlier this morning, there are way more here than you're ever going to do. And so we've just went through 4 of your possible choices. And, you know, you're going to have to pick. Largely depends on your budget. Right now, let's take a break. And we're going to come back at, take 15 minutes right now. 15 minutes, come back at 1:30. We're not all islands. We need people in our lives. We need to talk to people, and if we're going to talk to people, you have a choice. You can talk to the dream stealers, or you can talk to the folks who are on the same path you are. And I can tell you from a lot of years of teaching that the very first thing that one should do is latch on to other people that are doing that thing they want to do, not only to give them the inspiration, but also the education necessary to continue growing. All right, here we are. Do you have any more questions, Nick, before I go on? All right, go ahead.
Linda says, can we order vacant land parcel leads with skip tracing?
I am sure you can.
This was
I don't-
Jeff,
I'm not-
Jeff Charlton was talking.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure you can, but I don't know the answer to that question. Just contact well, I'd contact Jeff and I'd contact Kanji both. One of them will certainly produce them.
Larry says, if you blanket mail an area with flyers, how often would you mail? Every 2-3 months?
If I blanket an area with flyers,
Yeah.
which has nothing to do with mailing.
Maybe every door direct or something like that?
It might be one of your hits, but frankly, a series of sequential mailings. Now, it's going to consist of postcards and probably letters, and maybe even giant postcards, and different mail each time. But I don't know that I'd do flyers while I'm mailing postcards. I guess you could. Frankly, I just never thought of doing that in the middle of a mailing campaign. But, you know, those flyers are going to cost you, well, I guess they cost less than a mailer. So maybe it's a good idea now that you brought it up. Maybe you should do flyers in the middle of a series of mailers.
Natalie says, when we call the coach, this again talking about Jeff Charlton, can we tell them our marketing area and have them recommend what they see is working in our area?
Of course, that's the purpose of the call. Find out what you want to do and what's best for that they suggest that you do. About your marketing in your area, I don't know the answer to that, whether you're going to get that information or not. They're probably not even marketing in your area.
Cindy says, how do I find the list of the program that Ron said we got?
Do you have any
I think
idea?
I think she would call call her course advisor at 800-567-6128, and they can tell you whatever programs that you already own.
What's the question? I don't understand the question.
He said, how do we find the list of programs that Ron said we have?
Ron, I think you said earlier that yesterday you gave out a list of lead sources. So that would be the manual.
Yeah, it's about last page of your manual, if that's what you're talking about. All right.
So your manual, you can download that on the left side of the screen. There's a button that says download manual.
Okay.
All right. And again, please read back your question to yourself to make sure it's going to make sense when we read it later. Ursula says, is it better to send the Pat Live lead to the VA or handle yourself? And how do you rate a lead to use a VA or call yourself?
You don't ever want your leads to go directly to your VA because some of them you won't even want your VA to call. So you weed them out ahead of time. Plus, you need to keep track of the leads you send to your VA so you can follow up and see that they got called. That's just lead management is all that is. So they go through you, then you send them to your VA. Not Pat Live directly to your VA.
Fred says, where can I get a copy of the updated lead sheet that Ron showed yesterday?
The updated lead sheet. Here we go again. What is a lead sheet? I think it's probably the same list we just answered.
I think it's the lead sheet you're talking about, the actual property information sheet.
Oh, well, that's on Go Club. Yeah.
Yep, on Gold Club. You can always download it there.
If you're not a member to Go Club, go to ronsgoldclub.com. We talked about it yesterday. And by the way, you're going to have to be a member of the Gold Club to get our dream system, which I'm going to have one of the founders discuss with you this afternoon, the last thing. It's all inclusive. And back your dreams program is cheap. No, it's not cheap. It's free. It's part of your $297 a month tuition cost.
Yvonne says, do you have script pages we can download so we can practice doing our videos?
Yeah, they're on the Gold Club as well. Do you know where, Nick?
like videos.
Well, the closing script I gave you right here in this package, frankly.
yeah,
So-
but I mean, if I guess for recording a video, an advertising video for Facebook or YouTube.
No, I don't have a script for that.
We do have something on that we put up. You created a video and we have slides up that they can follow. And that's at ronthegrand.com/seller video.
I don't know. I haven't tested that though. So I don't know if it's going to work or not. In fact, I think I heard, if you go to Jason, I think I heard that he will give you the script for the video, but look, it's, hey, here I am. I buy houses. I'm cool. Here's what I can do for you. Call me. Come on, create your own script. In fact, you can take it right from the closing script that I gave you in this package here.
You
Look about some of them benefits.
You saw Steve's. His didn't look too scripted. So let's see.
Okay.
This was a question for Jason. Maybe you can answer. Mamoon says, you mentioned on average 1 out of 10 leads convert into a deal. Is it with nationwide campaigns or one particular market? That would be,
That was across the country.
yeah, that's average across the country. And that, that includes some people that are really good at it, like, Jay Connor and Andrew Schlag, and then some people who aren't so good at
They
it. So
just have acquisitions.
that's the average.
And Mamoon, I know you, it'll probably take you 30 leads to close a deal. Just kidding. All right.
We got that one. Tracy says, I'm looking at a property right now where it looks like an estate is involved. It is also on the foreclosure sale list for 4/4. Could be, for April 4th. Could be several family members involved on the deed, at least in the past per county website search. Any keywords or scripts to use with the bank to get them to short the sale or sell at all?
First of all, you are not going to get the bank to do anything on somebody else's loan. They won't even talk to you about that loan, okay? But even if they could, if it's scheduled for April the 4th, you got two choices. You need to contact the seller right now and find out, what the numbers are and figure out whether it's worth you saving or not. In other words, if their underlying loan plus the cost to bring it current are as much as the property's worth or more, then I don't want the deal. But if there's going to be a bunch of equity above it, if I do bring it current and take over the debt and stop the foreclosure, then I would consider moving forward with it. And even that will depend on the condition of the house. So right now, you can't do anything with the bank. They don't own the property yet. They won't even talk to you. And even after they get it, they're going to want to list it. They don't want to talk to you. So your only play is two choices. Get a hold of the seller right now and see if you can buy it, or be at the foreclosure auction when they sell it, which means you probably won't get it. And it means you're going to have to come up with cash very quickly for it. So your only play is with the seller. You still got plenty of time to buy it from the seller and stop the foreclosure.
Jan says, if you're in a non-disclosure state like Kansas, can you get the information that has seemed difficult?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Deidre says, doesn't USPS offer flyer inserts delivery service?
Absolutely. It's called Every Door Direct. We went over it yesterday afternoon. I even showed you a flyer. In fact, I got the flyer right here. See, this is what I put out. That's all there is to it. Here's what I can do for you. And there's some of the bullets that I talked to you about. See, my flyer says, any condition, any area, fast close, confidential. You're not required to be out of the house when we close. No more calls from realtors and time wasters. Take what you want, leave what you want. Look at there. Took it right out of the closing script and put it on a flyer. How hard was that? Okay, anybody can do that. And so we had them deliver it. We didn't get a very good results out of. I mean, we got a handful of calls, but we didn't get a deal out of the last batch we put out. So I probably need to change the target or change something, because at least I know they got that. It's in their mailbox.
We're all caught up.
All right. Okay, then John, you'll give me the screen. I'm going to spend a few minutes now telling you how to get to the highest level. And then you can make a decision whether it's time for you or not. I got a bunch of you yesterday that opted into our 4-day quick start school and our mentoring, which this is the highest level we got. So you got a chance to upgrade and get special financing while we're doing this event. So you can get a master's degree. Our master's degree, it truly is a degree that you get after you finish this and complete the following. First is the business management boot camp. I only do that twice a year, one virtual, one live in Jacksonville. And I bet you can imagine what that's all about. Business management, all right? All the things that you do to run your business. And frankly, there's nothing like this, because I teach the whole thing. and I'll teach you things that you've never even dreamed of in here. And for some people have said that this is probably the best event they went to, because without it, they don't think they've been in business very long. Hiring, firing, outsourcing, and delegating, critical. How to avoid cash flow problems. Many people manage their businesses from their checkbook, and they think if there's money in there that they're making money. Not true. Or maybe there's no money in there. That doesn't mean you're not making money. It means you are put it back into your business. Systemizing, you need to know what your break even is. It's amazing to me how many people have no idea what their break even is, how much they got to bring in every month before they break even and before they start making a profit. Making the tough call. And I got a simple system for that. Have to make an awful lot of tough calls in my life, but it's better than not making any call, because if you don't make a decision and you're the boss, who's going to make it for you? And sometimes that takes a tough call and just get it done. Time management is one of my favorite things to teach, because very, very, very few people can handle their time correctly. And frankly, it is a career killer if you don't. You spend your life handling minutia, handling all the little small stuff, most of which don't even matter. But when we learn how to delegate, we're automatically heading in the right direction on our time management. I'll show you how I keep track of ideas so that I don't lose them and they just float away. I'll show you why I don't have to remember anything, and it's a good thing, because the older I get, the less I remember. So I've got a little simple system that I use. And today we actually do our time management right here on a cell phone, but I also have a planner, and you get to choose which one you're going to do, or both. Home versus office. Should I work with my spouse or not? And that's both of those decisions are the correct decisions. And what should I spend money on? And organizing your home and office. And of course, I got to spend time on asset protection, entity structuring, and tax reduction. All of that is built into this 3-day event called business management. Now, it costs $29.95 purchased on its own. It comes free when you upgrade to Masters, part of Masters. So you're required to 6 months of mentoring is part of the package as well. I went over that yesterday. And then you're required to work with your mentor. You got to generate some leads. You go over them with your mentor. Your mentor will call the sellers for you after you've contacted them and see that there's something of some reason to move forward with this, and follow it all the way through. They will be with you till the day you get a check on every single deal you do during the 6-month period. Very critical that you get help, because I'll tell you, it's probably the difference between success and failure at this business. You're also going to be able to return to all of our boot camps that we do here for you for the rest of your life at no charge. And you're going to get your own VIP representative that handles you. In other words, there's only one person you need to talk to at Global. And by the way, that is Pam Patton right now. Oh, no, it isn't. Who is it, Nick? I can't remember right now. Yeah, or is it Pam? Anyway, there's one person you're going to talk to here. You get special seating in all of our events. If you want it, we put the masters up front, but sometimes they don't want to sit up front. So that's up to you. Big discounts. You're in our elite group once you enter the masters program, and we'll give you a lot of stuff free, and everything you get from us is a discount. The day you register, you get a 10% discount off anything else you buy that we have to offer. And that includes other people's stuff as well. So immediate 10% discount. And special privileges and gifts and so forth. And here's some bonuses that you're going to get here if you say yes. One is the commercial property boot camp. I teach it twice a year. It's all about commercial property. And in fact, I also have a commercial mastermind group, and you'll learn how you can get in to it, but you can't get into it until you attend the event where you get the training so we can speak the same language. Commercial property is bought the same way that residential property is bought, except there's a whole lot more pre-screening. There's a whole lot more due diligence. And other than that, it's very similar to what you're already doing in the single family house business. Yeah, you're going to learn how to buy projects without using your money. In fact, you're going to meet a couple of people that have become multimillionaires because they came to this boot camp and they went out and did something with the information. And you'll see how they did that. For example, Tish's fiance, and he 2 years ago, he started working on a big old ugly building and turned it into a self-storage facility, and he just got bought out and became a multi-millionaire overnight, and not overnight, 2 years, okay? And he didn't put the money in. He had a partner put up the money, and had a partner go get the loan from the bank, and now they're both out, and they did very, very well. In other words, lifetime money on one project. That's what I want to focus on during this commercial property boot camp. We talk about all kinds of properties, how to fund these things, how to find them, how to pre-screen them, how to make offers on them, how to fund them. And by the way, most of our commercial properties come to us through an agent, and most of them are found right online. So this is not something that will take you away from residential. It's something that you add to residential, because you don't need but one or two commercial properties to set you up for life. This one is videoed, and it came out very, very well. This is Jay Connor and I doing a 3-day boot camp on rehabbing and retailing. Don't know anybody better qualified than Jay. He does a really nice job of retailing his houses. He sells them for more than what they're worth, and he lists them all with a realtor and cashes out of them, and he only does about 30 of those a year. And for the last couple of years, he's netted over $2 million a year, just rehabbing about 30 houses and cashing out of them. Now, he also does terms deals, and he does some commercial stuff as well. So he's a very well-rounded business. And in that, he wants to talk to you about all finding deals. He'll bring his contractors to class. He'll bring his whole team to class, including his realtor. And we did all of that while we filmed it for 3 days. And we also went into not Home Depot, but Lowe's. And I went through the whole store on anything you want to use to renovate a house. And look, there's your items. There's the prices right below it. Kind of hard to argue with those numbers. So anyway, rehabbing, if you want to rehab, get trained, save you a lot of grief, save you a lot of lessons in the school of hard knocks, save you a lot of money if you just get a little bit of training before you go out and start rehabbing a house. It is the one part of the business that has the most costly entanglements than anything else. But I don't mind you rehabbing a house. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, don't make that your business. Make that a bonus. I'd like for you to be rehabbing a house or two along the way, but I want you to be doing the other sides, the wholesaling and the terms deals as well, simultaneously. Here's a bonus that is worth the entire cost of masters and then some. And frankly, you don't have to do this, but once in your life, I finally found an attorney. His name is Bob Bloom. He works out of Dallas, but he services the whole country, that will actually put your entire business estate plan in a book, which will cover your entity structuring, your asset protection, and also your tax strategies. He puts them all in a book. And this is your plan, sends you a nice package of it. You put it on your shelf, and now you are no longer intestate. You are now covered with trust. In fact, here's what he's going to put in this thing for you. He's going to build you a living trust for you, husband and wife, living wills for you, regular wills, because living will means that, well, you know what it means. It means when you die, you have already decided when it's time to pull the plug, so your relatives don't have to make that decision. And then he's got the wills on a living trust, by the way, doesn't necessarily have all your assets in it. So anything that's left over after you die, the pour over will put it in your estate, and it'll also do a limited partnership for you. Now, when you come to my boot camp, I'm going to show you my 4-entity approach, 4 different LLCs, including one for your IRA. And doesn't mean you have to have 4, but you'll see my plan. He has endorsed my plan. And what I would be showing you at the boot camp is pretty much what he's going to do for you. And of course, if I put 10 people against the wall, I'd probably have to vary the estate plan 10 different ways, because it depends on what else you got, what other businesses, how you handle your assets. And you're going to be trained to never own anything in your own name, ever, for the rest of your life. You don't own anything in your own name. Now, this package is going to take several months for you to get done. But the minute you register for masters, you can get a hold of Bob's office, and we'll give you the phone number, and you can start the process. It starts with an interview and a questionnaire on what you got, and then they take that and they build your estate plan for you. And all of these documents here, they'll create for you. If you're a master, it's simple. If you're a master and you pay in full, we pay for it. You don't pay a dime. If you're a finance master, then you're going to have to pay $3,000 to get it done. And trust me, it's at least a $25,000 package. My book is about that thick, and I had it done in the year 2000 before I even knew Bob. In the year 2000, and updated it later, I got way over $25,000 in this book. Guys and gals, you only need it done once. And if you think, well, I don't need it, well, you better ask yourself, where's my stuff going to go when I die? Is it going to go where I want it to go? What's going to protect me when I'm alive? What's going to keep the creditors and the predators off my door if something goes wrong, especially going into a recession? You need to learn how to own stuff, and you need to learn why you own it. And then you need to understand clearly how you can keep the predators from getting at you. It's not about hiding stuff. I can tell you that right now. In the world you live in today, you're not going to hide anything. So it's not about that. It's about making sure they don't get anything, even when they know you got it. And we know how to do that, guys. We know how to do that. So let the expert, that's all they do is this estate planning. And let us pay the bill for you. Okay. One time. So important. You can bring your parent, child, spouse, or business associate free as long as on all of our global events. Once you become a master, you're not going to be paying to get in the door again on our events. So, okay, what does it cost? Here's the answer. It costs $35,000 financed, $30,000 paid in full, and I'm going to show you how you can finance it and get paid in full here in a second. It's $500 off. You pay by check or wire. And frankly, there's very few people watching right now that don't have some kind of credits coming. So what you do is you get on the phone and they look up your file and then find out what you got credits for. And they can find out how many Gold Club points you got, because you can use up to 2,000 Gold Club points when you register for a master. You can also use your IRA. What a great use of your IRA, really. Just tell us, I'd like to use my IRA. You will have to send them a form to transfer the money to you, and then you'll have to pay us. But a lot of people use their IRA, and honestly, you're never going to get a better return than a lifetime worth of education by using your IRA. Frankly, one lousy deal in your IRA will pay for this, and tax-free. Tax-free is a whole lot better than taxed. You'll grow 10 times faster tax-free than you will taxed on every deal you do, which I'm also going to train you that at Quick Start School and at Business Management. So that's all it takes, just one little deal. Cost of your education, cost of your travel, entire cost of getting yourself set up for life. One day, in fact, it won't even take one deal. Won't even take one deal. It'll take a piece of one deal. And we're going to help you do that if you let us. Remember the 90-day certificate that I showed you yesterday? After you register, you're working with me personally. And then after that, you're going to have a mentor to work with you. Actually, during that, you're going to have a mentor to work with you for 6 months, one-on-one, leading you by the hand for the whole time. And so I hope along the way, you'll get a hold of Bob Bloom and let them be building your estate plan while you're out there doing deals and making money. And I promise you one thing, you'll sleep a whole lot better once that plan is built, because you'll quickly see they ain't going to get me. If they come, they ain't going to get me. You might be saying, I ain't worried about it. I ain't going to get sued. You know, I go to church on Sunday and I pay my bills, and you know, I'm a great citizen. I don't have to worry about lawsuits. That would be extremely naive attitude. Many of the people, in fact, most of the people who get sued didn't do anything wrong. This is a world of frivolous lawsuits today. It's literally a business opportunity. They file suit against you for some stupid thing, and the whole goal is to get you to settle with them, to get them to go away, so you don't have to keep spending money on attorney's fees. When you get in a position to where you know they're not going to get anything, it's going to change your thinking. I can tell you that. It's going to take away all of the things you think about losing. When you set yourself up to where you can't lose, it's hard to lose. I've been telling you, you don't need your credit. We're not going to use your credit. If you put in money, you're going to get it back quickly. And now you set yourself up to where you've got proper structure on your estate plan, and then you use attorneys to close. Guys, it's going to be very difficult for you to lose anything. So how do you think I learned this stuff anyway? Because everything that I'm telling you not to do, I did. It's cheap. It's less than a used car nowadays, and car goes down in value. Your education goes up in value. Here's a brick and mortar business that I sold. Sold this thing September of 19. What great timing, right? Well, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I planned it that way because, frankly, one of my own customers came up to me sitting on a bar stool one day and asked me if I wanted to sell this restaurant called Icky's. I hadn't even thought about it, but I said, well, yeah. So anyway, several weeks later, we actually come to an agreement and he bought the restaurant. God bless him. By the way, every time I go to Iggy's to eat and I see him in there, he's asking me if I want to buy it back. I tell him, no, not in your life. I paid $125,000 just for an operating restaurant. Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with real estate. I spent $350,000 over a period of time renovating that restaurant. I had to buy about $25,000 of food the day I took it over. And I spent about $50,000 in paying the staff during periods I wasn't even open, trying to train them and hire them and so forth. And on miscellaneous, I got at least $100,000 in. So take a look at that number. That's $650,000 invested in that business that cannot possibly make me rich. I started it because I just wanted a restaurant. All right, so don't ask me, why do you do it? It's a man thing, okay? Had to have a restaurant. And I quickly learned that I don't want a restaurant. But I operated that thing for 4 years. And here's the monthly operating costs were somewhere between $90,000 and $110,000 just to break even. So that means I had to gross over that to make any money at all. So here's how much money I made in a 4-year period. Please notice the minus sign in front of that $380,000. Over a 4-year period, I literally wrote checks that equaled $380,000. And we were open, here's come revenue, but it wasn't enough. Now this is what America thinks is a business. Brick and mortar business. And they, it's an American dream. I'm going to buy me a business and I'm going to get rich and I only have to work a half a day. But it's true. You just got to decide which 12 hours it is. Now, I didn't work in this restaurant. Okay. I had a general manager in there. I just went there to eat a lot, quality testing. And I didn't eat and I didn't operate it myself. So you didn't see me in there with an apron and so forth. And that's the only way I'm going to have a business. If I have to be there, I don't want the business. So look at all that investment, dealing with employees, dealing with the government, dealing with inspections, dealing with theft, dealing with all of that. For what? To lose $380,000. What a great business that was. Compare that to real estate. Startup cost, you're going to spend more on training than you will anything else. And then you're going to add some, a normal business minimum of a $30,000 to $40,000 to start up. And frankly, that's not a very good business. And I need a lot more money than that to buy an existing business that you really would want. And you better ask yourself this, because I do. Anytime I make a business decision, I ask myself, is this going to make me money? Is this going to be worth my time? Is this going to have a path to me getting rich? Hey, there was no path for me to getting rich owning a restaurant. There's definitely a path for you getting rich owning real estate for a very small amount of monthly outgo. You decide how much you want to spend on marketing. Frankly, if you can, I would suggest that you probably ought to spend about $5,000 a month on your marketing. Because I'm telling you right now, the more you spend on the marketing, the more money you're going to make, the more deals you're going to do, assuming you can handle the closing call. Don't forget that part. So look at my monthly operating expenses in this business compared to my $100,000 I had to gross in the restaurant business. There is no comparison. Our minimum, I'm telling you, I do not want to mess with a property that don't net at least $20,000. And most of them net a lot more than that. I told you about a couple of wholesale deals. How much did we make? 37 and 40. We made $77,000 on 2 little wholesale deals in 1 month. Okay, so that means I netted 40 on one and 37 on another one. And these are just cheap junkers. Both of them need rehab in neighborhoods that sell for about $200,000 here in Jacksonville, which is our lower end. So they're just junkers. And didn't touch them. Well, and one of them I did close on and cleaned it out, but that's all we did to it. Brought some dumpsters in and had it filled up, and so that actually buyers could see it. I didn't even have to do that. I just chose to. So how many deals do you need to do to cover your entire overhead for multiple months. Multiple months. There's no such thing as not breaking even if you're doing any deals at all. If you do one deal, you're already making money. Okay? Unlike a traditional business where I have to work my butt off and still not make any money. Can you get mentoring without masters? You know the answer, yes, you can. 6 months one-on-one. And of course, I talked about all the things that the mentor will do with you. But one of them is they're going to, when you have made some practice calls, you're going to tape a couple of them that you can send to your mentor, and they're going to critique them after you take my 14 things you do wrong and try to critique yourself and stop doing them. Then that's when you make these calls. And in fact, I hope they're live calls to sellers, and you tape record them, and then you send them to your mentor, and they will send you back or talk to you about things you probably ought to fix. By the time you tape record a handful of calls and send it to your mentor, you'll already know the mistakes you're making. So I want you to send these calls to your mentor after you've already fixed yourself, because you don't need your mentor to tell you what you know you're already doing wrong. You will not send a contract to a seller without going through your mentor first. And I can promise you, you will 100% of the time as a beginner, you're not going to fill out the contract correctly. So the mentor is going to help you with that. And the only way you're going to learn to fill out contracts is by practicing anyway. I'll teach you, I'll teach you the contracts in the Quick Start School. And I got a whole bunch of clauses to put in your contracts pertaining, different deals have different clauses. And you got contracts in your boot camp manual that are filled out so you can use them for reference. But even with all of that, you're still going to suck at filling out contracts on the front end, I promise you. And that this is worth a lot of money to you right here, because you really don't want to be sending your sellers contracts with a lot of mistakes in them that you have to fix. Makes you look like you don't know what you're doing. All our mentors run their own business and do what they teach, and they all have a servant's heart, and they're fun to be around. And honestly, that's why I chose them. I chose every single one of them. They're students who are now turning into teachers and we're willing to give back. I'm not going to let them take more than 15 clients each, because I don't want them to be overburdened and get burnt out. So I'm limiting them. I promise you they'll change your life, because I'm going to teach you the business in 4 days, and then they're going to help you implement the business. And that's what they're all about. And you're going to learn a lot while they're helping you implement the business. All of them report to me. And frankly, a couple of times a week at least, I hear from one of them and want me to answer a question they don't know the answer to. And I want to review all the contracts, and I definitely want to review all the closing documents. And I will probably find mistakes that even my mentors overlook. But you literally are working with a mentor, and your mentor is working with me when I'm needed. Their job is to help you implement and help you get checks. And every one of them have been mentored. So they were mentees before they became mentors. Now they're all running their own businesses. So they know what issues you're going to have. They can knock down your issues very quickly because they've already done them themselves for the most part. So if you register for mentoring today, I'm going to give you the business management boot camp if you pay in full for mentoring. And I'm going to waive your VA setup fee or give it back to you if you've already paid it. However, if you register for masters today, you get all of that as part of it anyway, and you'll get credit for anything else you purchase. I know that I've got people watching right now that are in the mentoring program, but they're not masters yet. Okay, well, maybe it's time to upgrade while I can give you all these cool things, and plus the new financing we got. So if you're currently financing mentoring with us now, listen to me closely. If you have a note that you owe Global right now for mentoring, and you want to upgrade to masters, we will upgrade to masters with our new financing and pay off your debt to Global. So you've only got one note. And as I told you yesterday, it's 6 months, same as cash. You got 6 months to pay them off. And that'll do away with the payment to Global because you financed it with us. Now, I cannot refinance if you're on the Vive card. I cannot refinance and pay that off. But if you owe Global, I can refinance and pay that. If you finance mentoring and you upgrade here to masters, you pay Bob the $3,000 fee because you financed the mentoring. If you paid for mentoring in full and you upgrade here, we pay Bob's fee there goes another $3,000 you just saved. So, and by the way, all you got to do is tell them you want to get the thing started. That's all there is to it. And they'll put you on the phone and they'll have a questionnaire you fill out. You'll go back and forth for several months till you get to the conclusion of this thing. And they get all the documents prepared. You know, one time, that's all you need them, once in your life. And now you are testate, not intestate, meaning you are prepared and covered with trust instead of going naked and dying with no plan, which actually most people do. All right, here's 9 reasons why you should pay in full. Number 1, big one, 2-day trip to you. Once you're paid in full with Masters, all you got to do is let us know in advance that you want one of our mentors to come to your city and spend 2 days with you, going out to homes and getting contracts signed for you. Now, they're not going to come until that you and them have called some leads and make some appointments with prospects worth chasing. So we got to do that in advance. There's no reason for them to come to you and not have anything to do when they get there because you don't have any appointments made. They're not coming until we get some appointments made. During the 2-day period, they'll visit as many sellers as you get appointments with, and they'll also sit down with you and work on your business. And what are you doing? How are you doing it? And here's my suggestions for you doing it better. You have 1 year from signing up to take advantage of this 2-day trip to you. We pay the bill. Trust me, these people aren't coming to you without getting paid. You got to pay the airfare, coach. You got to pay for the hotel. Motel 6 is okay. And you got to pay for their food. And by the way, they're not going to sleep in your house and they're not going to have dinner in your home. They want that time to their own. So your cost is very small amount to get them to come to you when you're ready. Now, you're not ready the day you sign up. You need to be generating leads and following up on those leads before you have your mentor come up and take you out into the field and start turning them into contracts. The last time I sent somebody out, they did 10 contracts in 2 days. 10 contracts in 2 days. Can you imagine what that's going to do to your business? So I don't even remember what those were worth. But I can tell you they were approaching 7 figures. I remember that much between equity and cash that you'd get out of those properties. I'm telling you, if you do this, it's going to make your cost of your education ridiculous. Ridiculous to be spend that amount of money and get these kind of profits, and that's with your mentor. Now, what are you going to learn? You're going to learn how to go in the house and turn it into a deal. You're going to learn how really it's not a big deal, and it don't take very long. And you've already, remember, the seller has invited you into their house, okay? So you're a welcome guest, not an unwanted pest. And remember you'll see how to handle yourself when you get into the house. I mean, this thing is worth way more than the cost of your entire mentor right here. Bob Bloom's package is worth more than the cost of your Masters, I mean. All right, number 2, what you're watching right now, as soon as we edit it, we will give it to all of our Masters for free. So Nick, how long do you think it will take to get this thing that we're doing right now? Because remember, we're going to add the old system where we interviewed a lot of our players like Steve Zumigel and Andrew Slag and several others and see what they do. In other words, what tools are they using to get their customers? What do you think? A month?
Yeah, I'd say about 4 weeks. They'll get the current version of it immediately. So the one we recorded last year or a couple years ago.
Okay.
So they'll get that immediately. So they'll get some of those resources, and we'll add these ones in over the next 4 weeks.
Okay, so when we get this thing edited, if you actually, this is a pay in full bonus now. You got to pay in full to get this. You got to pay in full to get the 2-day trip to you. Now, the 2-day trip, you don't have to pay in full to get it today, but you got to be paid in full before you call and arrange the trip. Now, this lead here, you have to pay in full during this event in order to get this whole system after it's edited, and the old system as well. Of course, the new system will include the old system for the most part. I did another 3-day event called Buying and Selling with Owner Financing, and I disclosed secrets that you're not going to get it from anybody else. Back in the 80s, I learned creative financing. I had no choice, and I've carried that through all of these years, and I've put a lot of tricks of the trade into this package called Buying and Selling with Owner Financing. A lot of things you will never, frankly, I don't know anybody alive that can teach you what I put in this package today. They're all gone. I survived them all so far. So this is an important package to you that you probably need to take the time to listen to it. And you're going to get the link immediately upon paying in full for masters. And that mastering the closing call, another 2-day event. What do you think that was about? Mastering the closing call. That's what it was about. How to handle all of the objections as well as all of the things that you do wrong, and a lot of practicing in it. And that's also that's brand spanking new. We just did it a few weeks ago. You get the link to it as soon as you pay in full for masters. And Structuring Your Empire, we just did with Bob Bloom. This is a 2-day event that I did with Bob, attorney right beside me, going through all of the stuff that you will be trained, all of the entity structuring, this asset protection, tax reduction stuff with an attorney, all on tape for you right now, and brand new. I mean, literally, it was last month that we taped that course right there. So you're going to get a link to that as well if you pay in full for masters, at no charge. If you pay in full, you get $5,000 off your tuition. So there you go. That's another $5,000 you save, and now you're down to $29,995 before any of your credits are deducted from that. We'll pay the fee. If you pay Bob, that's another $3,000 you saved, and you can use up to 2,000 Gold Club points, which is another $2,000 you saved if you have 2,000 Gold Club points. That's 26,000 reasons to pay in full, plus an additional 500 off if you pay by check or wire. And, pretty soon I'll be writing you a check here. I'm not careful. There's 2 ways to finance it. We have in-house financing, no credit check, 18 months. We will require a down payment. You can discuss that when you call in. And then there's also the new financing that we can use to finance your whole package. We can use this to finance your master's package, which includes your mentoring. Now, the quick start is not part of the master's package, but we can give you a discount on that and add it to this. So you got one package and a soft credit pull. That means it won't show any credit report. No down payment. Did you hear what I said? 0 down payment. Up to 84 months financing. You choose the number of months. We don't. Your options will be laid out for you. Just a few minutes on the computer when you call, fill in the blanks, and you'll get an answer almost immediately. And 6 months, same as cash. That is huge. Okay, go out and get a deal done and pay this thing off, which is the first thing you ought to pay off anyway, and it don't even cost you any money to borrow this money. So this is great. This is working out well for us because we finally found a company that will actually finance people, and that doesn't just say we'll finance them. And I've seen them finance people with some pretty low credit scores. So don't assume that you can't get financed until you apply. This is not the Vive program. Now, if you're upgrading from mentoring to masters, if you're already in the mentoring program, of course you get credit for that. We've got a flexible down payment. If you use my new financing, you've got no down payment. And if you can't get my new financing, then we'll finance the balance with no interest for you. And of course, if you pay in full when you upgrade, a 10% discount on that. Of course, you get all the benefits of the masters that I just went over with you. And you can use up to 1,000 Gold Club points if you want to upgrade from mentoring to masters. Got mentoring, you're already halfway there. In fact, you're probably over halfway there. So, now you got to figure what other credits do I got as part of your master's program, and now how many Gold Club points do I got? So you get on the telephone, and they'll go over that, all of that, with your screen in front of them. So we'll quickly know what you got. John, do we need to put a number up here? There's nothing on the bottom of the screen.
It's up there, Ron.
Oh, I just can't see it.
That's right.
All right. Okay. Are you hiding it from me? All right. When you're a master, you can partner with me on a deal. And in fact, I hope you do. I really like for you to send me a deal. In this case, out of the deal, you get the first 30 grand or whatever you paid for the masters back fully first before we split. If you partner with me at 75-25, I don't get a dime until after you get all the money you paid for masters back. That means masters is free if you and I do a deal together. In fact, it should make us more than $30,000 if we do the deal together. So you actually get paid in addition to getting refunded for your master's program. You don't get a refund, so to speak, but you get the first $30,000. So I guess you could call that a refund. Now, you can renew your mentoring here. We have a lot of people watching. In fact, we had a question yesterday, can I renew my mentoring? The answer is yes. And there's your numbers. It's $84.97 if you're financed. If you want to finance it, $74.97 if you pay it in full, and you get a $500 discount uh, off of it today. And whether you financed or paid in full, you take $500 off. And Gold Club points, you get up to 500 if you pay in full, and then you can use up to 500. Sorry, and you can use 250 if you finance it. Now here's the cool part: if you apply for our new financing and you get approved, we call that same as cash. Hello, that means you automatically get a $1,000 discount plus another $500 off to renew your mentoring, even if you use our financing. We've never been able to say that before, so. Try out our new financing. I tell you, you'll be amazed how simple it is, how fast it goes. You can pick your mentor. If you already know a mentor you like, many of you have already met our mentors. Some of them are at all of our quick start schools. If you got one you want, just tell us and let us know. And if they got room, we'll put you with that mentor. You can also get on a waiting list, but not very long for the mentor if you're not ready. If you don't have, the mentors don't have any space for you right now. And you got to be in the mentoring program to partner with me, because I got to go through the mentor. And I work with the mentor and you on any deals we do together. But you got to have that mentor there. I'm not going to work directly with you on a deal. The mentor is the one that's going to be giving you all the instructions. And at some point, I'm going to be on the phone with you personally. I'm not going to do a deal with you and not even be part of it. And incidentally, as we do a deal together, you're privy to everything. You're going to see the whole process step by step all the way through. And, some people want me to partner with them just for that. But the reality is, if you got a mentor, and you will in the master's program, you're going to see the steps all the way through anyway, except your mentor will be working with you instead of me, most likely. So anyway, I'm here. Use me up. Abuse me. Send me deals. But again, if you don't need money, you don't need to partner with me. I do not want to partner with anybody that we got a deal and it doesn't require money or requires a small amount of money. I'm going to work hard on you to find a way to get that money, to get that deal, so you don't give up 75% of the profit from it. I don't really want to take 75% if I'm not putting up the money, because I feel like I'm taking advantage of you, and I don't want to do that. So if there's a way that I can help you get the deal done and keep it all, that's what we're going to do first. But if not, I'm happy to get into the deal. In fact, you don't even have to beg. You should easily recapture the cost of your master's degree and travel and expenses within the first 6 months. And honestly, if you don't, you're probably not generating leads. It's that simple. If you're generating leads, our mentors are going to help you follow up on them. There's no reason for you to not do several deals during your 6-month period, especially if a mentor comes to you, for crying out loud. I mean, you'll almost certainly pay for the cost of your master's several times over. And you got a full year to arrange the trip now. Don't forget that. You got a year from now to arrange the trip. And once you complete Quick Start, business management, and 6 months of mentoring, we're going to give you a degree, it's as pretty as any Harvard degree, and we're going to graduate you cap and gown at our next master's retreat, which we usually do one of those a year. We do not have one scheduled for this year, but we might do some kind of other event where we get all the masters together and graduate them as well. So just stay posted. We'll let you know. So there's the recap. You get everything on your board right there. I can point to 3 or 4 items on there that'll pay for your entire master's degree and then some. Your rehabbing boot camp will easily pay for it. You'll save more on contractors than what it cost you for your master's program. Bob Bloom will easily pay for it. Partner with me, you will easily pay for it. And the commercial property boot camp, are you kidding me? I'll pay for it many, many times over. And business management alone, I promise you, I'll save you more than that 30 grand or whatever your cost is over a period of a few months, just by changing the way you do business. You pay in full, you get all these goodies. We charge $15,000 for the 2-day trip alone. That's part of your master's program. I'm giving you all 4 of those brand spanking new courses right there. That's $6,000 worth of courses at no charge. If you paid in full, plus you get, what happened? Oh, my dancing fingers, I guess. You can use up to 2,000 Gold Club points And of course, $5,000 off if you pay in full, and another $500 if you pay by check or wire. And don't forget, you get to deduct all of this stuff now. Don't forget, that's very important. Let's just say you're in a 25% tax bracket. If that's true, and let's say your master's is 30 grand, you just saved $7,500 off of your taxes that you would give to Uncle Sam anyway. Uncle Sam will help you pay for your training. But Ron, I'm in mentoring now, and you know, so what do I get if I upgrade? You get everything that anybody else gets. In other words, you don't lose anything because you're in mentoring. You just get credit for the mentoring that you're in, subtracted right off your price with all your other credits. And so, what does pay in full mean? It means you can pay by check, or wire, our credit card, our IRA, or our new financing. Now, it excludes in-house financing. That's not pay in full, but with our new financing, it is. Plus, you get all those discounts. You get 10% off just by paying in full. God, that's a lot of money. Why do it now? Well, because I'm giving you these things now while you're watching, and you get to pick your mentor. And if you don't, we'll assign you one. Don't worry about that. And you know, I guess the truth is if now is not the right time for you to get started, when is the right time for you to get going? If you've been in this business a while, I promise you, by the time you get into this master's program and take advantage of all of these trainings, it's probably going to change the direction you're going within your business. I run across people all the time, but at this thing for years and years and years, and frankly, no better off now than they were when they started. Well, why? Why does that happen? Because they have no plan. They're still walking over the dollars to get to the dimes, probably doing everything themselves, and don't know how to turn a lot of the deals they're throwing away into real cash because they just hadn't paid attention or went home and a few weeks later forgot everything and just decided not to stay in the education loop. My friends, education, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. You could lose the entire cost of your education and travel and everything combined in one lousy deal that you did wrong. You could lose that much by filling out the contract incorrectly, and you will absolutely lose that much and many times more on deals you didn't do because you didn't see them and couldn't figure out how to get in them and get out of them. That's what our mentors do for you. We literally take you by the hand and they help you implement. See, I'll train you. They'll help you implement, and they'll keep training you along the way. So it's not a life-threatening decision, but it's certainly a life-changing decision. That I can promise you. The value of your investment in yourself can only go up with your net worth. You can go buy a car, spend $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 on a car. That's normal. And what happens to the value of that car? Drops like a rock. The next thing you know, it has hardly much value in it. That's not the case when you invest in yourself. And that's all I'm asking you to do is invest in yourself. And I want to work with you personally. I'm still teaching these events. And, you get the benefit of my 41 years of experience along with the other people that I bring into them that are experts at what they do. For example, in a Quick Start alone, I got experts on Airbnb in there, got experts on hiring an acquisitionist, got experts on raising money. They help me teach this thing. And I bring in only the people. I only bring into our circle the people that I trust that are doing what they say and not just saying something they did 5 years ago, like much of your so-called educators out there. So come to Papa. Get on the phone, call the number below, and let them talk to you about it. They're not going to hard pressure you into anything. And then you can make a decision based on the information that you got once you learn all your options, everything. I know I went through this pretty quick, but I had no choice. They can go with you, and then you got to plan, where am I going to attend the next events? Because I want you to schedule your next events, and they'll give you that list as well. And you talk about how we're going to get financed, and make sure you're very clear on what you're getting, and then you can make the decision on whether you need to. Now's your time or not. So, with that said, am I on schedule here? Huh? I'm behind a little bit. That just means I talk too much, right? All right. So, do we have Jeremy Brandt from Fast Home Buyers on? All right. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, Ron. Nice to meet you.
You too. I don't think I've met you before, have I?
No, we've been around a long time, but our paths have not crossed. So I'm excited
Well,
to be here with the guru and the godfather of real estate training.
Well, I got your name from one of my students who are using you, and I honestly can't remember who much. It might have been Andrew Slag. Does that ring a bell?
Andrew's been a client for a long time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. By the way, Andrew will be at my quick start teaching how to get an acquisitionist. All right. Well, then go ahead and tell me, because I'm not currently using you, and I might have to fix that. So tell me exactly what you do and what it costs. You know what I want.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we'll change that after this is done. So I thought I'd start a little bit with kind of my story about how we got here. My company is Fast Home Offer. I started about 20 years ago. I started this company, and it came out of I was a home flipper with a little bit of tech expertise, and I think one of the first people that started advertising on the internet back in 2001, 2002 to connect with motivated home sellers. Started advertising online, doing SEO, all of these things that were pretty cutting edge at the time, not so much anymore, and started getting home sellers from all over the United States contacting us that wanted to sell their house. And I wasn't going to fly to Miami or Denver to go look at a house. We're based here in Dallas. And so I started selling leads online. And I think we're the first people ever to sell motivated home seller leads online. And really quickly, my passion grew around that and running a tech company to help generate leads for real estate investors. So I stopped flipping houses so much and really focused on building what I wanted to build, which was the best brand of most highest quality motivated home seller leads in the industry. And I think we've gotten pretty close and accomplished that. And I think we're probably the largest in the United States as far as generating motivated home seller leads for investors. Our business is a pay per lead system. So we do all of the advertising up front. We spend millions of dollars on many different forms of advertising to generate somebody who wants to sell their house for cash to an investor. We qualify them, and then we connect them directly with only a single real estate investor in their local market. So we don't send leads out to multiple people. We really focus on generating the best quality lead and connecting that individual with the right home buyer in their area.
Okay, so you are area exclusive, right?
We're not area exclusive. So I think one of the problems with area exclusivity is it hampers people's ability to do advertising. The cost of advertising, as you know, fluctuates drastically over time, market to market. Google ads, when I started, it was 3 cents per click to advertise on keywords related to home buying. Now it's $30, $40, $50 a click. So when you lock down an area, it doesn't let you have that kind of elasticity of ramping up the cost of advertising and down. So in our system, the area is not exclusive. The lead always is. So in most markets, we have 5 or 10 real estate investors that are buying leads from us, and we split the leads up amongst those investors. The lead itself is always exclusive.
That's the key right there. I'm not getting the same lead somebody else is getting. Okay.
Absolutely not. I think that's in this industry, selling leads to multiple people just creates a really competitive situation. And we've tested every way of selling leads and every way of generating leads, and that one-to-one connection with a real estate investor that's going to follow up the second the lead comes in. As you know, and some of the other speakers have said, the most important thing you can do with any marketing, and especially marketing based on the internet, where your competitor is 2 clicks away, you've got to pick up that phone and call that home seller the second the lead comes in. That's the difference in our system and other people's systems between outrageous success and terrible failure, is how fast you pick up that phone and call that home seller.
Yeah. All right. Well, tell me, how do you generate these leads?
So when we first started, we were doing mostly search engine optimization and paid search. We still do a lot of that. We own multiple brands in the real estate space, some of which a lot of your people on this call are probably pretty familiar with, to generate the leads. But as we grew as a company, we expanded to all forms of marketing to generate the leads. So we have about 120 or so different ways and sources that we generate leads. A big portion of it is still paid search. We're probably one of the largest paid search buyers of Google ads in the motivated home seller space. But we also do national TV commercials. We've done a couple of infomercials. I know you've got a little bit of experience with that. We do direct mail. We do all of these things, and we constantly A/B test everything that we're doing to figure out what works the best to generate the highest quality motivated home seller for our clients. And our clients don't care what's happening behind the scenes. All they want is the person that I'm on the phone with very motivated and wants to sell their house quick to a real estate investor for cash? All the different kind of behind the scenes stuff, we handle all of that. I've got a whole marketing department that all they do is test new advertising methods, new copy, new landing pages, new photos, all the different things so that our investors don't have to do that. They just take the lead and work it.
So you're one of the very few people I know that will use multimedia to generate leads, both online and offline. And I guess I'm not going to go through each one of these, but if I use you, what kind of money are we talking about, and how do you charge, and how do you qualify these leads?
Yeah,
because you're taking them, right?
That's
Some of
right.
you-
So we're taking kind of soup to nuts with that lead, and so the pricing, the way that we've set up the pricing is we call it a bid-based system. It's similar to if you're buying keywords on Google Ads. We have 5 or 10 real estate investors in a market, and they determine the value of a lead in that area. So they bid against each other for what that lead is worth to them. System-wide, our leads average from $150 a lead to, in some markets, $1,200 for a single individual home seller lead. In some of these super high-end markets with $3, $4, $5 million homes, a lead is worth $1,000 in those markets. So that's how it's priced. But investors only pay for the actual leads that we deliver to them. There's no setup fees. There's no initiation fees. It's purely a pay per lead system based on us delivering the leads to an investor. And of course, we have a really generous credit system where any home that's listed on the MLS, we give you a refund on. If it's uncontactable, we refund it. Even if it's a mobile home in a trailer park, we know those are really difficult to make money on. So we'll take that out of the system so that all the leads that you're paying for are really the highest quality, most motivated home sellers that are ready to take action.
So you just replace the bad leads with a good lead.
That's right. And there's not a lot of bad leads that come through. We do a lot on the front end to try to filter that stuff out. But every once in a while, you'll get a real estate agent or a wholesaler that's trying to post leads into our system to get the activity and get attention. And we'll credit that stuff out once you call them and find out that this isn't actually the homeowner; it's somebody representing the homeowner.
Okay. When you do your marketing, you obviously go after several different types of sellers. Can your customer decide what types of sellers that they want you to go after?
No, so we're not. One thing that's really unique about us compared to, I think, some of the other people that are talking today is we are purely focused on spending our money to generate motivated seller leads that people can then buy from us. We're not advertising on behalf of our customers. We don't wait for a client to come into a particular market and then market for them. We're already doing national TV commercials, national paid search, national SEO. We're already doing all of this marketing at the national level and have huge amounts of home sellers contacting us. And so when an investor joins, they're stepping into the lead flow that's already there. So they're not deciding how we're going to market. They're stepping into the massive amount of marketing that we're already doing. In some areas, we've been doing marketing for, like I said, we started 20 years ago. So 15, 20 years, we have a long history and a lot of collateral in that market that just continues to generate leads over our time. And a lot of our websites have been around for 10, 12, 15, 20 years. And so they're really highly ranked in Google. We get a lot of leads off of them. And so somebody can just step right into that and buy the leads rather than having to do all of that work themselves.
Well, Jeremy, what do you ask the people when they call you?
Of investors?
The leads. No.
The leads, yeah. So a lead can contact us a couple of different ways, right? We do a lot of offline advertising. So they might call into a call center. I was the only real estate investor 15 years ago. We did a national deal with the Yellow Pages. We were in every single Yellow Pages in the country with a phone number, and all those phone calls came into our call center. The call center interviews that home seller, make sure they're an actual home seller. They are in some type of distress or motivation. They want to sell their house quickly within a short period of time. They enter all that information in, and then that lead goes out to the local investor in the market. We don't spend, we don't have an incredibly long interview process because we know that every investor has a different way of buying houses, different things that they're looking for, and different things that they want. So we really focus on kind of the basic level of information that home seller is going to give us. And then we want to get them in front of the investor as fast as possible, because that is really the thing that dictates how much money people make off of these leads, is how fast we get that lead in front of the investor on the phone, not via email, I'm going to go do a bunch of research and figure out what this house is worth. When the investor talks to the lead, that's when the magic happens. And that's got to happen as fast as possible after a lead contacts us.
And what you just said is very important. You don't need to go on and look up the R before you call the seller. Call the seller and find out if they have any interest in selling to you. Then you can go do the R. You don't make offers on the telephone anyway. In our world, we ask the sellers questions and they make us offers. And that's the part of our closing script. So you are, oh, what, we didn't get to the cost of the leads, Jeremy.
So the cost of the lead ranges by market. Again, it's a bid-based system, so every market's different. On the low end, the leads are about $150, which is pretty low for a pay-per-click generated or television generated lead, all the way up to, like I said, in some markets, we have clients paying $1,200 for a single lead in markets that are highly competitive with incredibly high property values.
Wow. I promise you, some people watching this will cringe at that number, but
there's some really large real estate investors out there that are making a lot of money flipping, $4, $5, $6 million houses. They don't talk about it a lot, but they're doing it.
Yeah. All right. So how do I get started with you, and how do we determine how much I'm even going to have to pay per lead, first of all?
So, really our system is focused on people that are, I would say, more experienced real estate investors. They have the ability to answer the phone call the second that it comes in. If that's not, our system is probably not the right fit for you. Our average client pays generally $2,500 to $5,000 a month for the actual leads that they're receiving. So if that sounds like somebody that's on this call, they can just use the link that you post up, ronlegrand.com/fasthome. They go to that link, they can fill out a information form. One of my sales team will call them back. We don't allow online signups. We really want to talk to somebody before we bring them into our program. And so we're really focused on getting the right real estate investors that are going to be able to follow quickly and work with that home seller as soon as they come in. And so everything goes through our sales team, but we'll follow up with you very quickly and talk to you about what your goals are, how much your budget is, and what parts of the country, what counties you want to be in. And then we can get you set up the same day.
Okay. Well, how do you collect for the leads? I know you've got a price per lead.
That's right.
How do you get paid?
Yeah, so our system operates like a toll tag. We charge you a deposit so that we're not, as a lead comes in, when we've got that most motivated home seller and a credit card declines, we don't want to stop. We don't want to grind that whole process to a stop trying to get the credit card fixed. So we charge for 10 leads at a time. So when you sign up, you might be signing up and spending $1,500 to $5,000 on a deposit. Now that's not an initiation fee. That's just a prepayment for future leads. And then as those leads come in, we're just deducting them off of your deposit. When your deposit gets close to zero, we'll just charge your deposit again and keep things rolling. At any time, if you're unhappy or you decide you don't want to be a real estate investor anymore, or you're going to take a long vacation, you can call us up and shut your account off, and we'll refund whatever money you've on deposit with us. So again, it's only a prepayment or deposit for leads, and if we don't run through all the leads that you want, we'll give you that money right back. All
right, that makes sense. So I'm still not clear on how you determine what you're going to charge per lead. Is that by the area? What is that?
So it's like an auction. So our clients bid against each other in each market. So for example, Ron, if you wanted to buy leads in Dallas, the price per lead in Dallas might currently be $400 a lead. And if you wanted to come into Dallas, you would have to outbid the current person in Dallas. Otherwise you get no leads. So if you came into Dallas and you paid $300 a lead, you'd never get a lead because that guy paying $400 is going to get all of the leads at $400. So you might come in and you say, I'd bid $450 for all the leads that come in. Now you're getting all the leads at $450 up to any budget that you set for the month. So if you only wanted 10 leads a month, we'd send you those 10 leads at $450 and then drop down to the next guy at $400 and send him leads and so on and so forth. So it's like a live auction where each investor determines what the value of the leads are in their market and how much their budget is. And we'll send leads up to that limit to them every single month. And generally what happens is an investor gets kind of into our leads at a little bit lower price, finds out how valuable they are, starts playing with the house's money after they flip 3, 4, 5 houses with the leads, and then starts bidding that lead price up because they know what that lead is worth to them based on the purchases they've done. Lead is kind of a weird word because there could be a massive difference in a lead out of the phone book or a lead that's on a really long foreclosure list and a lead of somebody that raised their hand and said, I've got a house, I need to sell it quick, it needs a bunch of repairs, please somebody help me. Those are both leads, but one is worth 50 times the amount of money that the other one is.
You bet. So in a nutshell, all we got to do is call you and get what you're going to charge for the leads, turn you loose, and forget about it till we get calls.
That's right. You're just going to have calls show up. You're going to get, when a lead contacts us, we'll send you a text message the second that lead comes in. If they fill out a web form, we're going to send you an email. And then one of the things that we invented in this industry, I don't know if anybody else is doing it, but we built technology so that when a lead fills out a web form on our website that's assigned to you, we're going to call you and say, Ron, you've got a brand new lead, press here to connect to them. And if you answer your phone and press 1, our system's going to call the lead. So the lead's phone actually rings while they're still on the website 10 seconds after they fill out a form. It blows them away. Our clients love it. We don't charge anything extra for it. We just built this technology because we found the biggest predictor of success for our clients was how fast they got on the phone with somebody. And so we're always building these tools into our system that we don't charge more for to help and encourage investors to follow up really, really fast with each one of those leads.
Well, that's cool. They don't come any faster than that. And that's true. And that's also the reason why you better have something to write with everywhere where you go. Could I make the case that even if I got somebody else generating online leads and you're generating them online, the consumers are not going to know that they're the same person, especially if you got to use 2 phone numbers anyway. They won't even know. And it's a good opportunity for me to find out which leads are working the best, as long as I'm willing to invest the money that it takes. Because you are targeting the area, right?
That's right. In fact, we have a lot of clients that do that. Typically, they're larger real estate investors, but they might be running their own paid search campaigns. They'll be buying leads from us. They might be buying leads from some other company or doing some other form of marketing. And every once in a while, they'll get the same lead from us and the same lead from their own campaign. But they're actually thrilled when that happens because it means their competitor didn't get that lead, right? Especially with online advertising, when you type in "sell my house fast" to an investor, there's 3 or 4 people at the top of those search results. And if you can be 4 of 4 or 3 of 4 or 2 of 4, you're just dominating more of your market and preventing one of your competitors from getting those leads. Now, I'm not worried about competitors getting leads either, but the more you can reduce competition, the better in my mind.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, what else do they need to know that I forgot to ask you? I know it's something.
Well, I mean, I could go on all day about lead generation. Like I said, it's been our life for 20 years. We're the longest running company doing this. We've started a bunch of different brands, WeBuyHouses.com, Fast Home Offer, 1-800 Cash Offer, around this kind of lead gen business. I've been interviewed by Larry King and Fox News and CNBC about the real estate industry. So we've really been doing this a long time and have, I think, more experience than anybody in online marketing to connect with motivated home sellers. And so we're looking forward to bringing it to your group and working with your coaches and helping you guys be successful with our leads.
Okay. We don't have any long-term commitment with you, do we?
Never. No. I decided a long time ago, either it's amazing for our clients and it's amazing for us, or either one of us can walk away and that's the end of it, which is why even if we take a deposit from you, if you want to quit, we'll always give you whatever's left of your deposit for the leads that we haven't sent you.
Okay. So you do take a deposit up front.
That's right. The deposit is about 10 leads. So if you're in a market and the leads are $250 a lead, we'll collect $2,500 up front as a deposit so that as leads come in, we can send those leads to you the second they come in, rather than if there's a credit card processing issue or a decline or expiration, that really messes things up when you're trying to live deliver leads to people.
Okay. And of course, they can get a refund if they don't want to keep using them, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we have a long track record we've got some clients that have been with us 17, 18 years. And so again, it's got to work for everybody. Either people are ecstatic and thrilled to work with us and we don't need anything to keep them around, they're chasing us, or we want to separate as quick as possible because for some reason it's not working. I don't want any contracts keeping people around, forcing them to do business with us.
I think Jay Connor's a client of yours, isn't he?
He may be. We have about 3,000, 3,500 active clients right now. So I don't know all of them, but we're working with a lot of the larger investors in the country.
Well, I think it might have been, I don't remember. It's either him or Andrew, one of the two, but that means they're both using this. Both of them very active in the industry. All right. Well, we know how to get a hold of you down there.
That's right. So, RonLegrand.com/fast home.
There, we got it. All right. Well, I appreciate your time, Jeremy. Thank you
Thanks
very
a lot,
much.
Ron.
All right. All right. Another choice you have to make. Okay. As if you haven't got enough already. I told you, your biggest problem is going to decide who you want to work with. So I'm bringing them to you. It's up to you. I'm going to bring you the bear. You got to skin them. Okay. All right. Do we have Nicholas Nick on yet? All right.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh,
how's it going, man?
You don't have an ugly ass background you got back there. looks like you're in a room full of hippies or something. I don't know.
I've been I've been telling my friends, but I got to create a YouTube channel for children with the background like this or something. You know,
There you go.
it's so natural.
Well, it's certainly colorful.
Yes, sir.
All right. You know the routine. Who are you? What do you do? How much does it cost? Why should I call you?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm Nicholas Nick. As me and Ron have definitely met before, but for everyone else out there, you may see me as well. But what we do is I own Lead Mining Pros. And the main thing we do is we want to take the headache of cold calling and text messaging operations out of the investor's hands, right? We want to piece all those pieces together, and there's a lot. So your clients or students don't get bogged down in the weeds of all of these details. What script should I use? Where should I invest? You know, what's the best list? You know, we want to take all that off of them. And so what I've created is a system that offers several different services, and we offer them bundled up or individually. But our number one most popular thing is what's called all-inclusive lead gen. So all-inclusive lead gen, what we do is we pull the list, we skip trace it, we cold call it, and we actually have American callers or foreign ones. And then we also text message everybody as well. It is a 4-touch system where we call everyone up to 3 times if they don't answer, and we text every person on the list. So you kind of get this thorough execution.
So Nicholas, what kinds of lists are you calling other than they own a home?
So I can pull 5 different kinds of lists myself, and my clients can also provide whatever list that they like. If they prefer a list and they have a source, feel free to bring it over. But what I can provide, yeah, that's right. And then the list I can provide personally are absentees, owner occupieds, cash buyers, tax delinquent, vacant land and vacant houses, and pre-foreclosures is what we can provide.
All right. Well, in other words, I can pick out of that list who I want you to call.
Yep.
So you're just not calling the phone book.
That's right.
Which doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. So that now I can target who you're calling.
Yeah.
Am I doing? Have we targeted who you're calling for us? I don't know.
Yeah, I believe so. I got that information over to Tish, I believe.
Do you know who we're calling?
I believe you're calling. I believe absentee owners in Jacksonville. It was where your first campaign was, and you guys haven't fired off the second one just yet.
What are you waiting on us?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. So you're waiting on Tish to tell you what?
I sent Tish the new form. So like whenever a client signs up with us, they get a form to fill out. Okay. And I sent her over a new form, and I said, hey, we just need this. I believe she said she was going to chat with you about something.
Read off the list again. I'll answer that for you.
I will.
Read the list to me again. Who you mail to?
Okay. Absentee owners.
Got it.
Pre-foreclosures.
Got it.
Vacants.
Got it.
And vacant land and vacant property, cash buyers and owner occupied.
I don't care about the cash buyers.
And then tax delinquent.
Tax delinquent, I like.
Yeah.
So how about we choose tax delinquent? And what's the best? You tell me. What's the list you're getting the best results?
So the list that's getting the best result right now. So here's my spiel. One, I always recommend absentee owners. Now, it really depends on your strategy. Now, if you're in a super saturated market, okay, you have 2 options. One, you stick with absentee owners, but you pick less populated areas in your market. Okay.
All right. Smaller the market, the better results. I've been hearing that all day.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Okay. And these rural markets, they are blowing up right now. And so tons of leads are coming out of them because they've been ignored for decades, because everyone's focused on what I call celebrity cities. If everyone's in the heart of the city, then there's pockets all around the city that are a little less populated that are just waiting for leads to be generated out of. So If you stick with absentees, I recommend that. If you want to stay in the heart of the market, I would recommend pre-foreclosure because we've been getting really good results with those recently, and we used to not. And I would recommend the tax delinquent if you want to stay in the heart of a city.
Well, then you just recommended, you answered your question. We want those two lists.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I mean, we got a few phone calls from, we just started with you. We haven't done a deal with you yet, but I haven't had time to find out even who you're calling. But I bet we get some good results out of that.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Tax delinquent means they're going to have to pay their taxes pretty soon, or the state's going to take their property away from them.
Yeah.
And of course, is there any way for you to tell, well, you're calling them, you can find out how close they are to a tax deed sale if you ask for it, if they
That's
even
right.
have any idea.
Yeah.
Well, in other words, the closer they are to the sale, the hotter the lead is.
Right. Yeah. Good point.
Because, a lot of people just sitting around and wait for God to provide,
Right. Yeah.
I used to
Wait for
tell
an angel.
I used to say that to me. Go out and talk to people in foreclosure. They say, the Lord will provide. I say, well, how do you know he didn't send me?
Yeah, exactly. I'm the provision.
There you go.
Exactly what it is.
Okay. So how much money are we talking about here to work with you? Because you got several levels.
That's right. I think the best thing about us is we literally have packages from $300 all the way up to $1,300. So our clients really get to pick whatever works for them. And that's no contracts, no commitments, no setup fees. So you're never there's no like, oh, it's $900, but $1,000 to start. That doesn't happen with us. You can literally start with $300 in your pocket.
You don't happen to have that slide with the 3 plans on it, do you?
If I can share, I can pull up the site if you'd like. Can I hit this present here?
Sure. Because they need to take a screenshot of this, guys. Get out your phone and get ready to take a screenshot, whatever you're watching on.
Oh,
You
it's
have 3 different levels, and they're relatively cheap. But while you're doing that, if they take the $305, I think it was, level, is that really enough leads to even gauge what value they are? Seems like
No. So what I tell people is if you start with my smaller packages, these are basically relationship starters with me. There is no contracts and no commitments, but you're going to see how we work. We're going to pull the list. We're going to send you over some leads, but I've done the math and I would expect my clients to spend anywhere from $800 to $2,000 to make anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 is kind
All
of
right.
the math.
Oh, we don't have any $10,000 deals.
Yeah.
Okay. That's for beginners, not us. So you're gonna have to go through them because I don't see your slide. For $305, how many people will you dial?
For $305, that one is 625 records pulled and skip traced. Okay. And then we're expecting to get 500 with accurate cell phone numbers.
Okay.
Then we call those 500 people 1,000 times. So everyone gets called. It's about up to 3 times if they don't answer is the way that works. And then
when they do answer, get out of the list. That's how we got.
We send those over. And then we also text message everyone as well with that.
Oh, you text them too?
Yeah.
All right. And tell them you want to buy their house.
That's right. Well, we tell them, we ask them if they've ever considered selling. That's actually a great distinction. Rather than, hey, we want to buy, we're like, hey, have you wanted to sell? And then we kind of go that angle. It's my goal to provide you with a seller lead. And then for you to take over your own strategies and negotiations from there. I do ask several terms questions as well that you actually provided for us to make sure we get the best lead possible.
All right. So what questions do you ask?
So we asked 12 questions. I'll cover them really quickly because I've repeated this a bunch. But so we want to cover everything about the property itself.
Right.
So any general repairs needed. How old is the roof? When's the last time it was remodeled? Are there any tenants in the property? What's your reason for selling? Is there a mortgage on the property? If so, how much is left? What's your timeline to sell? How much do you want to sell for? And then your favorite question, are you open to receiving that full amount in monthly payments? I love
That's
that.
good.
Yeah,
I'm
you
proud
gave
of you.
that to me.
Hey, that's a really hot lead if you get that
Yeah.
one.
That's
Yeah.
right. And you gave us that, and it's very simply put. I think homeowners can understand that question very easily. Then we asked them, is there a better phone number to reach them on? And what's a good email address? And then we let them know that our partner, Ron, will be reaching out within the next 24 hours
Okay.
to talk about
Good.
the house.
So in other words, if they tell you it needs a lot of work, it's more of a rehab candidate and probably an all cash offer, but maybe a terms offer as well.
Yeah.
If they tell you it doesn't need any work and they're asking what appears to be retail price, and then they say no, they're not open to anything but all cash, then that's not a very good lead.
Sure.
So, well, you're doing a pretty good job pre-screening them then.
Thank you.
What was I about to ask you here? Totally forgot. Man, I keep thinking of these brilliant things I want to ask you and I lose them in a nanosecond.
This is
Right.
background.
All right. So, how many leads would you expect to generate out of these first 500 that you actually call?
So that package for 305, that one is putting in the foreign team, and that one averages anywhere from 2 to 10 leads for that $305 is the way it
Well,
works.
that's pretty good. Okay, let's go to you got another level in the middle, but the top level is 800 and some odd dollars, right?
833. Yes,
So
sir.
how many dials? How many leads would you?
So
many
for
dials?
$833, that's our Godzilla package. That one is one of our most popular. That is 2,000 records pulled and skip traced. And then it is 3,000 dials and then 1,500 text messages. So again, everyone's going to be called up to 3 times and everyone's going to be texted once. And then we send over the entire transcript to our clients.
So how many leads would you expect to get for $800?
For $800, that one I believe is 8 to 27. Let me go ahead and just pull that up real quick. But I believe that's anywhere from 8 to 27 leads, and it's actually 7 to 28 leads. I had it backwards. Yeah, so anywhere from 7 to 28 is what I would expect on that package.
Well, honestly, 7 good leads for $800 is pretty cheap.
Yeah.
7 to 20 means probably more leads in the smaller areas than in the bigger areas. Is that true?
That's exactly what I tell people is the closer you are to the rural and suburban markets, the closer you're going to be to the higher side of that average. Okay. And then the more you are in the city, the closer you're going to be to the lower side. So you can really kind of pick your own results based on where you're going to be.
I'm thinking about Dallas, where you're at.
Yeah.
Cities all around you. I know I've had projects in 2 of them. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Had one in Heath, had one in Forney, had one in Frisco.
Wow.
So in other words, it'll cost me less to mail to people in Frisco than it will in Dallas proper. So I got plenty of choices around that are not too far away. Same thing here with Jacksonville. I mean, all around me, except when I go east. When I go east, I hit the ocean. But any other direction, then I've got communities. Now, I'm not talking about neighborhoods here. I'm talking about cities that have their own name and not suburbs, not, like I live in Mandarin. That's not a city. That's just a part of Jacksonville. Right? Am I on track here?
Yep.
All right. And you're right. Investors just aren't hitting these cities.
Right.
They're going with the larger cities. Now, I'm thinking here of Jay Connor. His whole population is 40,000. I'm thinking of Andrew. Well, he lives in Louisville, so he's got a big city, but his brother lives somewhere in Indiana, small city, cheap houses. And that's why they get so many deals, because they're cheap houses. In fact, it takes them 2 or 3 deals to equal any one deal that I'm going to do.
Right.
Because I'm targeting the larger city. So they get leads cheaper than I'm going to get them, but they make less money on the deals when they get them.
Right.
So it's all a wash. All right. So your contact information is below there. What else do we need to know? How long will it take you to get set up and running?
Yeah. So for us, basically what we end up seeing is we can start really within 24 to 48 hours from anybody signing up. There isn't a banner at the bottom yet, but I believe you guys can find us at ronlegrand.com/lead mining is where.
Lead mining, LEADMI, or it is right there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you can get it set up pretty much immediately, can't you?
Yeah, within 48 hours, anyone who signs up today, they'll be getting cold calls and probably leads on Monday. There is a
Okay.
code down below as well. The code is Legrand Slam, and that
Oh, I
coupon
like
code, that's a go. That coupon code is going to save everyone watching $1, and we're going to give them 10% more of whatever they buy. So if they buy 10,000 cold calls, we're giving 1,000 cold calls for free, for example.
Okay. All right. So you know what? You're actually a compliment to everything that I've talked about today. And just for the record, that's no accident,
Yes, sir.
because I've talked to nobody today that actually does the cold calling. You couldn't pay me to do the cold calling. I would, in a million years, I don't want to do cold calling. I don't
Yeah.
have to. So
Yeah.
I'll just stick you on them and take the leads when they come. And did we talk about what if the leads are junk and or we can't get them to answer the phone or whatever? You replace them?
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you mean? What do you mean? Do I replace them?
Let's suppose I call and I can't get anybody to answer after calling 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Or let's suppose I call them and they say, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I didn't talk to anybody about selling my house. And you know darn well some of them are going to say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that definitely does happen. You know, what I recommend to combat that is the quicker you can call them after receiving the lead, the higher your chances are of getting them on the phone. And then,
Well, yeah, that's assuming though that they actually want to sell their house.
right. And then, you know, some of these people, it happens all the time. People say they said they didn't want to sell, and then we'll send over a recording of them clearly saying that they did. You know, it does happen. What we do have, though, to keep all of our customers protected is we do have a satisfaction guarantee. All right. And this satisfaction guarantee is if you get leads and you are dissatisfied for whatever reason, I'll give anyone 20% more completely free. And I also want to share with everyone, this isn't something you have to like call into me. I meet with all of our clients weekly if they want to. So on those weekly meetings, if I see that you're frustrated, I'm automatically going to give you, I'm not going to make you call it in, if that makes sense. I will proactively address it because I want your satisfaction. So we offer that as one of our guarantees as well.
So you literally would send the seller a recording. Is that a macho man thing or what?
No.
No.
Yeah, wasn't this you? I'm sorry to bother you. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, sometimes you talk to one spouse and then the other spouse is the one you get a hold of and you don't know what each other's doing. And you're always going to get that.
Yeah.
When you do this. Okay, so most of your clients start with the $800 and some odd package because that gives you enough leads to determine whether you're going to get anything out of them or not. And what did we say? 7 to 28, I think.
7 to 28. Yeah.
That's quite a handsome number of leads. All right, so you're calling for us, but we just barely starting cranking them up. Okay, anything else you want your customers to know today before we get off of here?
Yeah, so a couple things. You know, the phone number on my website is actually my cell phone number. So anyone on here can call or text me if they want to. I do all the customer service myself, all the phone customer service. So I don't outsource any of that. When you call me, you actually get me. So
You're it, huh?
Yeah, I'm it, you know.
Okay.
At least for now, not until we triple our sales. Am I going to pay someone else to do it? But we're getting there, thanks to you.
Okay. So you're a source that I could actually use very inexpensively. There's no upfront deposit, so to speak. So in other words, I'm only paying for the leads and not paying for your service.
Right.
And you're going to get different leads. I'm telling you, you're going to get different leads than people that are advertising online or even with direct mail, probably, because you cold call them. I mean, you force them to pick up the phone if they pick up the phone. So you already got them on the phone. By the way, what percentage of the dials do you get them to actually pick up the phone?
You know, I'm glad you asked. We actually just upgraded our system last week, and a very common number for people to get nowadays is somewhere between 6 and 8%. That's very common. And that's what we were getting a month ago, somewhere.
To pick up the phone?
Yeah, 6 to 8%. Now,
I guess we should be happy. We're about double of that.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, so now with our new upgrade, where we're at is I just had a client. It's the highest I've seen so far, but he's at 15% right now contact rate, and that's huge. Imagine getting 3. We were already getting great leads at 6 to 8%, right? So now I imagine the lead flow should double, if not increase by 50%, if the contact rate also doubles. So very exciting times happening with us.
Yeah. Very exciting times coming up for real estate investors too.
Yes, sir.
Pray for a recession.
Yeah, I am.
Now, so you got our listeners looking on, probably thinking, holy smokes, 6%. That's true. Now you see how much work his team has to do to get you these leads. And when you think about that, that's some pretty cheap labor right there, because that's a lot of dials to get a handful of people on the phone, to get a handful of them to turn into leads. So just math, it's all math, which every business has in one form or another.
Yeah.
All right, well, sir, if you're out of breath, I'm going to end this. If you're not, tell me something brilliant before I turn you loose.
I will. And one thing I'll share with everybody watching is how much action is important over perfection. You're in here to get leads. You got to take action. You got to tell 1,000 people that you want to buy their house. If you're not talking to those people and you're not closing deals, I already know why. So I would just say, go out there and take action. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be organized. Take action, get a bunch of things, then organize those things. Don't try to be perfect first. So that's the one thing I wanted to share.
Okay. Well, frankly, you're talking to a company here that has done all of that for them, except the take action part. Okay, they got to initiate it.
Yeah.
Because your systems are all set up for inbound, outbound calls, lead generating. This 3 days, if you can't figure out where to get leads from after this 3 days, you are never going to figure it out, because you actually have to make a couple of choices. And I'm going to bring up, look, I'm doing right now what I'm asking my students to do, because I haven't been very active last year. I didn't have an acquisitionist, and I didn't need one, and I didn't need the money. I didn't care. All right. But I can't stand not buying houses. It's ingrained within me. I just can't sit around and not do it. So I got an acquisitionist now. So we're actually setting up our systems just like everybody I train is to do. And I am testing several different things at one time to find out what I want to narrow down to 2 or 3 ways that I want to keep and grow with. So yeah, unfortunately, folks, you got to do the same thing. So this is one of the cheapest ways to get leads right here that we've talked about so far. Other than doing calling FSBO signs and all the things that I taught you yesterday afternoon. But remember, now you're chasing people. I want the people chasing us. Yeah. And you're chasing people, but the right people.
Yeah.
When you turn them into leads.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anything else you want to discuss?
No, sir. I'm all set. Thank you so much for having me on today. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure, sir. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And next time I talk to you, maybe a different color background.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got you.
I don't care. You don't want to. Thank you, sir. See you soon.
Have a great night. See you guys.
All right. Okay. Boy, we're kind of right on schedule here today. All right. So next, we're going to take a short break, and then I'm going to come back and teach you how to get the real comps on houses. And we're actually going to our dreams system to get the comps. And then after that, I'm going to let the creator of the dream system tell you what the dreams is all about this afternoon. Who better qualified than the guy who runs the thing. So very important information to you. Look, we're talking about generating leads, but if we don't know who's going to take those calls and where those leads are going to go online, and then if we don't know how to capture them and make the closing call and get automated on this, and that's the dreams is a synonym for automated, because it's all right there, which you'll see in a minute. In other words, as you're learning this stuff, we're implementing it as you go, so that when you get through with your training, you're ready to go out and do deals, not have to look for everything and scout around for this and try out this and try out that, other than your sources of leads here. And honestly, I'm going to narrow it down to probably no more than 2 of these companies that I'm going to use. And I haven't set up fast home offers yet. We should, but so far I'm using almost everything on this page, and then some other techniques as well. And I will soon find out what's working the best. By the way, it doesn't matter how many leads you get. It matters how many of them turn into deals. Okay, that's way more important to me than counting leads. Counting leads is just a way to measure what you're paying for them. But if none of them turn into deals, then if I get them for $10 each, it's a waste of money. All right. If it costs me $300 to get the leads and they turn into deals, it's a great use of money. So we got to get this math. We got to get this math. Okay. Remember, you got to invest a little bit in your business if you're going to generate leads. So be it. And frankly, true for any business. So let's take a break. We'll come back at let's see, 3:30. See you back here at 3:30.
Ron's event to me is heads and toes above any other event. He always has good content. He has good speakers that he brings in. He doesn't let just anybody come in and speak. He always has good speakers.
It's great energy. There's a lot of people motivated and a lot of people that are getting motivated. You can just tell by everyone that walks up there and speaks that they're here to help with whatever they can. So it's really exciting.
So the content is a little overwhelming at first when some of the mentors have said to us, be prepared, it's like drinking from a fire hose. They are absolutely right.
It's just chock full of so much great information, first of all, and then just to hear the testimonials from others who've been doing it as well.
It's awesome. The amount of information it borders on information overload, but it is so good. Every time you hear it, you just understand it a little better.
So the live on stage phone calls where all the mentors got up on stage. Each mentor got about 3 chances, or whoever they can get on the phone. And it was raw, uncut, live calls. Like, anything can go.
You actually get to see fellow students work on properties that have the potential for you to purchase and make an incredible profit on.
Ron's an awesome guy. He's got the goods. It's not a flash in the pan kind of event. It's just rock solid meat and potatoes, good stuff all the way through.
He is so matter of fact. His teaching style is very to the point. There's no BS, but you learn really quickly that way.
He's the real deal. He's to the point, and he's been doing it for so long that it's like second nature to him. And if you just listen to what he does and what he says, then you'll do fine.
He seems sincere, he's honest, he's easy to understand. He has a sense of humor. So I enjoy his teaching.
Man, he changed my life, man, just off of the content that I've gotten, just listening to him. And I don't know too many people that can hold you in one place for 12 hours and you still be excited just listening to him.
He tells you exactly what to do, how it is. It's no baloney, I like that.
Everybody is just super nice, super helpful. They want to make sure that you're getting what you're needing.
Anytime we have a question, they're there to answer it.
Everybody's so helpful, and all they want to do is see you succeed, which is very good, and it's obvious too.
This event gives you limitless potential. You owe it to yourself to come and learn what this process is, because it will open your eyes and change your life.
Just do it. I mean, save up the money. And if you're on the fence and this is something that you're interested in and you can see yourself doing, then you're absolutely right. You can absolutely do this business. It'll change your life. I believe it's changed mine.
If you're considering real estate at all, this event, you can get people that will walk beside you and help you become a success in this. 100%. You will do deals with these people.
You're going to make it back in one deal if you're passionate about it and this is what you want to do. To me, it's like a no-brainer,
Just do it. Just do it.
I tell you what I learned along the way is the cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. You know, my biggest focus today is not so much teaching the real estate. We teach real estate. I can teach anybody how to buy and sell houses in a very short period of time. But the hardest thing we have to work on today is to teach people how to run a business and get out of the minutia, get out of the daily grind. I'll tell my folks, this is a very part-time business that produces a massive full-time income. And if you're working at it more than part-time, you're just wasting all the time you're putting into it. All right, we're back. Nick, I understand you got some questions?
I do. Jerry says, in Florida, can you offer to buy on a wrap and assign to another investor if it doesn't meet your buy and hold criteria?
Yes, absolutely. It's called ACTS, by the way, Assignment of Contracts and Term System.
Markesha says, once you get a home under contract on a pre-foreclosure, how does that stop the foreclosure process?
It doesn't until you bring the payments current when you buy the house. And by the way, you better not do that without an attorney. For one thing, your attorney needs to get some kind of email or something from the lender that they will reinstate the loan once the payments are brought current. If you're not careful, they can take the money that you send them to bring the payments current and continue on with the foreclosure, okay? So attorneys should know that.
Tracy says, is there a script to talk to the homeowner on the Gold Club site that I'm missing? Other than the foreclosure property information sheet and the short script if you had an assistant.
You got a property information sheet that captures the information, and then you got my closing call script, which you have right in the package I sent you earlier. And then you got my $1 million script with the big 3 questions on it. There's an appointment script to make an appointment, but other than that, you got all the scripts you need right in here.
So the answer, I guess, is for that front end initial call.
Property information sheet, if you're the one collecting the information, okay, which, yes, is on our Gold Club site and in all of my manuals.
Mark says, how accessible are these mentors? How quick do they respond? Do they give you a bunch of tasks and when you call in, give you more tasks? In other words, do they put you off or do they produce action?
Our mentors are there to help you get a check, okay? And they're not, you got a 30-minute appointment with them every single week to talk about deals that you generated, and they'll give you instructions on what to do next. They'll even get on the phone with your seller if you arranged a visit to a house, check with them first to see if they're okay to be available at that time. And when you go to the house, they can put the seller on the phone if you ask questions. They'll even call them before you go to tell the seller they're sending you. In other words, they're your partner. How accessible they are, they're all accessible. Now, you can reach them by email, but remember, you get one 30-minute call a week, but honestly, they're there throughout the entire week to discuss, but they're there to discuss houses, deals, okay? If your dog is sick, they don't want to hear about that. They want to talk to you about real estate. They're very accessible.
Helen says, we are already in the master's program. Will we get the generating quality leads product too?
Well, Helen, I don't know. We haven't talked about that yet, have we, Nick? Huh?
Not yet.
What do you think? Should we send it to him?
Well, I mean, if she already, I don't know how long ago she signed up for mentor, she may already have the current course.
Yeah.
Right.
And of course, you're watching this and you're taking notes, right, Helen? All right. We haven't made that decision yet, but I'd say there's a really good chance you'll get it. That's all I can tell you right now. You got the previous one.
Larry says, I found that a lot of these leads are retail customers just wanting to sell their house. Imagine that. How do you qualify a motivated seller?
It's called the closing script. Okay. It's in your package that I sent you. Remember what it says. Sometimes we pay cash. Sometimes we'll make your payments until you're paid off in the future. Of course, our cash price will be considerably lower than our terms price. So would you consider any option other than all cash? Pre-screening over, just read the script. If they say, yeah, then you go down and read the benefits to them. Again, if they like it, and if they want to go further, then you go to the $1 million script, the 3 questions, and you get the answers to that. And by the way, you've only got 2 missions on the phone. Get the answers to the 3 questions, or whack them and get them out of your life forever. And if you don't do those things, then obviously you're wasting your time on the telephone. So it comes back to training, sir. It comes back to training.
So would
Training
you
and
agree
practice.
would you agree that most of the leads, no matter what source we're using here, are going to be retail customers?
Yeah, imagine that. You know, people actually want retail price for their house and they want all cash. I mean, the nerve of these people, right? Okay. Of course, that's what they want. That's called them filling the top of the funnel with all the crap so you can get down to the cream. Of course, the more focused they are on the types of lists they're mailing to, like for example, if they're mailing to people that are in foreclosure, they're lot less likely they want retail price and all cash for their house. So that's why we're spending so much time on quality leads. Quality leads, you'll get less of that than you will the quantity leads, people just listing their house online. But you have the system in place to weed through them in a hurry. Okay. Now that's the only way you're going to truly find out is to make that closing call. And I'm telling you, it takes a minute to get that first paragraph out of you and determine whether you want to go any further. In fact, you should tell yourself, I know I'm not going to get any deals, but I'm going to call them just for practice. And then, of course, be prepared if they actually give you an answer you like. Okay. Next.
Harold says, how do you know what the current bids are in an area?
Current.
That question was when Jeremy was talking on the bidding on leads.
He'll tell you. He'll tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like anything. You can put a bid out there, and if you're not getting any leads, you can raise it. And sometimes lead will come in, and whoever has a high bid will get that one. Then they'll be maxed out. So then you'll be next in line. So.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you even have any competition in your city. So when you contact him, he'll give you that information.
Harold, again, how does this connect, if at all, with Pat Live and VA?
Well, it's all a system. So good question, actually. All right. If your seller is calling on a phone, they're going to call Pat Live or they're going to call you direct, period. So you got somebody answering the phone 24 hours a day. Your VA will call them back and fill out the property information sheet, but the VA does a whole lot more stuff than that. I mean, there's a whole list of things the VA does for dirt cheap price. So first we got to generate the lead to go to Pat Live. Or if it's online generated, to go to your website, which we furnish you. That's part of the $297 Go Club program. And so they're either going to go to your website, fill out a form, or they're going to call Pat Live and fill out a form, and then the lead will come to you either way instantly. So it's all one system, so that you don't have to do anything but set it up and watch it and call the leads. Never been easier, really.
Tracy says, does buying a property from a homeowner before oh yeah, I think you answered this from somebody else. Does buying a property from a foreclosure before the foreclosure sale date keep the foreclosure off their credit? Or
No.
is the actual foreclosure already on their credit report?
No, get this. The day the list pendants is filed, it goes on their credit. Okay? There's nothing you can do to get it off their credit report. So don't ever tell anybody I'm going to save your credit. And to be honest with you, as far as your credit goes, it don't make a bit of difference whether they just filed on you or whether it goes to the courthouse steps. Okay, if it goes to the courthouse steps, not doing you any harm. On the other hand, if you bail out of foreclosure, still got that foreclosure on the credit report the minute they file.
Mark said, this was for Nicholas Nick. What is a mid-range package?
Mid-range package? Oh, crap. Somewhere between 300 and 800.
Yeah, 833, something like that. Oh, was that the top one?
No, the top one was 833.
Okay.
I don't know, 500 or 600.
Yeah, you can go to that ronaldgrand.com/lead mining and
Question for
talk
him,
to
yeah.
Nick, and he can get you all that information. Tina says, are we choosing area by county? That was for Nicholas Nick as well.
Well, I don't remember what he told me. I think you probably are. And I think I gave him 3 counties. I don't remember, but yeah, you probably are.
Farrah says, Ron, how did you find your acquisitionist and how are you paying him?
Well, that's kind of a little bit of private information how I'm paying him, but how I found him was that I have a local program here. In fact, if you're watching this, you'll want to inquire about it. It's called American Homebuyer Society. If you live anywhere in the Jacksonville area, which is Northeast Florida, we have 2 meetings a month, and I work with these people in this group to go buy houses. And the meetings are right here in my office, so they learn a lot as they go. But their job is to go out and make offers, and our job is to follow up on them after they make the or after they get the leads. I mean, they get the leads, and we follow up. And frankly, every time I do a deal, I pay the group a prorated share of that deal. Again, they learn a lot. And the truth is, I'm doing it because I keep the houses. In every deal we do, I give up a good chunk of the front end profits, but I keep the houses. So I'm sacrificing the front end for the most part because I want the house more than I want the front end profits. So it's just a local group. Now, the problem is there's 2 meetings a month, and one of them we'll do virtual, but the other one you got to drive to. So you got to be within driving distance of Jacksonville. I got 1 or 2 members as far south as Orlando, but if you can't drive to the meeting, you don't even want to apply for this group. What kind of an email address can I give them? I'll tell you what. Email Tish at LeGrand Projects and tell her you're interested in the Home Buyer Society. Tish, T-I-S-H, at LeGrand, spell that right, L-E-G-R-A-N-D, Projects, and she'll get you the information on it.
Yeah, I think we have a website set up. I'm checking now. I think it's ronlegrand.com/AHS.
Okay, there's even better.
Some information there.
ronlegrand.com/AHS, American Home Buyer Society.
Markesha.
I didn't get to the point though. He was one of those members. All right, he still is. That's how I found him. So you know, he came in already with a little experience, so he rose to the top very quickly.
Markesha, once you finish all necessary paperwork on a subject to, what do you do with the paperwork in order to concrete everything legally?
You send the contract to your attorney and tell him to get it closed, and he'll prepare all the documents after that, and you don't have to worry about anything. It's all on him or her, and they'll get recorded downtown. You own the house, and you're going to buy it in a land trust if you're going to listen to the old guy here. Never in your name. You're buying it in a grantor revocable trust. By the way, there's plenty of lessons on that on the Gold Club, and all the documents are right there on the Gold Club for you under resources.
Dang says, hi Ron, I activated VA service a while back and got VA time. Pay the $500 setup fee. I use up all the VA time and haven't been able to make any more purchases. I'm at the $59 Gold Club level. Is my VA service still active? Can I continue to purchase more VA time and using it? It does not. Does it expire? Do I have to activate and set up again?
There is no expiration of your expiration of your VA service. You use it up, use it up. You can activate it anytime you want. There's no penalty, and no, you don't have to pay the $500 fee again.
As long as you stay active. I mean, if you go inactive for I think you'd have to check with Pam directly, Dang.
Yeah.
But I think there's like 6 months because they don't just have your VA there set up on your account the whole time. They'll have to come back and get you a new VA set up again.
Hey, Dang.
After 6 months.
Tell them I said, don't charge me no $500 again. Tell them I said that. And where you been? I missed you. You haven't asked a single question in the last 2 days.
I saw 1 or 2 from them. Saw 1 or 2 from them. I think they went to other
All right.
though. Larry's question says it was for Jeremy about qualifying sellers. I think we still answered it though.
I don't know the question. That's not a question, really.
He was saying that.
Oh, he has one for Jeremy. All right. Well, you contact Jeremy then.
Yeah, same thing, Larry, though. Most of the leads you get, whether it's from Jeremy or anybody else, are going to be people who want retail price for the home. So you just got to go through and qualify them.
So, hey, John, I haven't seen the grouch monitor yet. Am I being good in the last couple of days? Huh?
I don't think he's been grouchy.
Oh, that's ugly. It's John's job to put up the grouch monitor every time I get grouchy. I've been pretty good.
June says, is the $1 million script in new workbook?
Yes. The $1 million script is in the stuff I gave you. It's called the closing script. And then there's the follow-up $1 million script with the 3 questions on it. I believe that's in your stuff we gave them, isn't it? I know the closing script is.
It's definitely on the Gold Club. I'll tell you that.
Is it in this package or not?
I don't know. I don't know if that had anything to do with
Oh, boy, I don't know.
finding leads. That's more
Maybe it isn't in here.
pre-screening lead.
All right. Maybe I'm telling everybody it's in here and it's not. If that's the case, it's definitely on the Gold Club site. Where would they go? They'd punch on the resources and then where would they find it? Under that.
Scripts.
Under scripts. Okay. That's a good place, under scripts. Where else would I find scripts?
Annette, can you please say that again?
If I knew what that is.
Yeah, I don't know. That is all we have.
Okay. Annette, do it again and tell me what that is, and then I'll say it again for you. Okay, so we're going to talk about comps now, huh? All right. First, what I'm trying to find is the ARV. ARV stands for after repaired value. Okay. What does after repaired mean to you? It means in excellent condition, ready to sell. All right. Not the as is condition. This is not a BPO, broker's price opinion, on an ugly house. We're going to comp nice houses in nice neighborhoods in excellent condition. We only want 2 comps. We pick out 2 comps from the list and we ignore everything else. No matter what you're comping, there's always going to be houses similar to it that sold for a lot less. I'm only looking for the top 2. The top 2, write that down. That's critical. Ignore the rest. Okay. If my house is in excellent condition and I put it on the market and I got houses that are similar and they sell up here and I'm thinking mine's down here, well, mine should be up here. Okay. These houses are similar to mine and are in good condition. Mine's worth every bit of what theirs are. So my ARV is going to come from the top 2 comps, and you got to ignore everything else. And that's where you thinker brains are going to go crazy trying to ignore everything else. Okay. There's 3 things that your subject, that you need to determine whether your comps match your subject. All right. Number 1, they have to be a recent sale. All right. Almost all the comps you put on any website are going to be the recent sale. They really got that all built in, and that's really what they show is the recent sales. Recent means in our past market, 3 or 4 months, give or take, because obviously the prices were going up before they started sliding down. And so the most recent, the closest sales to you, the better. But number 2, they have to be similar in square footage. All right. We can't compare a 1,000 square foot house to a 2,000 square foot house if they're sitting beside each other. Because, well, let's just take that. We got 1,000 square foot here and we got 2,000 square foot here, which is probably 1,000 2 stories. Okay. The lot they're sitting on is worth the same amount of money regardless of what you build on it. So I can't, if I take the dollars per square foot from my $1,000 house, that includes the lot. All right. I don't get to double that for a lot right beside it. It's worth the same thing. Plus the house beside it still only got 1 roof, same as my comp, but it's worth twice as much. All right. It's got 1 kitchen, same as my comp, the one next door, but it's worth twice as much. So the further apart they are, the less they are usable as a comp. Now, 20% one way or another, no problem. And if you're down at the low end, you're comping the low end prices, okay, anything within a reasonable range is a comp, because honestly, in most of the areas where your low end prices are, 1,000 square foot house compared to a 1,300 square foot house, that we're both the same price, give or take. So it's less important down at the bottom. But as you go up, it's more important, because we're going to price our house based on square footage, price per square foot that are the ones we're comping sold for. So we got price per square foot as close in size as possible. And then we got date when it was sold, and then we got how far away are our comps. If our comps are 2 miles away from our subject, they're not comps. Okay. In fact, you can go right across my main thoroughfare and have houses worth twice as much as the one you're looking at as your subject. You can't use them. You've got to stay within the neighborhood you're in to get some really good comps, unless you want to get in your car and go out to the neighborhoods and look at them. Is this one across the street a lot newer than mine? Or modern houses and mine are old houses. And I'm not going to use them for comps because they're going to be worth a lot more per square foot than my subject matter. So I want comps right in the neighborhood. I don't want any major dividers between my subject and the comps that I'm using, with like a main highway or a waterway. And also got to make sure that the comps that I'm using are not on the golf course and mine isn't, or vice versa, or on water, back up the water, and mine isn't. And I'll show you how to do that very easily in a minute. So close in square footage, close in proximity, and the closest ones in proximity are the better ones to use because they're in the same neighborhood. And recent sale, close in proximity, and square foot, close in square foot. Now, well, I'll tell you what, let's go on ahead and get to the site. This is your home page of your dream system, which I'm not going to go through because when I'm through, Damon is going to come on and go through all of this with you. And, you know, let's let the creator handle how to use dreams. If you'll scroll it up, Nick, so I can get to the quick. All right, see over in the right-hand corner, you'll see quick analyzer. That's the button you want to push, which Nick just did, and that's going to bring you up to right here. And this is where you got to put in what the rest of the subject you want to comp. All right. Now for kicks and grins, Nick, let's go down below. There you go. Yeah, let's pull up Fitchwood Circle because I happen to own that house. That's the one I showed you yesterday. This is the house that Tish is now living in that I bought 6 or 7 years ago. And all right, so we here it brings us up to this page. And there's the facts about your house. The house is 3,387 square feet. It was built in 2011, so I bought it in 2014. In fact, it says that over there, doesn't it? It says last sold 6/30/2014. Now that says I paid $344. It must have been $350,000. I don't know what kind of tax they're talking about. So it's pretty close to what I paid. So now, Nick, let's move over there. All right, who owns that house? Some trust owns that house. Can you imagine that? Okay, that's my land trust that owns the house. All right. Now let's move it up. Let's see the map. Up in the upper right-hand corner, you see the estimated value, $652,250. Now I can tell you right now, the estimated value or the Zestimate on Zillow is very rarely ever correct. It's usually below market value. You do not get your comps. You do not get your value using Zillow. In fact, sometimes it is ridiculously far apart from the real value. So I'm going to show you how to pull up comps and ignore the estimated value, which you better get in the habit of doing because your sellers will probably use this estimate on Zillow. And that's a good thing for you because they're usually low. And I mean, tell you, sometimes really, really, really low. For example, I live in a house actually very close to here, and bought it in 2002, still live in it. And my last time I pulled up the estimate on it, it was worth about $1,100,000, give or take. The last time I had it appraised, it was worth $2,700,000. So, you know, which one do you want to believe? All right, that's not exactly a normal example, but I can tell you that these estimates come from some kind of logarithm that they will never tell you how they get them. But so they have to take in consideration the properties are sold for less in order to get to this number. So, you know, every once in a while they'll be right on the target. So they'll lead you to believe that this estimate is right. I'm telling you this estimate is almost always wrong. All right, so let's take a look at this map here. You can see my sub. I'm going to pull around here. I'm looking at a TV. You can't see it. So I'm looking at the same screen you're looking at. If you look up there at the top, you'll see that red circle with inside that red, whatever that thing is. You look over at the right, you'll see the legend. That means that these are sales. These properties have been, I'm sorry, that's my subject, the red, but the green ones are the ones that sold. So the green ones are the one we're looking at. Now, if I want to go down and hit that blue one, I can see the rentals, but let's just stick with getting the comps for now. So you can see there's several comps all around this house. By the way, my house is right down the street, on the same street almost as the comps that we're using here. I know this area very well. I've been there 20 years, and notice that we have 3 comps right in the same neighborhood, but all the rest of them are down at the bottom in a totally different neighborhood. And you got one way out west in a totally different neighborhood. And you got a couple way up top. So those three houses right around mine are the best subjects. So Nick, just for kicks and grins, go ahead and punch on either one, all three of them. Let's see what they say. Okay, there's one that sold for $530,000, but I don't know how many square feet's in it. That's on, wait a minute, 515. That's on Magnolia Falls. Okay. And 490, that's on Glen Laurel Oaks Circle. Okay, and what was the first one again? Rebecca Allen Lane. Help me remember these, Nick, because these are the three that I want to use for comps. Now, notice, my comps are below the Interstate 295 there. I'm not going to use anything on the other side unless I know that they're similar houses. All right? These way off to the west out here, I have no idea whether they compare to my houses or not. This house is a 2-story house, stucco, and it was 3 years old when I bought it. And it's one of those neighborhoods where you can almost reach out and touch your neighbor. There's not a whole lot with it, but it's still, growing in value. Nick, take that little orange man or woman or whatever that's supposed to be over there to the right and put it on top of one of those. Yeah, okay, whatever one, I don't care. Okay, now here comes the pictures of the neighborhood. This is the one on Derby Forest Lane. Now I can tell you right now that house, none of those houses compare to my house. You'll see why when you see a picture of my house. These are all 1-story houses. Mine's 2-story. And I bet you mine's got twice as many square feet in it as these have. All right, hit another one. One of my 3 there. Okay, I go up and down that street every single day. I recognize that's Greenland Road. And we're doing the circle here. I can't see anything but fences, can we? But it's a nice area, relatively new houses. But still, I don't know the square footage on them. I can look them up if I wanted to. Just hit the third one if you haven't hit it already. Okay. Not comparable to my house because they're 1-story and probably half the square footage as mine. But still, they're in the same neighborhood. So I have a license to use the information on these 3 more than I use it on any of the rest of them. All right, Nick, can we get a picture of my house now? Huh. Where's my house? It's a nice overhead view. I'm in there somewhere. Not coming up? All right.
That one just dropped us up in the air somewhere.
Can you zoom down and maybe find it? It's Fitzwood Circle. Maybe, I don't know. Street view, that's a good idea.
Street view of it.
Yes, hit street view.
There isn't. It doesn't let you click on it.
None, okay.
Nope.
So all we're gonna get is a satellite view. All right, nothing we can do about that. That's a Google issue. I bet you if we go to Zillow, though, we can find it there. So let's finish this up, and then we'll go to Zillow. I want you to see a picture of the house. All right, so no waterways. We got one main thoroughfare there, but we got 2 comps in our area. So now let's go down to the bottom. This, my friends, is why I love Dreams. There's all your comps right there in one place. Now, first thing I want to do is go up to the top and sort for square. Get rid of them orange ones there. Right? He's taking them out. So what this is going to let us do is select our top 2 comps, and it'll compute the ARV on the house. There's your square footage. Hit on that, and it lines them up from small to large. My house is, where's my house? That right there. So it's what, 3,300 square feet? So to be honest, we can use every single one of those on the board or within the range because there's not much difference, give or take 400 or 500 square feet. But we're not going to compare a 2,000 square feet to a 2,500. We're going to use the dollars per square foot. That's how we compute the value, and that'll make up for the difference in the size to a degree. So now, Nick, go up and hit price per square foot. And there you go. It lines them all up from small to bottom down at the top bottom. So obviously I'm going to go down and gravitate to the bottom ones first. And so I got them down there at $253 a foot, $245 a foot, $238, $231, $231 and $320. That's $231 and $220 and $215. So now let me go over to the date sold, and let's see if any of them take. Oh, I can see what's going to take us out. All right, you tell me, guys and gals, why can't I use the bottom half of the comps on this page? This is a test. You'll be given a test when I'm through. Okay. The answer is in the proximity column. Look at them. From 1.4 to 4 miles away, I cannot use those as comps, and you should not, because they might be in a totally different neighborhood. But now look at the top half. From 0.79 to 1.41 or 0.88. I can use all of those as comps. You follow me so far? All right. So now I literally only got to look at the top half to find out the dollars per square foot. So let's scroll back over to the right and you'll see 179, 157, and 157. And by the way, you see that Magnolia Falls Drive is one that was right next to me, so we can definitely use that. And Rebecca Lane right above it was as well, so we can use that. 157. Okay, got another 157 up there, but we don't need to add it in. 2's enough.
Yeah, that's actually a duplicate.
Oh, it is a duplicate. So we found our top two comps. That's just that easy. So now, by punching on those blue arrows on the right, if Nick will scroll down or up or whichever way, oops, stop. You'll see right there, it says that my house is worth $569,016. Okay. And you know what? That is probably true because those are absolute comps. They're right in my same neighborhood. Now, granted, this is the house that I paid $351,000 for in 2014 by taking over the debt and doing nothing but paying closing costs. So God bless appreciation. This house is almost double. In fact, let me see, almost double in the short time that I've had it. And remember, the debt paid down from 351 to 265 in that same short few years. The longer you own a house, the more money it is worth. Okay, you get rich by not selling these things. And I've already got the $50,000 deposit on it. And now Tish is living in it, and I got no deposit from her, but she's paying down the mortgage for me, and she's keeping the house in good shape. Yeah, that's good enough. All right. So Nick, can we get the Zillow and let me see the pictures of my house?
Yeah, let me pull that up.
If you want me to comp your house, the first one that puts an address that you want comped up there is the one we're going to comp. Do it now. How'd you do that? Okay. Yep, that's the house, all right. Okay. See, it's a big 2-story house. She's got 3 cars worth, 3-car garages. Of course, the inside was in excellent condition and still is. Is there any more? Scroll up on the pictures. See how nice the house was. So I'm not talking about a piece of crap here or a property we're buying in a war zone. I'm talking about a beautiful home in a beautiful neighborhood, which most anybody would be thrilled to live in, especially a first-time home buyer. And okay, they're all the same. Very nice inside, very nice inside all the way through. Now, wait a minute. This estimate says it's worth $573, doesn't it, on Zillow? What did we just say it was worth? Five something. What was it?
569.
Okay.
So 570.
Oh, hey, this is one time that Zillow is almost in agreement. But you know, the last time we did Zillow, it was way far apart. So this is going to change every time we pull it up. So anyway, that's how we do comps, assuming your house comes up. It doesn't always come up. So if it doesn't come up on Dreams, then I'll go to Zillow and see what I can find. So Nick, why don't we go to Zillow and pull up the same address? 11808 Fitchwood Circle.
That's where we are.
Oh, we're on Zillow. Okay. So how would I go on Zillow and find comparable sales, Nick? Right there. Okay. Now, you tell me, do you like that better or do you like the whole list better? Frankly, Zillow is.
Yeah, theirs are close, but they're a little bit older. These are sold 7 months, 8 months, 9 months ago. Ours were all within the last month or two.
That's true. There's one that sold for $625 that had about the same square footage as mine, sold 7 months ago. There's one for $590, sold 8
Looks like
months
it's
ago.
Directly across the street from yours, 11809.
Sure is. Okay, in fact, the next one's close to me as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but they were sold a while ago, 7, 8 months ago when
True.
market was pretty hot back then.
Yeah, and actually just a few months ago, mine was worth in the mid sixes. Now it's come down.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I should sell that house. The price is coming down. Forget that nonsense. I'm going to hang on to that golden goose until I'm dead. If I can help it. Scroll on over. Look, what's that? 760. I don't like that one.
Yeah, this is 9 months ago.
Yeah, well, don't have much difference 9 months ago. The $195 a foot, though. Look at that 205 a foot. I like that one too.
That one's pretty small, 2556 square feet.
Yeah, the 760's got a pool in the back. By the way, guys, that pool is not worth any more than it costs to install it. So it helps, but it's not a big deal on a house. Might be a big deal in sellability of the house, especially in Florida. Everybody thinks they want a pool till they get a pool. And then they think, why do I have this pool? I have a pool. Every once in a while I get in it, maybe twice a year. All right. Okay, so do you see anybody putting an address in there yet, Nick?
Yeah, I see a few.
Okay. Let's go back to Dreams. See if it comes up on Dreams. All right. Can you tell who put it in first?
Looks like the first one was from Tom Oughton.
And where at?
North Carolina.
All right, that should come up. Let's go to it and see.
All right. Trying. I lost my cursor. There we go.
Quick Analyzer brings it up. Okay, what's the address Tom put in?
215 Jenkins Street. And if you're doing this in your area, it'll come up a little bit sooner, but it puts the ones that are closest to you first.
Okay.
There we go, North Carolina.
Really, all you need is a zip after the city, if you have it. Okay, there we go. Nothing.
Uh-oh.
Did not come up. And that's what happens sometimes. And I don't know why.
Maybe Damon's on. He can probably tell us when he comes on.
Yeah.
And how that part
All right.
works.
Well, anyway, we get to see a map of the area anyway. I guess that's the area, or is it?
Yep, there are some rent comps here.
Or maybe that's it. There are no comps in the area. Okay, what is that? Oh, it doesn't even say what it's worth. All right, then we have no choice but to go to Zillow.
All right.
Or some other website. By the way, it doesn't really matter what website your comps are on. They're going to, whatever they sold for, they sold for. And that's a good point. Only sold houses count, not houses that are listed. I don't care what they're listed for. I want to know what they sold for. All right. So Tom, this thing says that your house is worth $324,800. I'd like for you to go ahead and type in what you thought it was worth before we did that. And then let's go down and look at the comps, Nick. Okay. Let's see. How many square foot did this house have? 18. Okay, there's one the same size, sold for $375. What a big difference that is. Okay. Good there. One next door sold for $385. 29 days ago. That's a good comp right there.
365, yeah.
365. And then the one next door to that.
It was a while ago, 10 months.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger house too, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. So go to the next one to that over 335, 12 months ago. That's an old comp right there. That value's come down since then.
Yeah, and they just get older as you go.
Yeah. So that first two over there.
Oh, wait, this one's 5 months.
That's
quite a bit smaller though.
Smaller, yeah. The smaller the house, usually the more dollars per square foot it's going to sell for. Remember, you still got the same lot. All right, so what do we think it's worth then? There's one right beside it that is a really good comp, and one beside that's another good comp. So 365, 375, they're very close together.
Yeah,
So Tom, did you put in there what you thought it was worth yet?
350.
Well, not bad, but you're still a little low. And you just brought to light the mistake most investors are making. You would say it's worth 350. I got evidence right here that you're wrong. And just for the record, if I put it on the market, it's probably not going to go on there for 365, not going to go on there for 375, probably 389.9. I always sell a house for more than what it's worth, assuming it's ready to sell. That house needs some landscaping or something. It's kind of blah looking, but I'm going to put it on the market for more. Remember, I can always come down. You've named the price, and you're not going to get more than that unless you're in a bidding war like they just came out of. That's over. So I've found it when I raise the price that I get the price almost always, even on a cash buyer. Of course, if I'm putting a lease option tenant buyer in there, there's no discussion on the price. It's always going to be higher. But if you got to name the price, and your realtor will beat you to death to lower the price, lower the price. That's not what's going to sell a house. If somebody comes and wants that house and they ask me to lower the price and they get qualified for a loan, I might just lower the price, but I have no reason to do it before that happens. All right, we can do one more, can we? Or can we?
Yeah, we got a few minutes.
Close.
4:15. All right. Next one I see is in Vancouver, Washington.
Vancouver, Washington. I don't know if we're going to get comps on that one or not. Let's try it.
All right.
Shoot.
Northeast 13th Avenue.
You know, keeps track of all the houses that you've put in here before, so you can just go down the line and punch on the address if you're going in for a second time. Nope.
Yeah, this one's coming up the same.
I see 0, 0, 0. All right. And I see no comps, actually. All right. Let's go to,
just again, coming up with rent comps here.
yeah, rent comps. All right, let's go to Zillow.
Sorry,
There it is.
Type one-handed here.
There it is. Okay. Whoa, nice sync. Okay. Zillow, where's the estimate? I don't see it.
This is I don't know. It's for rent.
Oh, forget that one then.
It's listed as for rent. So
Do we have any comps at all?
no, it doesn't seem like it.
Okay. In that case, you're going to have to do what your appraiser is going to do. You're just going to have to go out and find subdivisions that are similar to yours and see what they sold for per square foot. Look, if there's no houses sold in that neighborhood, then we can't find the houses sold online in that neighborhood. They're just not going to show up. So we got to go outside. But if you're going to go outside of your area, you better make sure you're dealing with the same kind of houses that you're looking at. I'm telling you, the houses across a main thoroughfare can be worth twice as much as yours or half as much as yours. That close together. Sometimes subdivisions butt up against each other. Old versus new. You can't use the old if you're trying to price a new, vice versa. All right, so there's nothing on here we can use, right? It's all for rent?
Yeah, I think it's just. I mean, we could probably look at a different website, but it's actually listed for rent on Zillow. So Zillow only shows you the rental listing for it and other rental properties in the area.
Then apparently it's not for sale.
Right.
All right. Okay, well, we could sit here and do this all day, but I'm thinking maybe we ought to actually try to stay on time. What do you think?
I think we should stay on time. Yeah.
I agree. That's a good idea. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Are these homes?
Oh, this I just I closed out. This is just all of Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah. Well, Vancouver, Washington is not that big, really. But what was the square footage on the house for comping?
I'm not sure, Ron.
All right.
I exited out of it. Sorry.
Okay, well, let me tell you a way to get the value if you can't figure it out. You can get a realtor to go, well, this is assuming, you can get a realtor to actually assume that the house is in good shape on the inside and tell you what they think they would sell it for if you list it with them. Because they'll go do the homework that an appraiser would do, and they'll get help. Some of them don't know how to do it. And that way you get a good estimate of what the value is. Now, whatever number they give you, you're going to sell it for more, okay? Because it's going to be a conservative number. There are some areas like that where they just don't have comps. All right. So, is Mr. Damon on here?
I am. How are you, sir?
I am good. All right. You just watching my lesson on comps?
I was taking notes for sure.
Okay. So I am currently talking to the guy that's instrumental in the Dreams system because his company created it for us and built it just for my students. And you built it around a platform that you already have called REI Black Book. So people listening might recognize that name. We just got a bunch of stuff that we added to it. So I imagine you're going to go on some PowerPoints. And are you going live on the site?
I'm going to do a little bit of PowerPoint, kind of give them a good overview so they understand all of the different areas of functionality. And then we're going to go in live and show them an actual demo.
All right. Well, I assume you don't need me to do that, do you? Because there's not anything I can contribute.
Well, I'm sure you could contribute, but I think I'm also okay to do it on my own as well.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to turn it over and let you do it on your own and make people understand why Dreams is such an important part of their business. And I tell everybody it literally can replace an employee, which it can't, and get the grunt work off you. So I'll turn it over to you and you go through it. And do you see anything? You know, one question I have for you. I mean, we just pulled up a house in Vancouver, Washington. Why wouldn't that one come up? Is it because there are no sales in the neighborhood?
So it's typically not the sales. It's going to be very specific to the area and what the data. Basically, there's non-disclosure states that don't allow us to report that data. And so there are non-disclosure states that we just technically can't publish the data. Even if I had it, I'm not licensed to. And then yet in other areas, they're not recording, for instance, the sales price. That tends to happen quite a bit in Texas. They don't actually record the sales price. It's not technically a non-disclosure state, but those are going to be some of the challenged pockets that you see whenever the Dream system isn't pulling up the sales comps.
So how do I get comps if I can't pull them up?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still the age-old question of, you know, can you get access to the MLS, right? I mean, there's multiple ways to do that.
You're saying they would be in the MLS?
I'm sorry?
You're saying they would be in the MLS?
Yes, especially in the non-disclosure state. In a non-disclosure state, you know, but obviously there's multiple ways to get access to the MLS. Get licensed yourself, connect with an agent, and or becoming like an admin assistant for a broker. But yeah, that's what we typically recommend if you're not getting the data
or
and Zillow's not getting it.
Or just get an agent to work with, pull your comps, which is the same agent you're going to use to cash out of your properties if that's your intent. And they'll do it for nothing. I mean, I think of my friend Jay Connor, he all of his comps are pulled by his agent, but all of his houses are sold by the same agent. And I used to do the same thing. Fortunately, I'm in Florida. We don't have any trouble finding them here. But I'll tell you right now, if we're going to get an agent to do this for us, we need to know what are his comps that he pulled these numbers from. Until we get to the conclusion as to we can trust the numbers that they pull.
Yep.
And I think you'll agree, whatever number the agent tells me the house is worth, I'm going to raise it somewhat because they're going to give me a conservative number. All right.
sure.
Well, you got a lot to talk about here. And we've told everybody that you have to be through by 8:30 tonight.
No, hey, you know I could talk forever, so I got plenty to say.
I'm just kidding, folks. It's only 7:30. Don't worry about it. All right. I'm going to turn it over to you, sir. I'm perfectly capable of handling it.
All right. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. So let me make sure I got my, whoa. I'm just going to go ahead and hit the present button here. So bear with me one second, folks. All right. Uh-oh. Let's see. You know what? Nick, are you still on here with me, buddy?
I am.
You know, I'm gonna share this screen. I want to make sure. Can you actually see the saying it's lost permission?
Damon, we don't see anything yet. If you hit present, then hit share screen, then hit the tab that says entire screen. Usually that'll do it for us.
Yeah, it's telling me I gotta allow Chrome, which I've done this before, so I don't.
All right, we'll give Damon a second to get back on. I think he's using one of those Mac computers that are never compatible with anything. So we'll give him a shot to get back on here.
All right.
One of the things I caution people on is to be very careful to whom they listen. There's a whole internet full of folks out there teaching stuff that are absolutely contradictory to the reality. And with 40 years of experience on my side, I can tell you that a lot of it is leading them to bad times, not good times. So be careful to whom you listen. Listen to those who have the credibility. They've been there, they've done that. They're not just talking about something they've done twice.
All right, you guys there?
We're back.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, now can you see the slides?
I can. There's something over top of it right now.
All right. Yep. That's my security permission. All right. Well, hey guys, it's not like I run a software company and I'm a tech guy. So apologize for the little bit of the difficulty there. But you know, Ron was actually just inside of the Dream system, showing you guys a little bit about how he runs comps. But quite frankly, there really is so many other things that the system can allow you to do and help you. Really, at the end of the day, help you automate your business. Let's put some things on autopilot. You know, the end result of that is how do you do more deals, make more money, and really save you time, right? That's really what we're talking about doing. And the primary vision behind the Dreams platform was to really avoid the multiple system chaos. And I'm sure you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Whether you go get a contact management system like Podio or Salesforce or something like that, but then you still got to get a phone system. You still got to get a website. Then you still got to go figure out how to do your comps. And next thing you know, you're just all over the board. You got all of these different logins and subscriptions, and none of them talk to each other, right? So it's completely disjointed systems. It actually creates a lot more manual work. And really, at the end of the day, that is lost opportunity. So that's really what we're going to be talking about, is how to avoid that multiple system chaos, right? And all of this is geared around, around the $1 million business framework. And there's three key components to that, right? It's vision, systems, and people. And I'm really here today to talk to you guys, to dive deep into that systems component, right? So you got to get your clarity on your business vision. We're going to put systems in place to get us to that vision. And then eventually we're going to start hiring people to run those systems, right? So that's really what we're going to chat about today. And again, going to dive deep into systems. And so in order to get there, guys, look, straight up, our buddy Warren Buffett, he says, look, if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die. And so that's really what we want to be able to do, right? We want to have our systems on autopilot. Ron kind of, mentioned, hey, the Dreams could actually replace an employee. Well, I would argue that it's going to do one better for you, because this thing is going to work 24/7. It's not going to call in sick, all of those things that you have to struggle with on team members, right? But let's get really clear on what we talk about whenever we mean systems, okay? Because I don't want you to just think of systems as just Dreams. Now, don't get me wrong, it's part of a much bigger system. So we kind of got to get clear on what a system is, right? And we're just talking about a group of interrelated or interdependent elements forming a whole to produce a reliable, consistent result, right? So if you put all that together, at the end of the day, we're really just talking about, a process that if we follow it every single time, it's going to produce reliable and consistent results. And I'm sure that's why you are all here today for your business, is that you want reliable and consistent results, right? So let's talk a little bit about the system building blocks, right? So if we're going to start putting systems in our business, then we need to get really clear on what the building blocks are. What are the elements that we need in order to build systems, okay? So there's 4 building blocks, right? The first is really strategy, okay? We've got to get clear on the strategy. What's the overall arching goal or objective that we're going to try to obtain by implementing this particular system, okay? From there, we're going to get really clear on the tactics. Now, you know, I'm a military guy, so I spend a lot of time in the Marine Corps. And so, you know, I know when we talk about strategy and tactics, a lot of times people get confused and like, what's the real difference? Well, I want to explain that right now, okay, and give you guys an example on that, all right? So strategically, if I wanted to build an evergreen inbound lead machine, right, that is my strategy. Now, why do I want to do that? The objective is to have sellers calling me, right? I want inbound leads. I don't want to have to necessarily cold call or cold text and deal with all the regulatory issues and stuff like that. I mean, I will if I have to, but quite frankly, the strategy that I want to put in place is to build an inbound lead machine. Now, tactically, there are lots of different tactical ways that I could achieve that strategy, right? I could create a pay-per-click business. I could create a direct mail. I could do social media, online ads. You know, there's driving for dollars. There's lots of different ways that I can actually create tactics that I can create an inbound strategy. Now, with each one of those tactics, though, I want to get clear, they're all going to have their own process, right? So if I sit there and say, look, I'm going to create pay-per-click leads, and that's online leads, right? Like Google AdWords, right? If I'm going to create that, that's a different process than, for instance, if I tactically choose to use direct mail. And I'll give you a little tip, like the real answer, it's not if, you know, this or that. It's really a mixture so that you create a flywheel, really the flywheel effect for your marketing, okay? Now, once we get the processes identified and we kind of get those figured out, then we're going to implement the tools, okay? So it's really important to understand, if you guys get this part, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to be ahead of probably 98% of entrepreneurs, not just real estate investors, but entrepreneurs, other business owners, if you really understand the building blocks of systems, okay? Now I'm going to go one further here, and we're going to talk a little bit about how to organize your business around these functions, right? These functions and systems, okay? So Michael Gerber, author of E-Myth, he says we want to organize around business functions, not people, right? And then we're going to build systems within each of those business functions. And then we're going to let the systems run the business and people run the systems, right? Because people come and go, but the systems will remain constant. Now, don't overthink this too much. At the end of the day, it really is pretty simple. Don't overcomplicate this, all right? There's 2 primary functions, right? And we're gonna put systems, like smaller systems, into each one of these, and I'm going to talk about that. But there really are 2 primary areas of your business, okay? We must generate the leads, and then we must convert the leads, okay? And that typically is where you kind of want to think about where your business is at. And we can troubleshoot your business pretty quick. It's like, look, do you have leads coming in and you're not converting them? Or do you not have leads coming in at all, right? So that typically helps us identify and diagnose challenges in your business, all right? Now, Michael Gerber says, though, hey, let's go ahead and break our business into functions, right? And then let's go ahead and put systems inside of each one of those functions. So what you're looking at here, this is actually all of the functions that it would take as a real estate investor for motivated sellers, right? So to acquire sellers in your business, this is really their journey. Some people call this the customer journey, the value map, right? But really where I want you guys to start thinking about this when you look at it, I want you to break your business down into smaller functions, and we're going to put systems in each one of these functions, okay? That's really what we want to do, okay? So it goes all the way from lead generation to lead management to deal structuring. Once we actually structure the deal, then we need to be able to offer and negotiate. Then we're going to move into accepted contract or transaction management, and then property disposition, okay? Now I'm going to cheat and cut to the end here a little bit, all right? At the end of the day, the dream system will actually be able to help you automate and put each one of these functional areas on autopilot, okay? So all the way from your lead generation to your lead management. The first step in lead management, we must capture the leads, right? We must capture the leads. So we want to make sure that you've got the right tools to capture the leads, right? So all the way from your websites, your business phone system, to accept text messaging, as well as incoming calls. We want to make sure all of those can capture those contacts, those prospects, those leads, capture those directly into your contact or your customer relationship management. A lot of people will call that a CRM, right? We want to be able to capture that, all of those leads directly into your contact management system. And then all of that, we want to be able to run analytics so that we can really sift, sort, identify our hot prospects in that contact management system. But it starts with making sure that you've got the right lead capture system in place, okay? Now, from there, we're going to go ahead and say, okay, fine, we've captured the leads. Now we need to follow up, all right? We use a system we call the perfect follow-up system, all right? The perfect follow-up system uses a 15x3 framework. And what that means is it basically says, hey, look, we want to create a system that follows up with the first 15 minutes. What happens in that first 15 minutes? What happens in the first 15 days? And then what happens in the first 15 months, right? So we call it the perfect follow-up system because we know that we want to follow up continuously, right? Only 50% of leads will actually engage in a transaction over a 2-year period, right? So what that means is that 100 people reach out and raise their hand today. They have a house and they're asking for an offer. Only 50% of them will actually do something in the next 2 years. The problem, of course, is I don't know which 50%, right? So I'm going to have to follow up with all of them. I need to drop every incoming lead, right, that comes into my lead capture. I want to drop every one of those leads into a unique follow-up campaign and system for each one of those prospects, okay? From there, we're going to move it over to the deal structuring, okay? So you need to be able to analyze the deal. You need to be able to manage your property information sheets. You need to be able to run your sales comparables. You need to be able to estimate the rehab, right? And we need to put all of that together so that we can really predict our profit even before, right? Even before we put that offer in negotiation, we need to start structuring that deal so that we make sure that we put the best offer possible forward, okay? Now, once we put the offer, we do the analysis, we're actually ready to make that offer. Well, then I want you guys to understand we're really just moving to a different system, a different function in our business. And we call this the perfect offer system, okay? It's really very similar to the perfect follow-up system. It's just now we're following up after we made the offer, right? Don't ever be ghosted by a seller again, right? We don't want any of that stuff happening. We want to put them in an automated system, right? So that we can get predictable, reliable, consistent results, okay? Now, here's the one thing I do know, okay? I've been doing this for over a decade now, all right? And with Ron's team for 5 or 6 years now. It's been amazing. They've added a ton of capabilities into the Dream system. We absolutely love it. But the one thing I see over and over again is if you start systematizing all of these other functions in your business, right? If we put the right systems in for our lead generation, we put the right systems in place for our lead capture, and then we put the right systems for our follow-up system and the right deal structuring, then that means you're going to start being able to make more offers, right? We're going to make more offers. And here's what's going to happen. You're going to make more offers, which means you're also going to get more rejections, right? And so we looked at it and said, what if we could put a system in place for all of the rejections, right? And so we came up with what we call the rejected recovery system, okay? Again, it is a simple system, right, that basically follows the process. It's triggered as soon as an offer is rejected. Then we want to trigger, it's a 90-day process, all right? And again, all we're trying to do, and this is the way I want you guys to start thinking about your business, is I just want you to break your business down into smaller functional areas, and then we want to systematize each one of those areas, right? Because you're not going to just start on Monday and just go back and say, hey, look, we're going to do all of these, right? It's a process, okay? But after putting in the rejected recovery system, you know, my buddy Darren Buttram, he's an investor here in St. Louis, and he closes typically about 40 to 50 deals on an average basis annually. And after putting the rejected recovery system, he closed an extra 37 deals in the first 12 months from sellers that had rejected his original offer, okay? So systematize each one of these functional areas, okay? That's going to get us more signed contracts. More signed contracts. Now we need to systematize our transaction management, right? We need to put in the proper workflows, task management, team management. How do you manage your property pipeline, the document storage? You know, did we order title? Did we order insurance? Like all of those types of things, right? You want to be able to manage and systematize in this particular function, which then gets us finally to property disposition. How do we actually exit the deal? All right. And the cool thing of it is, guys, look, it doesn't matter if you're a buy and hold and you're holding and you're doing, straight traditional landlording, or you're doing the creative creative financing, whether you're selling it on terms, you're doing lease options. It doesn't really matter how you're going to disposition the property. We need to put a system in place to help manage that. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to think about whenever you think really about the dream system. We're talking about building a predictable real estate investing business with dreams, right? The digital real estate automated management solutions. Okay. So if we get back and I back up to this slide, this is what I want you to think about. All right. If you could take this, and I can tell you right now, been doing this for years, right? Hundreds, if not thousands of students at this point. And I can tell you just bite-sized chunk, and this should be your roadmap. All right. Your roadmap. And typically takes you about 6 to 9 months to start putting all of these individual systems in place, but you're going to be able to short that cut dramatically with the Dreams system, right? Trusted by real estate investors across the country, thousands of websites under management, right? Millions of contacts being managed, millions of properties being managed. So what the heck does it really include? Okay. So the Dream system really consists of your lead capture websites, right? It's really important here. Lead capture websites, right? I don't want just a brochure site that makes you look pretty and you feel proud because you got a website out on that World Wide Web, right? This new thing called the internets, right? Although that's important, yes, for sure, but really we want to make sure that it's a functional website that's actually designed to really help you easily turn those site visitors into prospects. And we've got tons of proven pre-built website templates, all the way from cash buyer websites to lease option websites, to landlord websites, to retail sale websites, to seller websites. And I'm going to show you guys some examples of those today. Okay. Of course, we love feedback. Drew and Risha say, hey, we've run our real estate business for over a decade now. We love the flexibility to build any automation we want to the all-in-one platform for our marketing, and most importantly, the quality of the people behind the business. So I appreciate the testimonials and the shout out, right? So we've got our websites. Now we're going to go in and say, okay, what if we could put our contact management on the exact same platform, right? So we don't want to run our business from spreadsheets or notepads or anything like that ever again. And look, I'm not going to sit here and argue. I've been doing this a long time. I'm not going to argue with you that you could actually go do this business. You could go buy and sell houses with a notepad. There's no doubt in my mind that you could go buy and sell a house with just a notepad. But really what I'm trying to get you to do is to build a business, right? So that's really what we want to start talking about here. So we want to take all of those contacts and really put them into a centrally located place, right? William says, hey, I love how intricate and complex it can be if you choose to use all of its capabilities, but I love the step-by-step instructions, and I love that it follows up for me. That is my weakness. So speaking of follow-up, once we actually have your website and we capture via your website, and we capture those leads, we put them into your contact management system, well, then we want to actually turn on the automated workflows, right? This is really the brains behind Dreams. It's the engine, if you will, our automated workflows. It's very, very powerful workflow engine. That's going to be the engine that helps you systematize really all of those multiple different functions. But the first function I'm going to tell you that you have to get in place is going to be your follow-up, right? You got to turn those leads into deals. Once you can turn it into deals, that's going to start generating capital. That's going to start generating revenue. I promise you, you take that revenue, you invest it back into your business, back into your education, back into systems. And I'm telling you, that's how your business will compound growth, right? And here's the really cool thing about follow-up, right? Again, I don't care what type of follow-up. Cammie here, she's actually uses the system to follow up for all of her Airbnbs. So she manages it. She's got workflows set up. So as soon as they actually, soon as they reserve, right? As soon as they make their reservation, as soon as they check in, all of those things, it triggers different workflows. She says, hey, before these kinds of workflows, I was harnessed to my phone and even stressed out taking a nap. All right. Well, that's not where you want to be. Okay. Andy Warner says, hey, 70% of his deals comes from automated follow-up. Right. I love this because with the follow-up, you're going to start closing deals from leads that you completely forgot about. Right. Here's a lead from Marcy Martinez. Right. This lead originally came in March of 2019. Right. March of 2019. but the system kept following up. I want you to remember that only half of those deals are going to do something in the next 2 years, but you don't know which half. So we want to put all of them on our follow-up, right? The system actually revived this lead on January of 2021. She got it under contract in April of 2021. She closed it in June of 2021 for an assignment fee of $35,000. Okay. So really important piece there, right? Like, I mean, literally she forgot about this deal. She said herself, she's like, I failed this lead so many times. I dropped the ball, but right. You know, to Ron's comparison earlier, what if you had somebody on your team? What if you had an employee sitting there making sure every time that you forgot to follow up, that employee doesn't forget to follow up? And that's really what we're talking about here with the Dream System. And this is the exact conversation with that particular lead that really re-engaged them. And you can see the text message. We actually delivered a text message delivered directly to this particular prospect. His name was Lewis. It said, "Hi, Lewis. I was passing through the neighborhood and thought about you. Hope you were well." All right. So it's really important to have the right language as well, the right conversational text messages that are designed to re-engage that prospect. And you can see here, literally 3 minutes later, Lewis responds and says, "Doing well. Thanks for asking." Now, the cool thing of it is right inside the Dreams platform, we also have a mobile app as well. So it's going to buzz your phone. Hey, guess what? Lewis just responded. Remember that lead that you totally forgot about? Well, that's exactly what happened. And then Marcy was able to re-engage and then say, "Hey, glad you're doing well. Just wanted to check up on you. Did you sell that property on Sprague yet? We're still interested." And long story short, that's ultimately, she ended up getting it under contract just a couple of months later after that, of re-engaging that lead, right? So an extra $35,000 from a lead that she completely forgot about. Our buddy Andy Wright, very similar story, got a lead coming in off of a direct mail campaign. Long story short, they put him in, was in for 15 months. They end up wholetailing this one, made $63,000 from a lead that they completely forgot about, right? So many stories about leads that they forgot about and implementing the follow-up. So if there's nothing else you guys take away from me today, make sure you get your follow-up systems in place as soon as possible. Okay. So we said, hey, look, all right, now we've got the websites, we've got the contact management system, but we know that that's not the only way that leads contact you. We know this, right? So it was like, all right, well, let's go ahead and build the phone system. Let's not send them out and have to go get another phone system and then figure out how to try to get that to talk to your contact management system and integrate it with your website. And so we absolutely went out and actually built the phone system from the ground up. All right. So you'll be able to track all of your marketing campaigns, grow your business with the Dreams built-in phone system, right? It's integrated call tracking and analytics. But what I love about it is it records every single call that comes in. You can record every call, every outbound call. You can record those. Those calls are automatically attached to each contact record. And if a new call comes in and the contact doesn't exist already in the contact management system, then we're going to automatically create a contact record for you and start tracking and logging all of the activity, right? So that's really what we mean when we say smart phone system. And you don't have to fumble and bumble with it and try to figure out how to get this to talk, because guess what? We already done that for you. We've done all the technical. Remember, we want you to avoid that multiple system chaos, right? Here's one of the Dreams users. Her name's Sally Riddle. She sent this over because the system, right, the smartphone system and the follow-up, they work together, right? So we can send out text messages. We can actually remind you to make phone calls. We can do all that stuff. But it's really funny because the client, the seller in this case, actually responded back and said, "Hey, no rush. And I have to say, you are the most responsive person I have ever worked with," right? So that's really what we're talking about here. Whenever we build all of this stuff and it's actually integrated, right? We're really talking about the benefits. That's the benefit right there. Your customers don't have to see, and your customers are going to be your sellers and buyers, right? They don't have to feel all of the chaos, the multiple system, nor do you, right? We want it to be simple for you to use, right? So that's actually when we created, again, all new Profit Dial mobile app. So right from in your pocket, you'll be able to quickly access all of your contacts on the go, whether they're buyers, they're sellers, referral partners. So in both inbound and outbound calling with built-in call recording, right? You'll be able to do two-way texting so you can reach your contacts really anywhere and how they want to be met today. Automated lead dispositions and smart follow-up right from the inbox, right? So you receive a text message and you can actually just hit trigger this follow-up, okay? So they might text you, hey, I'm really interested in getting an offer. You can trigger a follow-up will notify the rest of your team on exactly what they need to do, right? Again, just more feedback. Profit Dial app is fire. Thanks, right? Profit Dial app. First, great app. Love the ability to do it on my phone without going to the web portal, right? Profit Dial, it is a game changer. Love it so far. Love it so far. Okay. All right. So now that's really what, when we talk about the lead capture and really following up, right? That's really the first two functions that we talked about. So now we need to jump into the analysis portion. Okay. So we've got the entire property analysis portal. It's actually allows you to easily analyze your properties in one place. So you can be sure you're only buying deals that's going to make you the most money. Now, I know Ron just literally showed you guys how to do this. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time in this property analysis portion. But we also recognize that some of you, whether you have them now or not, some of you guys are going to have VAs on your team, right? Some of you guys are going to have other team members. Maybe you've got partners. So we also went ahead and said, hey, let's go ahead and build in all of the team and task manager so we can track our team activity and we can really stay in communication on all of the activities and the deals, okay? And then that's going to help you with all of your transaction management, right? How do we get these properties clear to close? It's one thing to get them under contract, but let's make sure we can get them to the closing table. That's what that team and task management is going to help you do, all of that operational efficiency there, okay? All right, and then we're going to move over to our property marketing engine, okay? We've got an entire suite of property marketing tools to help you sell your deals with the push of a button, right? You're going to add some photos, maybe property description, and you will be able to hit publish. Your site will be published on multiple third-party sites. You can actually send text alerts. You can send email alerts to your buyers, maybe your tenant buyers, your cash buyers, whatever type of business structure you're doing. I honestly don't necessarily care about your individual tactic. The function and the system will still work with for you, right? So Ryan Moore says, hey, I love the single property websites. It's how easy they make marketing my wholesale properties, right? So Ryan's a wholesaler down in Corpus Christi. And part of what we do is every property you upload, you can build a website just for that property, right? So just for that property, okay? Marcy Martinez again, she said, do not sleep on the features inside the marketing tab, all right? Do the work, all right? Some of the rewards from doing the work and sending these property flyers include buyer leads, seller leads, great contracts, deals, right? So now do it for every single property that I have under contract, whether I already have a buyer or not, okay? Integrated VA dashboard. This is definitely one of those things that is very unique to Dreams, all right? Very unique to Dreams, and it's actually going to allow you to easily manage your VA. You'll be able to see how many hours they have remaining, the number of days to your next billing cycle, how many yes leads do you have, how many no leads, how many contacts are they currently working, how many have they closed. You're going to be able to see that very, very easily. And then last but certainly not least here, well, it's not even last to be honest, we do have the turnkey bird dog system, okay? So these are called field agents, right? Whenever you log into the Dreams platform, you'll see a field agent. All that really is being able to recruit others to go find deals for you, right? If they've got leads, they've got referrals for you, they will have their own login. They can take pictures. They can actually upload those properties right into your property pipeline for analysis, and it'll be tagged and tracked back to that AKA bird dog, right? David says, hey, I followed everything you guys did step by step to find property finders, and I've picked up 7 property finders today alone, and that's only from posting ads on Craigslist last night, okay? Now, these are going to be some of the other things that we've added in there as well. One of them is to be able to track and optimize your online campaigns. Now, we love traditional advertising as much as anyone, right? Whether it's direct mail and using those unique tracking numbers and being able to track those campaigns right inside your Dreams account. But we also recognize there's a ton of you that are really leaning into online campaigns as well. And so we wanted to give you guys the ability to track and optimize all of your online campaigns. So we've got an entire module just dedicated to help you track and optimize your online campaign. So just some examples. Lori Cook says, hey, I just posted my ad about an hour ago, and she sees that not only does she have 11 clicks, but she has 4 leads specifically from that post. Okay. So that's what I want you guys to be able to think about. That's really what we want to do with these online tracking campaigns is we want to know, hey, if I make this post, did it produce? Not just did it get clicks, but did I get leads? Did those leads close, right? Did I generate money from that post, right? That's really what we want to be able to tell you in your tracking and optimization with your online campaigns. We actually introduced Facebook lead ad integration as well. So you can seamlessly capture leads from Facebook and send them directly to your contact management system right inside of the Dreams platform, right? So Alex says, hey, he says, boom, and just like that, I'm up and running with a Facebook lead in place. That was way too easy. Michael says, hey, I've had 3 leads in less than 48 hours from my Facebook campaign. Excited, story to be continued, right? Guys, I could go on and on and on and show you just tons and tons of testimonials. We've been doing this for over a decade, right? Over a decade. Our mission is to really simplify real estate investing through system software and education. And Dreams is really the culmination, right? It is the flagship product of that mission, right? And so, Mike Slane says, hey, our first bill was in 2014. Happy to have been a customer for that long. They have helped us make a lot of money. Now, some of you might be sitting there saying, hey, look, you know what, Damon, I've got my notepad. I'm good, right? I don't need to be on that new internet thing. I don't need technology to be successful in this business. And I just want to remind you guys, look, straight up, it's not necessary to change. It really isn't, right? Survival is not mandatory, right? You don't have to change. But I'm telling you, like, this is not just the way of the future, guys. This has been here for a long time. We've been doing it for over a decade. And if you want to see it in action, go ahead and pull out your cell phone right now and text demo. That's just DEMO. So just pull out your cell phone, right? In the 2 box, right? Just type in 904-800-4728. And then in the message, just type demo. Just type demo, okay? And that will actually, I'm going to log in and show you exactly what that does. But this is one of the examples of one of the ways that we can actually capture and track leads directly inside of the Dreams platform. So 904-800-4728, that is a Dreams phone number. The demo is what we call a keyword. So I want you to think about how you might be able to set this up in your business. You could actually have, a buyer keyword for a property, right? Own, right? So OWN, right? So you put own as a keyword. They text in the keyword own to a property, and then you're going to send them all of the information, all the details of that particular property, right? So you can do it for buyers, you can do it for sellers, all kinds of marketing purposes, right? So let's get in, and I'm going to end this presentation here. Make sure I can see you guys. Okay. All right. There's my kiddos, but that's not really what you guys came to see. Let's get up the Chrome window closed. Hold on one second. Let me, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get logged in here. Kick me off whenever I tried to share the screen. So I'm just going to get logged back in real quick, and we're going to just walk through a demo. Now, while I'm doing this, if you got questions, make sure you go ahead and throw them in the chat box. Let's throw them in the chat box because I'll be happy to answer questions and do some Q&A as well. Okay. All right. So you guys should be able to see the screen here. So this is the home page of the Dreams platform. So we kind of already mentioned a lot of this, right? So we've got our complete contact management here. So I can come in and manage all of my contacts, all of my task management, and my operational management. I can, of course, sync that all to my calendar, whether I'm on Android or iPhone, it's not going to matter. Sync it all up to your mobile phone so I can see exactly what I'm supposed to do. Is it connected to a property or just a contact? I can quickly manage not just my task, but I can see other team members' tasks here as well. Of course, I can manage my entire property pipeline, right? So I can see all of the properties in my pipeline. I can quickly publish those. I can quickly, and we'll talk about exactly what that means in just a second. All of my marketing, right? So the workflow automation, what happens whenever the phones calls come in. I've got my campaign tracking. I can send broadcast messages. And then our profit dial is going to be your inbox for your incoming calls, text messages, and you'll be able to see all of your outbound messages as well. All right. And then we've got our web tools. That's going to be all your websites, your web forms. We've got our opt-in pop-ups. You can actually even purchase domain names right through the platform. You don't have to go out to GoDaddy and then figure out how to get GoDaddy tied back to your website. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff if you're not technical. You can do that right inside the platform, okay? So the first thing I want to do is I'm just going to go to the Profit Dial inbox, okay? So I'm going to go to the Profit Dial inbox, and I'm just going to quickly come over here, and I'm going to click on the incoming text messages, right? So just like that, I want you guys to see I was able to capture. I can see all of you guys that just texted in here live. I was able to capture, and so I can see. I can click in here, and I can have a conversation with you. Thanks for playing along on the demo today. So I can start carrying on a conversation. Do you have a property to sell? And then I can actually just send that communication directly from the web app. Now I can also do that. I want to remind you guys, I can do that exact same thing right from my mobile phone, right? But there's a couple of really cool things, okay? And I don't know who this is, so if you respond, that's great. Participate along, play along. I appreciate it. That's okay either way. But let's just say that they come in and they say, hey, you know what? Yes, I do have a property to sell. I'd love an offer. I can actually come up here and I can trigger a workflow. I can create tasks, right? I could delete the contact, opt them out, or I could perform some additional activities all from the inbox, okay? So this is one of those things where if your contact management system is built directly with your phone system and it's built with your workflow engine, then all of these things become way easier to make happen from a single interface, okay? All right. So that's the first thing I wanted to show you guys really quick was just, hey, I was able to capture all of these lines. Now, if I actually wanted to call any one of you, so we're going to go ahead. If any one of you want to respond back with your first and last name, that'd be awesome. So I know who I'm talking to. But I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to actually pick up the phone, and I'm actually going to call this person. Now, I do want to record the call. So I do want to record the call. So I'm going to go ahead and hit call now. Okay. So it's going to call my cell phone, which is the cool part. And let's see it ring out. So I'm calling one of you right now. I appreciate you. If your phone's ringing, pick it up if you don't mind playing along. I promise I won't do anything to embarrass you. All right. So we're going to pretend that they picked up. We're going to put it on speaker, see if they do. It's ringing, ringing, ringing.
Hello.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing okay.
Who am I speaking with?
Tim White.
Could you spell that for me?
Tim.
Okay.
WHMCE.
All right. Hey. All right. Hey, I appreciate you participating, and I'm not gonna embarrass you anymore. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hang up. So bam, the call is done. Now I'm gonna go ahead and create a new contact. Okay. But here's the really cool part. This is what I want you guys to see. All right. So now I'm going to come in here. I'm going to click on the contact, and that's actually going to open up the contact record. So now I've got all of the details automatically captured and tracked. Okay. So as soon as you guys texted in, that triggered a workflow, that triggered a system to follow up. Okay. And so I can actually see exactly what are the details of that workflow, what happened. All right, I can see the text messages. I can actually see that they replied back. I can see everything. But look at this. I can also see that we dropped a ringless voicemail, but I can also see that I made an outgoing call. And if I click right here, it's just going to play the recorded call. Okay. So guys, I want to ask in the chat box. I'm going to kind of look at comments really quick. I want to see if we've got questions, and I just want to get a little bit of feedback right now. How easy is that, right? I want you to ask yourself right now, would that make a difference in your business if you didn't have to worry about all the multiple system crazy chaos that's involved with trying to figure out how to make your phone system talk to your contact management system, right? Can you imagine your life being just a little bit easier and being able to put your your follow-up on autopilot, right? On autopilot, okay? All right, so I do see some questions coming in. I promise I'm going to get to those questions. I promise I will leave time for some Q&A. All right, so now that's one way our phone system can capture, right? So you can see that we captured those leads. It's actually tracked right in the system. But really, I also want to show you our websites, okay? So we do allow you to have multiple different websites. And so why would you might ask yourself, like, Damon, why would I need multiple websites? Well, you might have a site dedicated for your sellers, right? So any marketing, advertising campaigns you do, you just drive that traffic that basically tells your target demographic audience, hey, that we buy houses, right? We buy houses, right? So that would be your we buy houses message. But you may be a wholesaler, so you want a discounted site to advertise your property. So you could actually have a website dedicated just to that. Maybe you're doing retail, so maybe you want a retail site, or you're doing lease options or buy and hold, right? So you can have multiple individual sites. Now, some of you might be saying, hey, Damon, I'd like one website to do all of that. And you can do that as well. We call those authority sites. So you could build individual siloed sites or authority sites. It's really going to be your preference. And I'll show you some examples of both. So here is a seller site, right? So it's got complete blogging capabilities, right? Complete blogging capabilities and able to capture seller leads. We've got Damon's real estate business here. So let's come in and take a look at this one. This is what I call an authority site, where it really reflects and talks to buyers, right? So they can come in and search all of the inventory, all of your inventory, sellers, renters, rent to own, again, blogging capabilities. But let's come in here and get a fast cash offer. We're going to come in and type in Nick Demo 2. And you don't have to require a name and email address, because as Ron showed you guys earlier, as soon as you type in the address, it's actually going to populate with the owner information as well. So we're going to type in a property address, though. We got 2725 Heritage Landing. We're asking them from bedroom, bathroom count. Honestly, I wouldn't even ask for any of this additional data anymore. I would just ask them for maybe their email address and the property personally, so you can customize this to your heart's content. If you want to ask for all the data, you certainly can. We're going to go ahead and get a fast cash quote. So this is our website. Boom, says thank you. But let's go back into the Dreams platform and let's really see what happened. Okay. So we can come in. Let me refresh this out. All right. I can see that I got some web form submissions. I'm going to come in here. You can see, all right, we've got Nick Demo 2. I've got Sally Seller down in Jacksonville. Okay, so let's go ahead. I can see all of my contacts, and not only the contact, but the property. So let's go ahead. We'll go into the 2336 Betsy Drive. All right. It tells me automatically how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms. Doesn't look like the square footage was available. The last sell date, the last sell price, the tax assessment, the owner name, their mailing address. So I can see this is a non-owner occupant, so an absentee owner. And then I can scroll down and I can see all of my comparable data, right? Now, what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to go, and Ron just showed you guys how to do this, right? So I'm not going to spend too much time. I'm going to select a few comparables. It comes up, gives me my ARV. If I want to calculate my maximum allowable offer, it will allow me to do that, plug in some of the things, carry costs, any repair estimates, assignment fees, and it'll actually help you calculate your maximum allowable offer. But what I want to do is I want to kind of move through this and continue, right? So we can actually come in and use our analyzer. So let's just say that I'm going to go ahead and get this for 150. The ARV is 200,000. I'm going to look at this as a buy and hold. I'm going to do 80% financing. Right, 80% financing, so 20% down. I'm going to buy this thing. I can come in and plug in my additional expenses, any repairs, right? So I'm going to have maybe $5,000 repairs, any monthly management fees. Maybe I'm going to hire a management company. What are the annual taxes? All of our income. So let's just say we're going to make, $1,000 a month on this thing. Any deposit, refunds, months of vacancy. Let's just say our vacancy percentage is about 6%. And now I want to analyze this as if I'm going to hold it for 30 years. I'm going to assume that I'm going to sell it, but it's going to do a 2% appreciation. And I'm going to use an agent to sell this 3% commission on both sides. And here we go. We're going to generate a quick cash flow report. So now I've got my 30-year cash flow analysis on this report. I've actually got an executive summary that I can share, and even my operating expenses, right? So some of you might be like, well, that'd be really cool if I'm maybe wholesaling this property. Maybe I'm just trying to wholesale this property, which, we want to buy and hold as many assets as we possibly can, right? That's really the name of the game. But if I wanted to use this for my marketing, I'm going to show you how easy it is to actually build that single property website, and let's market this property for sale. Okay. If I've got any task, any to-do items for this particular property, I can easily come in and add and manage the to-dos. I can upload additional documents. But remember, Marcy said, hey, don't sleep on that marketing tab. Well, here's how easy it is. If I want to publish this to all of the other thousands of members of the Dreams platform across the country, right, that may be interested in investing in this property's location, I can come in and quickly publish this, and that's instantly going to send an alert to everyone in the database that is a Dreams user that is interested in those areas. If I want to publish this to my website, I'm going to come in here and hit publish. We're going to go ahead and make it featured. And then I can come in here and add all kinds of additional marketing data, so on and so forth, right? Let's save that. And I really want to show you guys real quick. I'm going to come out here. Actually, you know what? Let's hit uploads. I'm going to upload a picture real quick. Let's see. I've got a few property photos here. We're going to go ahead and open those. We're going to upload those photos. Okay. So once those photos are done uploading, I'm going to go back to my marketing, and if I scroll all the way down, it's actually going to show me the photos here. But I actually want to make this, so I'm going to drag this to the top. I'm going to add the caption. Amazing Circle Drive. Hit save. We already published this to our website, but we also built that single property website. So I'm going to come over here to the single property website. And I'm going to go ahead and, I'm going to turn on all of the comps, the analysis, all of that stuff's done. And let's go ahead and view this site. So we just actually built, I want you guys to think about what we just did, right? So we did some sort of marketing, some sort of advertising, whether maybe it was direct mail, maybe it was an online ad, maybe it was a social media post. We drove them to our website. They said, yep, I'm interested in selling 2336 Betsy Drive. So they input the property. That property automatically gets dropped into our Dream system. The contact is automatically created. We automatically trigger follow-up for the contact, right? So we don't have to do that. It's automatically done. We work that property all the way to now I'm marketing it and dispositioning it. And we built a seller site so that I can come in and look at all of the additional photos. I can look at a map of the property real quick. I can see what's nearby. I can show the potential buyers, the seller, the comps that I selected. And if I really want to show them the analysis, well, then here is the executive summary, all built out for them. And even that cash flow, all built out for them automatically. Okay. And so you might be asking yourself right now, well, Damon, why would I use a single property website if I can just publish this property to my full website, right? Well, the answer is this is kind of like a landing page just for this property, right? So if I'm going to send out a blast, so now I'm going to take this, right? I'm going to take this property. I'm going to go right back into Dreams. And now I'm going to come over. I'm going to look at all my contacts and say, all right, well, I want all of my buyers. So I'm going to come over here and hit my little save search. And I'm going to quickly identify all of my buyer prospects. I'm going to select all of them, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to hit send a text broadcast, and I'm going to insert their name, of course, right? So it's going to personalize it, and I'm going to say another hot one. Check it out. And then I'm going to send them a link just to that property. And then I'm going to hit continue. Now I could schedule that text message to go out later, things of that nature. So that's why we actually create these single property websites. But if you remember, we have this this site here. So if I come in here and I say, look, show me all of my, show me the inventory. So browse homes for sale. There we go. This is the property. This is a new property. So it's also on my website without any effort other than just clicking a button. And of course, here's where it comes full circle. Any buyers that come in here and say, yeah, I'm interested in this property, guess what? Those contacts go right back into your dream system. And now we start following up with them as buyers. So they can browse all of your for sale inventory. Maybe you want to do your rent to own inventory. Okay, maybe they want to schedule a showing. Maybe they want to have you find properties for them. Tons and tons and tons of ways. I hope you guys can really see this as full circle. Now, I could honestly talk about the Dreams platform for probably days. Okay, I really could talk about it for days. But really, the intention today was to showcase, really kind of start to finish, how you actually go in and build a business, right? Chunk your business down into smaller functions, and then let's put systems in each one of those functional areas, right? So my goal today was to show you how we could make sure that our phone system, our website, right, they're both set up to capture leads, create those contacts, right? And so now all of my contacts are stored here. I can sift, sort, identify, I can segment, I can quickly communicate with those contacts. Those properties are all dropped right into my property pipeline. So now I can run comps, analysis, right? I can actually even make the offer directly from the platform, all the way to now I need to manage the contract for transaction management, all the way to dispositions, helping you actually sell the property, rent the property, lease option the property, whatever exit strategy it really is. Okay. So with that said, I can see there's a ton of questions. Nick, man, I don't know how much time you guys had. I don't know the next piece. I'm happy to answer questions or however you guys want me to handle it. I know we're right at the hour. So I will see a couple of questions as we're waiting for them to kind of get.
I'm in the big seat now.
All right. So I don't know how you guys want to do on time. I can see a ton of questions on. I'm happy to spend time. I just didn't know if you had somebody speaker back to back.
No, we're scheduled till 5:30 and you're finishing now. So
okay.
So we got time to take these questions.
Perfect. Okay. So man, it looks like there's a ton of questions coming in.
I'm gonna pop them up. Are ringless voicemails allowed in Florida?
So ringless voicemails are allowed actually on a national level, right? However, you have to have written authorization. You do have to have written authorization. And there are ways that you can get written authorization. One of them being on your website. So you can actually drive them to your website. And so long as you disclose on your website that, yes, you will use ringless voicemail automation, things like that. And so you properly disclose, then yes, you can send out ringless voicemails. Okay. But quite frankly, I wouldn't encourage it unless you really make sure that you're following those protocols. Don't just blind send ringless voicemails. That's a big no-no.
If I recall, there's a box that we can include that's included in the form builder. Is that right? In Dreams for opt-in for that?
Yes, on 100%. So you can actually you can click basically right inside of the form on your website. You just say, yes, please update the form with the proper disclosure. And then we will add the disclosure to that web form so that whenever you capture those leads, you're getting the written authorization that you need, right? Okay. All right.
Will the lead gen tactics we have seen today integrate with Dreams?
So I am a little bit, the answer is going to be yes. And I'm going to say that a little bit blindly only because I didn't get to see the lead gen tactics. But here's the thing. Every lead gen tactic, I don't care what it is. All right. You're going to probably use a phone system, your website. You're going to use some mechanism to capture the lead. And then you must follow up with the lead. right? So, so I don't even know what lead gen tactics you guys displayed today, Nick, but it's nearly impossible for them not to work with Dreams.
Yeah, we had quite a few. I mean, we started out yesterday talking about VAs simply dialing, sourcing leads and dialing leads for you. And of course, those ones, the VA system's built in. So all of those leads go directly into the property pipeline and move along the follow-up sequence. Anybody that if we're hiring Jason Drone, for example, to drive traffic to our website, then all of those are going to go through, and anybody who fills out that form for an offer are going to go right into the Dream system. Sometimes we have people call in on the numbers that we would use for those ads is our profit dial phone numbers, which would automatically put them into Dreams and trigger the follow-up sequences. And then last, any leads that just get handed to you that have already been pre-screened, you can either import those or have your VA import those into Dreams and continue along the sequence. So yeah, it definitely all integrates into Dreams.
Yeah, the common denominator, guys, that you're going to have there is how do you capture the lead, and how do you follow up with the lead? That's going to be the common denominator, that no matter what that front-end lead gen mechanism is, Dreams, that's exactly what Dreams is really built and designed to do. The best way to kind of think about that, Dreams is a lead conversion platform, right? Mm-hmm. We're going to help you convert the leads to deals, right? Mark, I see the question on iOS app, or can it be used from an iPhone, Android? All of the above. It's going to completely work for you. Can we have multiple phone numbers for use for different marketing channels, Ferris? Yes. And in fact, today at the highest tier, and Nick can kind of talk a little bit about the pricing tiers, but there's really kind of two tiers for your Dream systems, $297 or $397. At the $397 plan, we include 10 phone numbers currently. 10 phone numbers currently in that subscription level. Okay. And then you can purchase individual numbers as needed as well for something like $5. So it's pretty inexpensive. Mark says, hey, can I send a message to all of them? The answer is yes. I can easily send out a broadcast message to all of you that just texted in. I can easily communicate to you guys with one. Can we do text campaign? Is there a limit to number of texts? So we do include a certain amount of text depending upon your subscription plan. Those are included. And then we allow what we call the wallet system, so that the wallet allows you to go over and just purchase individual text messages if you go over. Quite frankly, probably less than 10% of our monthly users go over and have to buy additional credits. So you can do complete text campaigns. All right. Question, can you send a text to all the tag demo numbers that replied? The answer is yes. Okay. Is there a text template, or do I customize it? We do have some text templates. In fact, we do have text templates. We've got email templates. We do have content templates. But just being in the business for as long as I've been in, guys, and as a marketer, I'm going to tell you and encourage you to try to make that messaging unique yourself, right?
I agree. And pretend you're just talking to one seller, or even like if you have talked to one seller, just go through those text messages that you sent them and just take that. Like if they reach out to you, what is the first text you send back to them? That same thing, except take out their name, whatever you put, Wanda, if you put their name in there, then replace it with the first name merge field, so it merges their first name in. Or if you have their first name, or just leave it generic to where say, hey, I was just calling about your house, just however you would normally talk.
Yeah, exactly. I think what you just said right there is really the key. How would you normally respond? That's typically what we try to tell people is like, hey, how would you actually have a conversational text? Like a really one-off text, what would you really say? That's really what you want to be able to do. Mark, there are a ton of training videos, because quite frankly, look, this is really the equivalent of probably 10, 15 different software subscriptions in one platform. Our average customer is going to save $400 to $500 a month. All right. Just on all of the different software subscriptions you can eliminate, right? You're not going to have to pay for web hosting. You're going to have to pay for email marketing. You're going to have to pay for a phone system, contact management system, your comp system. There's so many things that we're really going to replace. And so it's going to make it super, super easy for you all on one platform. Okay. You can, Kevin, so you can actually have, multiple users, but right now out of the box at the $397 subscription level, it's going to give you 10 additional user accounts. So 10 additional user accounts to be used for additional team members. So
yeah.
there
So what
are
Dave was talking about there is we have, we talked about this yesterday. We've got our 297 level, which includes one user. And if you want, you can share your access with somebody, like somebody close to you. But if you really want to be able to control what they have access to and you want to have different team members logging in, then you would want to have the team level, and you get, up to 10 users, right? So, and you can, and it's really cool because you can really control what they have access to. Like maybe you don't want your acquisitionist being able to get into or mess with your website. You can turn off that ability. And then you can also see right on your dashboard what they've been logging in and what they've been doing, what they've been changing, what they've been interacting with. So there's you can track everything that they're doing.
Yeah, so that's really the best way to think about it, I think, is, hey, are you an individual? You just need individual access. Like Nick said, you could certainly share your password. Just realize that when you share your password, they have access to everything because they're logging in just like you. So it really needs to be a trusted partner. But if you have a team, then yes, you really want to look and opt in for that team account. Okay. No, you can upload. Can you upload deals throughout the Dreams platform with Dreams Lite? The Lite version, I think that you guys can still upload your leads for your VAs.
Let me see. Can you upload, you can upload leads in there, but not deals. So you can't. There's a property pipeline where you take the deal from beginning to end. You can't do that on the Lite level. Lite level is really just a management portion for your VA service. So you can see them processing your leads, how many leads they've closed, how many leads they're still working, and you can import more leads for them to dial. But once it gets past that, once the lead is closed and they've gotten the information they need, you can see that information, but you don't have the rest of the follow-up system with the Dreams Lite system.
Yeah, so the difference there is exactly what Nick said, right? We're going to basically stop. You're going to like, hey, okay, we got a deal. Now what? Well, now you got somebody that raised their hand and said they're interested. Now you want to make sure that you've got consistent, continual follow-up in there. So, but that's the follow-up engine, things like that are not available on the landing page. All of the individual landing pages, Marianne, are included in your subscription fee on a monthly basis. So there's no hosting for your website, for the landing pages, the email marketing, all of that stuff it's all included in one low subscription per month.
As you did mention, do you need to pay for your domain? If you're going to have a domain for that specific landing page, yes, but in most cases, I don't think you need a domain for it, unless maybe you're like advertising in some type of print media or on radio where they would have to type it in. But if you're advertising on Facebook and they're just clicking on a link, then we have free long URLs that they can just click on, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's a great point. You don't have to purchase a domain name, but if you do, I just want to be clear, you purchase that domain name, we actually give you a discount directly through the platform, so you can buy those domain names if you need to. But a big majority of the time you won't need to.
Yeah, I think it's like something like $15 a month through Dreams, and if you go through GoDaddy, it's like $20 a month now. So you do get a discount though.
So we do have a few people here asking about
not a month,
the pricing. So
a year for domains.
I just wanted to. I think a few people are just a little confused on the pricing levels. If we can go over that.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I could probably write it down. I don't know if we have I do see an Elmo here.
Yeah, I can kind of talk through it as you're drawing that out, right? So the first version is going to be $297 per month. Okay, that's going to include really most everything that I showed today, right? But it's really intended for a single user, right? So in that you're going to get one phone number, right? You're going to get one phone number. You're going to get one website, right? And at the $397 level, you're going to notice that it's a pretty significant value increase, quite frankly, for the $100, right? So you're going to get 10 users, you're going to get 10 phone numbers, and you're going to get 10 websites. Okay. That's going to be the primary difference. That's going to be really the primary difference between the $297 plan and the $397 plan. Okay.
Now let's clarify again, because we talked about landing pages and websites. You get how many landing pages do you get here? I think it was up to 10 or 5 or something.
I allow you to do unlimited landing pages on the team account. And I think there's like 10 in the Dreams account.
Got it. So 10 landing pages. And unlimited.
And then the other important piece too, I think is going to be important, is that the Dreams on the top, the 297, Nick, is going to be 2,500 contacts, 5,000 email credits, 500 local minutes, and 250 text messages.
250.
250. Yep. And then on the 397,
and this is in or out, right?
Yes, in or out. In or out. And then on the 397 level, guys, you're going to get 25,000 contacts, 50,000 emails, 1,500 local minutes.
How many minutes?
1,500. 1,000 text messages. And then we include 250 ringless voicemails at that level too. So it's a pretty dramatic jump. It's a pretty dramatic jump of value, right? At the 397.
All right. So yeah, there's a little recap there. And we also, just so you guys know, Ron talked yesterday about the 697 level. That 697 level is this here plus VA time. We also have 797 level, which is this plus the 25 hours of VA time. So basically it's $100 more for what we call the team level, where you have a team. So we got the individual level, which is 297 or 697. And then we got the team level, which is 397 or 797. All right. I did see one comment in there that I thought was interesting. We someone said that you had too many testimonials, too many people singing the praises of this amazing software.
I saw that
in your presentation there. So I actually think that those are important because a lot of times we come up with features when we're thinking through, like, oh, you know what would be great is if we put this feature in. It would be so great. And it's a great feature, in theory, but then either nobody uses it or in practicality, it just seems like it would be great, but it just doesn't actually perform well. So I think it's really good to show examples because it's great. If you say that it's great, that's nice. But when you can see actual people who used it and had success with it, I think that's pretty powerful in showing how it works and how well it works.
All right,
Yes.
we do have a few more questions if Damon's got time.
I've got plenty of time, guys, so I'm happy to answer questions as long as they're there. I do see some that were regarding incoming phone calls. If I answer my phone, will the conversation be recorded? Yes. Yep, it will be. Just want a disclaimer there. In certain states, you do have to have, it's really interesting. In some states, you have to have one party consent. So basically that means if I consent and don't tell Nick, and if he calls me, then I consented, then I can record the call. In other areas, you need two-party consent. And so what you do is whenever you turn on recording, you just also have to turn on the whisper notification, which would happen is like, hey, when Nick calls in, he's going to hear a message that says, hey, Nick, this call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Just to be clear about that. But absolutely, yes. That was one of the first things we thought of, right? Because I'm busy too, right? And all of a sudden a lead calls you, you're driving down the highway. I don't want to not take the call, and I don't want to try to figure out how to take notes or anything else. No, I just want to relax. I want to hit the Bluetooth, take the call, talk to the seller. And then I know that the system has captured all of those details. And in fact, not only that, it can trigger follow-up to assign tasks for me to go in and update the CRM or assign, maybe I've got an assistant or a VA preferably, and I can actually have the VA. What I would do is the call comes in, it's recorded. As soon as we hang up, what happens is the notification is then automatically triggered right in the Dreams platform, sends a notification to my VA that says, hey, can you go listen to that call and then disposition the lead accordingly? Listen to the call and then set the next follow-up, right? That's how we want to be able to do business, right? Let's see.
Barrett said that ronsva.com says only 4 you. Well, it actually says you can pay an extra $100 for 4 additional users, 5 users total. So that is a misprint. We need to fix that. It is now 10 users, not 5 users.
Yes, it is 10
users. Yes.
It is 10. In full disclosure, you guys are probably about 30 to 60 days ahead of some potential plan changes. But here's the really cool thing that we always do. We always grandfather you in, right? So we always grandfather you in. So whatever you sign up for right now, we're not going to come back later and say, "Hey, we're changing that." I will tell you that the $397 level will only include 3 team members in the very near future. Will only include 3 phone numbers in the very near future. So this is one of those things that don't sit around and wait. If this is something you want to do, take action now. Right now, tentatively, we've had conversations of March 1st, April 1st of making those switches. But right now it's looking like March 1st. So if this is something you're interested in, take action now, lock in, and you're grandfathered in.
Imran would like to know if his existing website can integrate with Dreams.
Yeah, great question. Great question. So there's typically two things that I would tell you to on that. All right. So the first question I'm always going to ask you is I'm going to ask you how many true leads did your website generate in the last 6 months? If the answer is 0, right, then what we were going to do is we're going to say, look, let's save the money, stop spending that money, and let's actually just rebuild a new site inside of Dreams, because it's going to save you money, and whatever money you're spending over there, I'd rather see you put to marketing, to be very candid. Okay. Now, if you come to me and you say, Damon, no, my website's generating, tons of leads, I'm making lots of money on my website. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take a Dreams web form. So you can build the web form, and then you're going to take that code. I know it sounds complicated. We can help you do this. We got a full support team. And then we're going to place that code on your existing website that basically now is a web form on your existing website to help you capture those leads and drop those leads right into the Dreams platform automatically.
Yeah, and we talk about building a new website for you. Our VAs do that for you as part of that initial setup. It doesn't take any VA hours. Even if you just sign up for the $297 level and you don't purchase any hours, the VAs will still set up your website for you. They'll collect a little bit of information from you, and they'll actually build the whole website for you in Dreams. I mean, it sounds like it's great. I mean, Damon showed us how easy it is to build a website, so it's not as much work as it seems, but they are doing it for you, so you don't have to do it.
Well, here's the awesome part about it, because admittedly, yes, I do make it look simple when I just press a button and it builds it. But there are other things that's really important that you need to just check and make sure, hey, is this web form? So whenever they fill out the web form, is that connected and triggering the right follow-up and everything else? That's what the VAs, that's detail work, guys. That's exactly what a VA should be doing for you guys. Not high dollar.
It's also important for you to read those emails, because we've had a few people where we set up all the automation and then it's automatically triggering these emails going out to these sellers who come in and they say, oh, hey, they call the student and they say, hey, I got your email and you said this. They're like, wait, what? I said, well, I didn't send an email. So you got to make sure you read, so you know what's coming out from you. It's all pretty generic right now, but it's set up and it works. So, but you should tweak it, like we said earlier, just like the text messages, to kind of be in your voice a little bit more if you can.
Yeah, it's ready to go out of the box. You guys have an advantage with Ron's team, especially on the Dreams platform, because the VA is going to build a lot of this stuff out. They're going to do a lot of the setup and a lot of the things that you would normally do just to make sure it's all working right and everything's connected. And you want to do that stuff for sure. It's 90% ready out of the box. There's a 10% piece, but the cool thing of it is the VA is going to do that for you. Right? The VA will do that for you guys. I see a question on, hey, can contacts be increased? The answer is yes. We certainly have the ability to increase the contacts if you need be, for sure.
Lee, if you want to call in, we don't have that 397 option on our website. It's only for kind of our higher level students, who really want to have that team level. So if you call in to that 800 number right there on the screen, then you can sign up for that 397 level or the 797 level if you want to add VA time. But like Ron says, don't go for that higher level until you're ready, if you have something for a VA to do.
Deidre asks if English is the only language available in the text messages.
I would say that I know Marcy Martinez creates all of her emails, her texts, all the follow-up, all of that's in Spanish. But we don't have any other characters than the alphabet. But you can create text messages and emails and everything else in other languages for sure. They would just have to be translated.
Have you tested that out? Because I know you can send emojis, so I imagine you can send those special characters as well.
Maybe I honestly haven't tested it. We've only never got questioned on Spanish, which is like, yeah, I mean, that's just different letters, right?
Yeah, my guess is that, I mean, most letters are saying there's a couple extra accented letters, but you know, I'm pretty sure you can get those accented letters in there as well.
Yeah, the only thing I would think is like maybe Arabic or Chinese or something like that, right? Like that's going to be, those are going to be different. It's completely different symbols.
Right. Yeah.
Harold asks, is Dreams redundant with VAs/Pat Live?
Not at all. So let's separate this out. So VAs, they do a lot of your grunt work for you. They call outbound calls to your sellers and get those filled out for you. Pat Live, all that Pat Live does is take inbound calls from sellers or buyers. Now, what I would do is put Dreams in between your seller or buyer call and Pat Live. So basically, they're calling one of your profit dial phone numbers so that information immediately goes into Dreams, and that profit dial phone number can be programmed to forward it to Pat Live. And actually, Damon and I, we recorded some cool videos in our implementation bootcamp, which Ron talked about earlier today. It's included with the master's package, where you can, and you don't have to have that implementation bootcamp, you can probably figure it out. But in the profit dial call flow builder, you can set it up to where if somebody calls in, if it's their first time calling in, you forward it to Pat Live. If they've already called in before and they're already in our database, then it can go directly to you, so they're not going back to Pat Live again when they call back and having Pat Live try to answer those same 7 questions or whatever. So it's some really cool smart routing that you can do there with the call flow builder.
Yeah, I think the best way to probably put that to that question would be a VA is really a person, right? I mean, that's going to be somebody on your team, and you should think of them that way, right? And they're going to be doing certain activities for you. Pat Live, they're going to answer the phone for you, right? Dreams is the tool. It's the platform that's going to help manage all of those functions, right? So you can actually see what activity is your VA doing, right? You can see the follow-up. You can see that they've called. You can see the lead manager. You can see all of that. You can see their activity. And then Pat Live, whenever those calls come in, Dreams is going to record that call so you can actually quality control and listen to the call so you can really understand what happens. And then that contact is going to automatically be created. And then, as Nick said, the next time that call comes in or that lead calls, they don't have to go to Pat Live. They go directly to you. So Dreams is really just a tool at the end of the day, right? It's a tool that's going to be able to use in lots of these different functional areas of your business.
Yeah, it just integrates it. Like you showed at the very first slide I think you had, it's what pulls all the systems together and replaces a lot of those outside systems. But it can't replace the live people answering the phones, and it can't replace the live person calling out. But it does replace all of the systems in between.
We tried to create the print money button, Nick. It just never worked. So
Constantine asks, what about using RVM for a cold audience?
I would not.
No.
You really need to have permission to send ringless voicemail blasts or to even text people. So I wouldn't do that. So what I would do is do some other form of marketing to that cold audience, like direct mail, for example, and have them respond to you. And then you can trigger all of those once you get permission to text them and ringless voicemail them.
I concur 100%. I would not send a ringless voicemail to any cold audience.
All right, just want to make sure everybody understands. So when we get the Gold Club Elite for $297, does Dreams comes with that, or do we pay another $297?
It's $297 for Gold Elite, which includes Dreams. There is not a separate $297, and that also includes Gold Club. So you won't have a separate $59 charge. It's all included in that $297 level.
Marianne asks if she uses up her 10 landing pages at the $297 level, can she like piecemeal purchase additional landing pages?
Here's a really cool part, Marianne. I probably should have announced this, right? The actual single property websites that we allow you to build, we do not count those against you. So if you're marketing 100 properties and you wanted 100 individual landing pages, then we don't count that against you. So you might be asking, well, where do you count the landing pages? So if you're building a landing page for marketing purposes, that's where we limit the landing pages. So maybe you want to build a landing page specifically for, probate. That's where we count those landing pages. Now, there's ways around it, to be very honest, and I'm happy to tell you guys how to cheat our own system. Like at the end of the day, we want you guys to use the system to get the most out of it. Quite frankly, what most people do today anyways is I'm just going to build a website, and it might be Nick Buys Houses, and then I might buy nickbuyshouses.com/probate. And then I just use that page on my website. So you can have unlimited pages. I know it gets a lot. So you can have unlimited pages on your website. Okay. But if it's a dedicated landing page, those are like mini websites. Those are limited to 10. Okay.
So if you run out of landing pages, then just start building additional pages for free on your website. That works.
Yep. Or upgrade to the $397, and then you get unlimited landing pages too, and you don't have to worry about it, right? But
other extras on here.
Yeah, I would tell you, Mary, honestly, been doing this for over 14 years at this point, or right at 14 years, and I've never had anybody run out of landing pages or the need for it. So I think you're going to be just fine.
Lee asks, is this already search engine optimization built, or do we need to do SEO for it?
Yeah, so I want to be clear on this, guys, because this is a loaded question. But all right, so out of the box, it is a WordPress site. We use WordPress as the underlying engine, so you can start blogging, you can start updating your content, and we have SEO tools that will allow you to click a button, and it'll tell you how well is this going to rank, and it's even going to give you a roadmap that says, hey, look, these are the 5 things, 10 things, 20 things that you need to do to better optimize this site for SEO. But SEO in general is not a, hey, we do it one time and it's done. It really is an ongoing process to make sure you're creating and generating fresh new content. So Google's probably not going to rank it out of the box right away. It will take some time, and it's going to take content creation on your part, right? I don't want to mislead you that this thing is going to rank on page 1 of Google out the box.
Yeah, and don't forget, you're going to be competing against Era and Century 21, all of those, realtors, Zillow, even. I mean, you're competing against them for that natural. I mean, really, we're going through all these different ways of lead generation, and SEO is not one of them. For me, I wouldn't spend a lot of time on it. I know I've looked at the software, and I know that you've got it to where someone who really does know about SEO can really go in and optimize every single page and make it really great in Dreams. It's set up to do that, but it's not something I would spend time on. And I'll be honest with you, our VAs are not SEO experts, so you wouldn't be able to task them. I mean, you could tell them exactly what to put in there if you knew what to put in there, but they're not going to know, how to get your site optimized for SEO. And I honestly would not spend a lot of time on that.
Yeah, the only way that I would tell you guys to do SEO, the only way I would tell you to do it, 99% of you you would have to hire an agency. There are agencies that specialize in it and work directly in the Dreams platform that you can outsource that to. But SEO is it's like going in and planting the seeds. I got to water it. I got to weed it, the garden. It's a long-term play. So quite frankly, you probably won't start seeing leads for 6 to 12 months organically. So it's not a bad strategy. I love SEO, but just realize that it's probably not the first thing you should be doing. And quite frankly, most of you shouldn't be doing it at all. You should outsource it if your budget really, if you've exhausted, like, look, let me tell you, if you've not exhausted direct mail, if you've not exhausted like the low hanging fruit, marketing campaigns and lead gen stuff that Nick and them have already showed you guys today. Once you like tap those out and you feel like you've mastered them and okay, cool. Now let's add some other channels on. That's the way I would attack this, but I wouldn't. I'm same boat, Nick. I mean, we built the tool for God's sake, so you can do it for those. Nick knows what the hell he's doing. Like Nick could do it, but even in Nick's business, he's probably not going to take the time because it's like, all right, that's a lot of work.
I wouldn't. And it's also a metric. It's one that I don't like to use. I'm a direct response marketer. I like to be able to measure, if I do this, I get this. It like frustrates me to no end when I see people advertising on the Super Bowl. because they don't have like a unique phone number that you're calling. They don't have a unique website. They're just saying, drink more Pepsi, and how does Pepsi know if their sales went up or down? I mean, I'm sure there's some analytics they can use, but I like to see exactly, all right, I put this out, I use this unique phone number from Profit Out or this unique URL, and I can see exactly how many clicks I got from it and how many phone calls I got from it and how many leads generated from that. I don't like playing around in that stuff that I can't track more accurately.
Yeah, I have, instant gratification syndrome as well. So if I'm like, do something, and I got to wait 6 months to see if it worked. That's super, super hard, right? Yeah. So can you do it? The answer is yes, you can do it. But I think Nick and I are both kind of leaning to, for most of you, it may not be where you want to start.
All right. I think we have asked all the questions for Damon.
All right.
All right, cool. Well, Nick, as always, man, I appreciate it. Thanks for allowing me on here today. I'm happy to continue supporting. The one thing I will add to this, guys, look, whenever you get signed up, yes, you got Nick's team on the VAs, and they're amazing, and they help you guys as well. But I do want you guys to realize that our team is here too to help you on the technical support side of things too. We got tons of training, tons of onboarding. You're going to get a load of emails as well that are going to walk you through what to do first, what to do next. So the hand holding doesn't stop. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Damon.
Cool. All right. Thanks, guys. We'll talk soon.
Good night.
All right, Nick, I did have one question I think you can answer here from Gary.
Will this presentation be recorded for review again? Yeah, it will be. We are recording this. We're actually we're creating a course, we're updating a course that we already have called Finding Motivated Sellers. The new course name will be, Generating Quality Leads, I think is what Ron named this course.
Right.
So we're basically taking all of these 3 days, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and we're going to separate it into modules. We're going to get it all edited for you and create a new course. And then we're also going to pull some content that was in the old course that's not in the new course and combine those into one mega course for different ways of finding qualified sellers.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but tomorrow we will give you folks out there information and a special price tomorrow on that new course.
Yep, if we can nail Ron down on it. He wants to come up with a good offer for you guys since you're here during the course creation. So he'll have a good offer for you, because I know that a 3-day course we typically sell for $1,500, but I know he'll have a really, really good offer. I would bet that it's a third of that. Don't quote me. I think we might be able to get him down to that. And what else do we know? Tomorrow morning we're going to do another drawing. If anybody that was here on time, you guys were here for the drawing that we did at 11 o'clock. If you weren't here on time, we actually gave away one of Ron's cars, and we drew a couple of your names. And
he's joking.
No. I'm not joking. We really did. And sorry you missed it. Maybe you can get in tomorrow.
We gave away a cash drawing this morning, and if you're on time tomorrow morning, you'll have the opportunity to enter another drawing. So be here on time, 11 a.m. Eastern.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Wait 1 second. I want to announce something. So with our hop-in platform that we're using here with you guys, we have an option for networking. So if you'll look on the left side of your screen there's a button that says networking. It's a cool thing. You can use your webcam to talk one-on-one to another student here on Planet Ron. So I'm just going to invite all of you guys to do that tonight. Take advantage of this, do a little bit of networking. That's one of the great things about the live in-person events that we do, is you get to meet other investors from all over the country. So we get a little taste of that with this networking. So go try that out before you log off tonight.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.